Hi, I'm Nellie Steele, author of Chris Gets the Girl and Queen of Soap Opera Romance. This is an original audiobook written by me, published by Novel Idea Publishing, and narrated by a real human voice. Enjoy the story.
Chris Gets the Girl. Heartbeats and Halos, Book 1. Written by Nellie Steele. Narrated by Kaden, Catalina, and Spencer Brus. Chapter 1. Sarah. No one notices angels. Of course, no one would spot me on my perch high above Crescent Bay. I crouched in an almost avian manner, a posture born to accommodate my wings, though I'd long since hidden their physical form. Among the general population, wings only draw unwanted attention, a complication I could do without. Blending into the world is how I perform my job best. I'm an earth angel, not the kind with a halo, glowing robes, and a melodious voice. No, I'm a trench warrior, relegated to the earthly realm. In the distance, the harbor bell clanged as a sudden gust of wind whooshed past it. Its melancholy tone floated on the air that tasted of salt and whispered secrets from the sea. A moment later, my coat fluttered in the breeze, and a strip of flaming red hair blew across my cheek. I smoothed it back as I searched the streets, using my telescopic vision to search for my next charge. I'd received the assignment only a day ago. After my last charge no longer needed my help, having successfully completed my mission, I moved on to the next one. I pulled her picture up on my cell phone. Yes, even angels use cell phones. And yes, I spend too much time on social media too. But I always call it research. The woman's face stared back at me from her file. With soft, pleasant features, warm brown eyes, and a lovely smile, she didn't look like she'd need help. But that couldn't have been further from the truth. I hadn't spotted that face anywhere in the early morning swarms of people leaving their apartments and homes to hit the city streets. Today was the day I'd introduce myself to Emily Thompson. The day I'd begin guiding her to ensure a positive result. Apparently, Miss Emily Thompson was a very important woman. Or would be.
She must be saved at all costs.
My supervisor said as he uploaded the file to our heavenly server.
Make sure she survives.
What are we working with here? I asked as I waited for the case file to load on my phone. Delay her to avoid a car accident? Have her bag break so she doesn't get hit by a bus?
Sorry, none of that. This is a tricky case.
I raised my eyebrows at him, lifting my gaze from my screen. Tricky? He leaned back in his aging wooden desk chair. It creaked and groaned. I wondered why he kept it. After all, in his realm, he could sit on a cloud instead of that rickety old thing.
Nail this one, Seraphina, and you'll be looking at a promotion.
My lips parted at the words. Promotion? As in...
Pick your choir, kid. You'll hit the big leagues.
Really? Like any choir? Jake let the chair slam back down on its base as he waved a hand in the air.
Don't get carried away. This one's going to test your skills. And it's not a direct route into the choirs of angels. But you'd make the short list.
I pressed my lips together, bobbing my head. It couldn't hurt me to nail this. I'd be one step closer to that promotion, though I didn't mind my work on Earth. I didn't mind humans, mostly. They were interesting, funny, goofy little creatures that didn't behave by any logic at times. But they could be some of the kindest souls. Understood, I replied, the word a promise as I pocketed my phone.
She's important, Sarah,
he called as I backed away from his desk. I bobbed my head. I said I got it. I twisted on my heel and strode from his office.
Don't mess it up!
I waved a hand over my head, stepping into the hall and heading for the cloud on my left to head back to Earth. Seraphina? Seraphina Lightwood? A voice said behind me. I froze, sliding my eyes closed before I spun on my heel. I may as well face it. I couldn't escape. With a grin forced onto my lips, I opened my eyes. Ariel! I kept the expression plastered across my features as the tall blonde strode closer, a brilliant smile beaming from her angelic face. My eyebrows shot up as I stared at the glowing disc above her head. Is that a halo? She nodded. Brand new. Just fitted yesterday. Wow, it looks great. Thank you, Ariel said. I'm so pleased to have gotten it. I shoved my hands into my pockets so she wouldn't see me fidgeting. Ariel was a world-class trench worker. She rarely failed on any of her cases, and she usually completed them well before her deadline with perks. That is, she somehow managed to save someone from being squashed by a bus while simultaneously introducing them to the love of their life. I hadn't mastered that yet. I usually get the job done, but for some reason, my charges seemed to be difficult. When I needed them to turn right, they went left. When I wanted them to let go, they dug deeper. Maybe I wasn't that great of an angel. Well, it looks great. Very shiny. Are you here for a new assignment? I heard you wrapped up your last one. Great job with that, by the way. She grinned at me, and her halo created a warm, golden glow on her cherub-like cheeks. She really was a perfect angel. Yeah, just got a new one. I waved my phone in the air. And thanks, although nothing compared to your last one. She waved a dismissive hand at me and shook her head. You're doing great, Sarah. Before you know it, you'll have a halo just like this. I shrugged. Supposedly, if I pull off this next case, it's a tricky one. Ariel raised her eyebrows. Tricky? She has Kalem syndrome. Ariel's eyes went wide. Oh no, Sarah. What's your mission? Easy death? Family comfort? Guide children after the death of their mother? I sucked in a deep breath, still not fully understanding how I'd pull this off as the words came out of my mouth. I'm supposed to make sure she doesn't die. The squashing of her delicate eyebrows told me exactly what I needed to know. Even a world-class angel like Ariel couldn't fathom how to work around this. Kalem's syndrome is fatal. I met her gaze, the weight of the task settling like ice in my veins. Yeah, I know. I guess that's why this one is tricky. Tricky? It sounds nearly impossible. I shoved my phone back into my pocket with a shrug. Well, no one said the job is easy. Anyway, I've got to go do some preliminary research. Maybe I'll find a clear path there. Well, good luck, she said, her eyebrows still tightly knit. I hope you solve it. Thanks, and the halo looks great. I backed away before I spun on a heel and hurried down the hall, pleased to be finished with the conversation. Ariel was a lovely angel, but she always made me feel lacking. I didn't use the most conventional methods. Maybe I should try. But with this case, I wasn't sure I could. I shook my head as the memory faded, and I gave one final look at her picture before I shoved the phone into my pocket. My research hadn't come up with anything helpful. But I did learn about her habits, and sometime soon, she should leave her apartment and head to Central Perk for a coffee on her way to work. I scanned the streets again, this time finding her. Time to go to work. I tracked her movements for another few moments, noting the tremor in her hand as she swept a lock of brunette hair away from her face before she allowed someone else to pass in front of her. She seemed to be a gentle soul. Despite her diagnosis, She'd been working her way through college with plans to go to medical school. I imagined she'd make some great medical discovery. Maybe she'd even cure her own syndrome. Either way, it didn't matter what she would go on to do, only that she must be allowed to do it. And I had to make certain that happened. I needed to learn more, and I had a plan to do that. With my phone safely tucked into my pocket, I leapt from my perch. As surprising as that sounds, no one notices when angels float back down from their post to return to the ground below. I hit the ground softly, my wings compensating enough to ease my descent, and adjusted my jacket. The morning crowds swirled around me as the general population shuffled about their daily business. I pulled my gloves tighter. I wore them always, and it had nothing to do with the weather. It had to do with one of my powers. I had been blessed, or maybe cursed, with soul glimpsing. Even the slightest brush of my skin against someone else's could unfold their life in a fleeting, powerful vision, often revealing deep, hidden truths. It may sound useful, but beyond the ethical implications of peeking into people's private lives, it could be incredibly painful for me. So, I wore gloves all the time. If anyone asked, I told them I had a strange skin condition. It usually did the trick, as no one wanted to embarrass me further. I shoved my gloved hands into my pocket as I strode toward the same coffee shop as my charge, arriving just after her. With my head down, I ducked into the door and joined the line behind her. The line inched up until Emily placed her order. I sucked in a deep breath as I rubbed the back of my neck, narrowing my eyes at the machine where her total for the order appeared. She tapped her card against it, receiving a big red X.
Try again.
The barista said, shifting his weight from foot to foot as he adjusted the visor on his head. She tapped her card again, but it failed again. She winced, color rising into her cheeks. Sorry, I know I've got enough in the bank.
Try to stick it in the chip reader,
the cashier suggested. She bobbed her head and slid the card into the slot. A second later, the man shook his head.
Sorry, do you have another card?
No, she answered. I knew she wouldn't. My study of her had shown that she lived frugally outside of her coffeehouse splurge every Wednesday morning so she could make it through her back-to-back labs. Emily murmured, slicking a lock of hair behind her ear as her cheeks burned. I've got it, I said, waving my card in the air. Put my caramel mocha and hers on my card, please. Oh, no, Emily answered with a shake of her head. That's too kind, but I couldn't. Just cancel the order.
Too late,
the barista answered as someone called out Emily's name at the pickup window. Go on, I said with a nod as a new total appeared and I tapped my card. After I returned it to my wallet, I meandered down the line to the pickup window where Emily sipped her coffee. She offered me a wide smile. Thank you so much. I'm so embarrassed. I waved the comment away as an employee delivered my drink. It happens to the best of us. That wasn't true. It never happened to me. It helped to have connections upstairs. I wasn't rich, but I never ran out of money. I really owe you. Please let me pay you back some way. It was $3. It won't break me, I answered as I motioned to the door. Emily understood the silent gesture and shuffled beside me as I crossed the tile floor toward it, leaving behind the sweet smell of cinnamon for the salty seaside air of Crescent Bay. Still, I feel like I owe you. The least I can do is give you the cash back. I took a sip of my overly sweet drink. We could meet for lunch later today. I've got an hour between labs. I'll have the cash for you. That's really not necessary, I answered. But I have the feeling you'll insist. I will, she said with a lift of her chin and a smile. How's the grill? It's not fancy, but it's decent food. Sounds great, I answered before I thrust my hand forward. I'm Sarah. Emily, she said with a firm shake. Emily Thompson. Sarah Lightwood. You said you have labs? I'm a biology major, hoping to be pre-med. Oh, wow, I said, pretending to sound surprised. You must be very busy. Oh, the schedule's a killer, but I love it, she said as she slowed to a stop outside of a campus building. I knew she had classes in it. This is me. See you at noon? Noon at the grill. I look forward to retrieving those $3, I said with a laugh before I waved and strode away. A quick glance over my shoulder showed her pushing into the building. I sucked in a deep breath as I continued down the sidewalk toward the park nearby. I'd used the time to study more about her and her condition using the Heavenly Network jam-packed with information. I took another sip of my coffee before I dumped the cup into the trash can. Too much caffeine and I'd be zipping in circles at the top of the clock tower. Caffeine and angels didn't mix. The cobblestone paths meandered through the park, and I followed one leading to the heart of it. A quiet spot surrounded by trees lay at the end, complete with a comfortable bench. I slid onto the green slats, enjoying the warmth of the sun as it burned off the morning's fog and shone brightly down on the spring grass. Birds chirped as the newly grown leaves rustled in the slight breeze that tickled them. I pulled my feet into a cross-legged sit, lifting my invisible wings over the rounded back of the bench and letting them hang down on the opposite side so my back could rest against the bench. With my phone freed from my pocket, I toggled on the display and logged on to HeavenNet. I clicked my tongue as I was prompted to update my password, quickly dismissing it. I'd change it later when I could write it down, because I'd never remember it. As I navigated the file system to my latest case, a loud squawk filled the air around me. My heart skipped a beat as a bird dropped from the sky, landing in the grass a few feet away near a large bush. I stared at the poor creature who fluttered its wings before it finally squatted closer to the ground, its breathing labored. Oh, poor thing. It wasn't going to make it. I wasn't a Reaper Angel, but I could smell death from a mile away. I wasn't certain why, but after shoving my phone into my pocket, I removed my gloves. I climbed from my seat, one of my wings catching on the bench. With a wince, I ruffled it and tugged it free before I strode over to the poor bird. "Hello, fellow," I said to it. Its dark eyes studied me, its head tilting nervously. "It's all right. You're not doing so well, but I won't hurt you." I reached out and stroked a bare finger down its head, my skin absorbing its state. "You're in pain, and so very frightened." I pressed my lips together, lowering to my knees to sit on my haunches. I shouldn't do this, but... I scooped up the little winged creature and rubbed its head again. I closed my hands around it, breathing onto my hands until a bright light burned inside my hands. Tiny feet tapped against my palm, and feathers fluttered against my fingers. A smile turned up the corner of my lips as I opened my hands. The bird hopped a few times, eyeing me before he fluttered into the air. He twisted to stare at me. "Go on. You're all right now." The bird hovered for another moment, a chirp escaping it. "You're welcome," I answered before he fluttered and flew toward the bright sun. I grinned after him as I rose to my feet, backing away from the scene. A second later, I startled, flailing my arms as I smacked into something. In a desperate attempt to keep my balance without fluttering into the air, I twisted and grabbed onto the object that had nearly tripped me. My bare fingers pressed hard against warm flesh. My heart stopped as unbidden images tumbled into my mind. I'd just touched someone and received a soul glimpse that I'd never been intended to see. And it would change everything.
Chapter 2. Chris. A groan escaped my lips as the elderly woman stumbled sideways, knocking into me and splashing my coffee all over my silk tie. I flicked the dark liquid with my fingertips, grimacing.
Sorry, dear,
She said, her voice sweet as she smiled penitently at me, batting what was left of her eyelashes. Yeah, whatever, I mumbled as I shook my head at the spots forming. Maybe try a wheelchair next time. As I hurried down the hall, a twinge of guilt prickled at me. I shoved it away. I'd long since honed my defense mechanisms after a lifetime of difficult relationships. I'd pushed into the on-call room in search of paper towels to clean up.
Bad day, Dr. Wright?
A voice asked as I grabbed a wad of napkins from the table and dabbed at the spots. I rolled my eyes, refusing to turn around to face my colleague. Some old bat ran into me and spilled my coffee all over me. Behind me, the other doctor laughed, the sound echoing off the walls of the cramped space.
Some old bat. You do realize we're doctors, right?
This time, I twisted around to eye her. Really? She smirked at me, flicking a lock of her dark hair over her shoulder as amusement played in her eyes. Her message clear. She found my irritation more amusing than concerning.
See what I did there? Right.
I saw. You know, if this whole doctor thing doesn't work out, you could try stand-up comedy. I turned back to the mirror, intent on removing the stains from my tie.
I'd be more concerned about the whole doctor thing not working out for you, right? I mean, you are the one calling our patients old bats. We're supposed to be helping them stay healthy, not criticizing their age.
I wasn't criticizing her age, and I do help them stay healthy. I'm a veritable angel, Lena. She crossed her arms and puckered her lips, fake concentration playing on her features.
Yeah. I can see your halo from here.
I let out a chuckle as I tossed away the napkins, still unsatisfied with the job they'd done, but willing to give up. I'm serious. There's a thin line between saving lives and playing God, and I walk it daily. Lena rolled her eyes at me.
Why did you become a doctor anyway? It's not like you need the money. Instead of hanging out here playing God, you could be shuffling around that big old house of yours doing whatever it is you do, being cranky and complaining.
I'm not cranky, and I don't complain. I threw my hands out to the sides. Is it so wrong that I'd like people to be a little grateful that I'm saving their lives? Lena crinkled her brow.
Wow, you really do think you're an angel.
I laughed at her, shaking my head. No, I don't.
Really?
She questioned.
Oh, so you just really think you're God?
Nope. There are no such things as angels, Lena. But there is such a thing as science. And some of my treatments are the most cutting edge in the world. I just think people would appreciate me a little more. That's all.
Do you know why I got into medicine, Chris?
The whopping paycheck? I asked as I returned to the mirror to study my marred tie.
To help people.
Well, that makes one of us. I spun to face her again. I got into it for the science, the thrill of discovery. And with the progress I've made, I can change people's lives. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little gratitude.
Well,
Lena said as she hoisted a set of folders from the desk next to her.
maybe you'll find some in your ER rotation.
She shoved the folders at my chest and patted my shoulders with a grin. ER rotation? I'm not on this morning.
You are now. Raj is on vacation, and Izzy's out sick. You're up, Doc.
You're joking. I have other things to do, Lena. She strode to the door, twisting back to shrug and offer me an amused smile.
Sorry, Wright. It stinks that I'm your boss, huh?
Lena left the room, and I rolled my eyes as I juggled the folders. I really hate that fact. I slammed the folders onto the desk before staring down at them. My eyes fell to my stained tie. I'd run home and change to another after I visited these patients. Despite the number of cases, I'd burned through them in no time. I didn't bother spending a lot of time making friends with my patients. I wasn't there to be nice to them. I was there to cure them. With a sigh, I stalked to my locker and tugged it open, grabbing my white coat from inside and donning it. At least it would mostly cover my tie. With the folders collected again, I left the on-call room behind and headed for the emergency room.
Dr. Wright, I didn't know you were on today,
Callie said as I approached the nurse's station. I didn't care for nurses much. Nurse Johnson, good morning. I wasn't supposed to work today. I'm just helping out.
Good.
She answered, shoving another 10 folders my way.
We are swamped. Room 10 has been here for 3 hours already. Room 1 needs approval for pain medication, reporting level 10 pain. Room 3...
I held out a hand. Okay, stop. I'll get to them when I get to them.
But...
I said I'll get there when I get there. I'm the doctor here, and 3 hours is hardly a wait. Cry me a river. With a sigh, I shook my head and slammed the folders I'd carried from the on-call room on top of the new batch before I strode from the desk. Slipping into the first room, I dumped the charts onto the rolling cart and logged into the system, keeping my eyes fixed on the screen. Good morning. I'm Dr. Wright. What brings you in today?
Dr. Wright? Is Dr. Wrong on the staff too?
The older man in the bed slapped his thigh as he laughed. I pressed my lips together, holding in a sigh. I've heard all the jokes. So, what's brought you into the ER today? The man groaned as he leaned forward, pulling the sheet draped over him off his foot.
I stubbed my toe this morning. Hurts like the dickens. Is it broken?
I held back the grimace threatening to form on my lips as I glanced down at the crusty nail topping the toe. I doubt it, but you may want to have that toenail checked by a podiatrist. I returned to the computer to type in my notes.
Really? Aren't you even gonna x-ray it, just to be sure?
Nope. There's no bruising, no swelling, not even a red mark. It's not broken, and there's no reason to subject you to the radiation.
I don't mind. At my age, it may even help.
It's not broken.
But it hurts.
I'm not surprised. I think you've got some sort of fungal infection on the nail. See a podiatrist. The man furrowed his thick brows.
Can't you help?
This is an emergency room. It's for emergencies, not fungal infections. I'll send the nurse in with a list of podiatrists. Have a good day, Mr. Sir. I strode from the room despite the man's protestations and dumped the folder at the nurse's station before I moved on to the next room. I walked over to the computer and entered my credentials. Hello, I'm Dr. Wright. What brings you in today? A frazzled mother slicked a lock of hair behind her ear as she thrust her son's hand forward toward me.
He has a paper cut. I tried to stop the bleeding, but it's very red. Will it need stitches?
I slid my eyes closed and shook my head. No, it needs a Band-Aid. Next time your kid needs a Band-Aid, put it on yourself and don't clutter up the ER with nonsense. I dragged the wheeled computer station from the room with me and typed in his notes in the hall before I moved on to the next room. The way I was banging these out, I'd have plenty of time to head home to change my tie before my afternoon appointment. I stopped at the coffee station to pour myself another cup as I allowed the anticipation to curl my lips. It wasn't just the medical puzzle facing me that aroused my sense of anticipation, but the subject herself. The pretty brunette was a nice enough choice for a future Mrs. Wright, and if I saved her life, she'd be indebted to me. That would make it easy for me to get her to agree to see me outside of a professional setting. I wrinkled my nose as I sipped the coffee from the foam cup and set it on the computer cart to move to the next room. In the span of 90 minutes, I'd treated a sunburn, a splinter, and hiccups that wouldn't stop. I'd never felt my talents had been so wasted than in the span of this morning. I took a break after polishing off another 2 ridiculous cases. pouring myself another cup of the awful sludge they called coffee here. I settled into one of the uncomfortable chairs at the nurse's station as I perused the other cases I needed to tackle before ducking out. Chaos down the hall drew my attention. The doors at the ambulance bay burst open, and a swarm of people rushed in alongside a gurney. After tossing the coffee in the trash, I raced around the desk and ran headlong to the rolling bed. What do we have?
30-year-old male front seat passenger involved in a high-speed motor vehicle accident. Hit hard from the side. Increased respiratory distress, diminishing breath sounds on the right side, and a tracheal deviation. BP's dropping. Pulse is thready and fast.
What have you done? I asked as I whipped my stethoscope from around my neck and slid it into my ears.
Administered high-flow O2 and tried to stabilize en route.
Let's get him into Trauma 1, I said as I hurried alongside the bed, pressing my stethoscope to his side. They rolled the gurney into the trauma room and shifted the patient from the temporary bed to the hospital bed. Nurses poured into the room to assist. I want a chest x-ray immediately! Before they could snap into action, monitor alarms blared.
He's going into VTAC,
one of the nurses warned. Get me a needle, I shouted. We need to alleviate the pressure on his heart and lungs. The patient's breathing turned labored as the heart monitor continued its rapid beeps. Where is that needle? I barked. Nurses cleared the area around the patient's chest as someone slapped a large-bore cannula into my hand. A nurse cleaned a spot on the patient's chest before I positioned the needle, taking a moment to ensure my hand remained steady before I plunged the needle into the chest wall. The hiss of escaping air filled the tensely silent room. Let's get a breathing tube in place, I ordered as I moved on to tackle the VTAC with a medication order. A central line was placed, and the medication administered. The patient's heart rate and breathing normalized, and the alarms finally settled. I blew out a long breath as I ripped my gloves off and strode from the room, giving orders for the next steps. As the adrenaline of the moment waned, I couldn't help but marvel at the delicate balance between life and death, all influenced by my decisions. Lena strode toward me, her eyebrows raised.
How's it going?
Excellent, I said as I tugged off my white coat. I just saved another life. You're welcome. And now, Doctor, I leave this place in your very capable hands.
Wait a minute, you aren't finished.
Yes, I am, I answered. I'm finished. I have to run home and change my tie before my afternoon appointment. She scoffed, her features pinching.
You can't leave me here swamped like this.
I twisted around, walking backward as I grinned at her. You've got this, Dr. Morgan. You're the best.
Flattery will get you nowhere, Wright,
she called after me, but I barreled straight into the warm spring sunshine. My lips twisted into a smile as I left the hospital behind, enjoying the banter between us. A moment of melancholy passed over me as a memory flitted through my brain. A ring, a woman, a proposal, and a rejection. I shoved it away. I had a new interest on my horizon, and I was intent on making a good impression. Having a clean tie was a part of that. I wanted her to understand what I could offer her. Not only a potential cure for her condition, but a life of leisure. What woman could turn that down? As I crossed through the park, my mind recalled one woman who could. I shook my head, squeezing my eyes closed in a desperate attempt to shake the negative memory from my mind, as I cut through a quiet, tree-lined area as a shortcut. The next thing I knew, someone crashed into me. My features pinched as I opened my eyes to a flailing redhead twisting to face me. Her delicate fingers latched onto my hand in an attempt to stop her fall. Warmth like I'd never felt before surged through my body, sending my heart beating at an abnormal speed. I'd never experienced anything like this sensation before. Her wide eyes focused on me, her jaw hanging open. She appeared stunned, though I'll admit, so was I. I'd never been so taken with someone in my life. There's something about her sparkling blue eyes, the delicate structure of her features, the pale but rosy skin. I couldn't put my finger on exactly what it was, but something captivated me. One corner of my lips tugged upward into a partial smile. Everything faded when she let go of my hand, and I was left pondering what had just happened. Before I could speak, though, she began to back away. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice filled with concern, surprisingly to me. She offered me one final glance before she offered a breathless,
"Fine,"
and turned to hurry away. "Wait!" I called, taking a few steps in the direction she'd fled. I rounded the bush and scanned the park in search of the red-headed beauty. She was nowhere to be found. I shuffled back into the clearing we'd met in, easing onto the bench as I rubbed my palms on my pant legs. Her touch had been bizarre. Emotions had welled in me that I hadn't felt in years. Some that I'd never felt at all. I stared at the spot in which she'd stood, not understanding what had just happened. But I was determined to find out. Whatever happened, I had to find that redhead.
Chapter 3. Sarah. My heart still thudded hard against my ribs as I hurried away from the man whose soul I'd just seen. A variety of emotions swirled within me, some of them mine, some of them his. The sensation brought tears to my eyes as I tried to process all of it. Soul glimpses weren't always clear, but I'd seen a variety of intimate moments that had told me he'd lived a life of sorrow. It had hardened his heart, and that broke mine. Hurt humans could close off faster than a speeding bullet, and healing often took them ages. Despite their generally resilient nature, damage could be done that stuck with them forever. I'd now seen it firsthand. He'd called after me when I'd scurried away from him, unable to face everything I'd just seen and needing to process. I hadn't turned around, though. I couldn't. I was never supposed to see any of that. My stupid idea to save the hurt bird had put me in a bad position. No good deed goes unpunished, as they say. Footsteps followed behind me after the man called to me. I crouched toward the grass and shot skyward, allowing my wings to carry me from the situation. I rarely ran, or more to the point, flew, away from problems. But the unexpected glimpse had left me reeling. My wings beat hard, driving me into the cooler upper atmosphere. I fluttered over to my favorite perch and landed. A hawk fluttered its wings in annoyance at me for disturbing its peace high above the city. I folded my own wings against my back as I crouched, squeezing my eyes closed as tears stung them. The easiest thing for me to do was allow all of his emotions to burn through me. And when I say easiest, I don't mean easy by any means. But in particularly painful soul glimpses, there are two ways to handle things: a slow burn or a fast flame. Slow burns allowed the recipient to experience the emotions from the glimpse in pieces, but they welled inside of them until they were released. The fast flame meant they burned intensely through the recipient before they were released. Choosing this option meant allowing his emotions to engulf me entirely for a moment, a torrent of pain and sorrow that threatened to drown me. I'd done it before, knowing that letting the feelings simmer would only prolong my agony. But it never got any easier. Both had their positives and negatives. But with this situation, the strength of the emotions threatened to overwhelm me if I held them inside. The fast flame would be painful enough to make me scream, but I had to push through it to release the emotion. I prepared for the rush, my fingers wrapping around the stone ledge I perched on. The well rose higher and higher, the sensation threatening to drown my senses as fire burned through every nerve ending in my body. I gritted my teeth as the pain made me glow with a white-hot energy. As quickly as it reached every inch of my body, it began to subside. My breathing turned steadier, and my heart began to slow as the awful experience ebbed away, leaving only secondary symptoms. I groaned as a wave of nausea hit me. It passed after a few seconds. I still clung to the stone, exhaustion coursing through me. Despite allowing the emotions to pass, I still retained a memory of what I'd seen. I fluttered my eyelashes, my mind dwelling on what I'd seen. My forehead creased until I finally shook my head, jarring the visions from my brain. He was not my concern. I hadn't been meant to see any of that. I needed to focus on my mission. Emily Thompson needed my help, not this man. Plenty of people experienced pain in their lives. I couldn't help them all. In fact, I was discouraged from it. It's not that my boss didn't want people to have help, but some cases required our help, and others did not. I opened my eyes, sucking in big gulps of the crisp, cool air floating high above Crescent Bay. As a distraction, I pulled my phone from my pocket and read a few more tidbits about my charge, Emily. My smartwatch beeped, reminding me to meet her for lunch at the grill. I pulled on my gloves, determined to prevent another disaster. Time to go to work, I whispered to myself before I leapt from the building's top and returned to the city streets. I pushed through the lunchtime crowd, tightening the fabric around my hands again and again, until I reached the grill. The clatter of utensils on plates and chatter of diners filled the air as I entered and scanned the place, my nostrils detecting the scent of grilled chicken, strong herbs, and fried foods. I scanned the space until I spotted a hand waving. Emily grinned at me from a table tucked into a quiet back corner. I skirted around the other tables to reach her, sliding into the wooden seat across from her. She slid $3 forward. Here you are. Now I feel better. I chuckled as I grabbed the cash and slid it into my pocket. You didn't have to do that. Emily lifted her chin. I did more than that. My card seems to be working again, so I went ahead and paid for your lunch. I hope you're okay with the salad bar option. You did not have to do that, but thank you. And salad bar is perfect, I answered as I eyed her empty placemat. I assume you got the same? I did. Do you want to head up? She asked. I nodded, and we rose from our seats to fill our plates at the centrally located and well-stocked bar. With a heaping plate of greens, including spinach to help combat my exhaustion from the earlier experience, I spread the napkin on my lap before I grabbed hold of my fork. It slid across the slick surface of my lacy gloves. Emily studied them for a moment before she focused on her plate. She'd likely ask. Most people did, their curiosity getting the better of them. How were your labs? I asked. Fine, she answered before she cleared her throat, stabbing at a radish slice. May I ask about the gloves? Is it a fashion choice or... I shook my head, prepared to give my normal story. No, I have a rare skin condition. She stared at the black lace again for a moment before her forehead crinkled. Symptoms? Chafing, redness, sores? I glanced up at her, surprised at her inquiry. Color rose into her cheeks. Sorry, force of habit. I'm studying to be pre-med, and I'd love to go into biomedical research. Try to help people that suffer from things like you do. I see. I shook my head. None of the above. It's, tied to the nerve endings. A touch can be extremely painful. It wasn't a lie. The last touch I'd experienced this morning still stung me. And the fabric doesn't bother it? No, I answered. No, it's skin-to-skin contact. The heat and oils. Her forehead creased as she stared down at my hands. How intriguing. With a slump of her shoulders, she shook her head. I'm sorry. I don't mean to treat you as a science experiment, but it's what you hope to do. What drew you to the work? She sucked in a breath, offering me an awkward smile. I have Kalem syndrome. Again, I tried to act surprised. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's not a good diagnosis, correct? I'm surprised you've heard of it. Most people haven't. And you are correct. It's a death sentence, but I'm not dead yet. That's a very good attitude to have, Emily. And a very brave one. That's all I can do. I'm also seeking treatment. I hope to be one of the people to help test a new experimental treatment that could be groundbreaking. This new information piqued my interest. Was this how I was meant to help her? That sounds promising, I answered. She bobbed her head, taking a sip of her iced tea. I hope so. I have an appointment this afternoon with the doctor. I narrowed my eyes, hoping I could track the information to learn more. As I worked out the details in my head, her phone rang. Oh, sorry, it's my boyfriend. Do you mind? I waved to signal her to take the call, my ears prickling to hear both sides. Hey, Max, I'm at lunch.
With that woman who bought you coffee?
Emily glanced at me with a smile, unaware that I could hear Max's voice too. Yes.
Well, I don't want to keep you. I just wanted to let you know I'm running a little late. So I'll meet you at your appointment, okay?
That's perfectly fine. Slammed at work.
Yes. Professor Klein needs us to change labs at the last minute, so I'm busy prepping samples for the last-minute switch.
Ooh, sorry. Well, good luck, and I'll see you at the hospital.
Thanks, sweetie. See you soon.
The line clicked, and the call ended. Sorry about that. I like someone to go with me to my appointments in case I miss something. There's so much information. And my boyfriend, Max, is a lab assistant going into pharmaceuticals, so I value his opinion. Sounds like a great idea, I answered. I hope you get encouraging news. Thank you, she said, her eyes lingering on me for a moment. Say, this may sound strange, but would you mind if we exchange numbers? I just feel like we have a connection. Maybe it's that both of us have a rare condition, but I'd love to stay in touch. I smiled at her. The connection she felt wasn't abnormal. Of course. We exchanged contact information, storing each other's numbers into our phone, and Emily sent a test text to be sure she had it correct. Who knows, she said with a laugh. Maybe one day I can help cure your condition. I grinned at her, knowing she'd never cure me, but it was nice to know someone wanted to help. Well, that's a noble goal. We chatted over the rest of our lunch about our lives. Most of mine was made up, of course, but some of it was true. I interjected masked tidbits from my real job. Things like a friend received a promotion, and so on. My job? I was a consultant for social work cases. Almost true. I found out that she'd been seeing Max since her sophomore year when they'd met in a lab. She had a cat named Ginger, and she'd been diagnosed with Kalem's in her senior year of high school after suffering from blinding headaches that had led to her fainting. While the disease could take years to progress, and the existing treatments focused on mitigating symptoms and prolonging life, nothing could reverse or cure the syndrome. I knew that. It made my work exceptionally challenging, considering that I needed to ensure a dying woman didn't die. I'd have to look more into her treatment options with this new doctor who hoped to cure the disease. We parted ways, promising to keep in touch. Please, let me know about your appointment results today. I will, she said with a smile. I'd love your opinion on it too. Well, I may not be able to offer much on the technical side, but on the support side, I'll excel. Please reach out when you're ready. She promised to, and we parted ways. I considered following her to the hospital to spy, but decided against it. I didn't need to be caught and have to make an excuse this early in my mission. If she didn't reach out, I'd do some sleuthing on my own. I meandered back through the city streets to my apartment and closed myself into the safety of the quiet space. With the curtains drawn to block out the light, I peeled off my clothes in favor of pajamas, my fluffy robe, and a cozy blanket. After the experience this morning, I needed rest. I needed to refocus. My resolve to focus on Emily wavered as the shadow of the man's sorrow lingered in my mind, a mystery calling to me, whispering about our intertwined paths. I curled on the couch, propping my head on a pillow as a show droned on in the background. My eyes slid closed, but the moment I began to drift off to sleep, visions of the soul glimpse shot through me. They'd been burned into my brain. It would take a while to shake them. I turned the volume up to drown out one of my senses as I let my eyes slide closed again. It did the trick, and I fell asleep. The shrill ringing of my phone pulled me from my slumber. I awoke to the fluttering images from my glimpse racing through my mind as I blindly reached for my phone. The name on the screen made my heart leap. Emily. "Hello?" I answered. "Sarah," she said. "I hope this isn't a bad time." "Not at all. How did your appointment go?" "Well, that's actually what I'm calling about. I need to ask you a favor." The words intrigued me, and I was pleased she had called. I hoped whatever the favor was helped me help her. But a niggling sensation at the back of my mind made me wonder if this would somehow make my life more complicated.
Chapter 4. Chris. I ripped the tie from around my neck as I failed to tie it with my shaky hands for a third time. With a deep sigh, I leaned against the dresser before I shuffled to the armchair near the fireplace in my room and settled into it. My mind would not stop returning to the odd encounter I'd had in the park, though at this point I'd begun to wonder if I'd imagined it. When I'd arrived home, I took my blood pressure, checked my pupil dilation, heart rate, and temperature. Everything was normal. Was I suffering from some sort of stress-related delusion? I wondered if I should call Jordan Hayes, the hospital's premier psychologist. A session lying on his couch and talking about my messed-up childhood may be in order. I dismissed the idea almost immediately. I really didn't want to disclose any of those details to anyone, especially not my coworkers. Not even Lena knew the extent of what drove me to behave the way I did. And I was content to let her, and everyone, think I was just a jerk by nature. It was simpler, cleaner. Letting someone in meant unraveling threads of a past I tightly wound around my persona. And Lena, despite her insights, hadn't found the seam yet that would unravel it all. The other thing I didn't want to divulge was details about the encounter in the park. "You're losing your mind, Wright," I murmured to myself as I tightened my grip on my tie and forced myself to stand. It was just a moment. A fluke. The echo of my own voice in the empty room did little to bolster my conviction. The memory of her touch lingered, unsettling yet oddly comforting, a contradiction that gnawed at me. With a forced laugh, the sound hollow in the vast silence of my room, I crossed to the mirror, using the tie in my hand as a lifeline back to reality. I stood in front of the mirror and slid the silk under my collar. Yeah, sure, you met a beautiful redhead who unraveled years of built-up walls with a mere touch. Right. I looped the fabric around itself and finally managed to tie it. As I straightened the knot and smoothed the length against my chest, I stared into my own eyes. Insta-love. That's what they call it in the movies, right? Too bad this isn't a movie, kid. I lifted my chin, forcing the memory from my mind as I focused on reality. My reality was that I needed to get back to the hospital to have an appointment with a lovely young woman who could actually be a life partner for me rather than some flighty redhead who I wasn't even certain existed. Get yourself together, Wright. No one wants a man with delusions, no matter how rich he is. With a final check in the mirror, I vowed not to let my mind return to the incident in the park again. The promise of researching a rare medical condition helped. The excitement of tackling something no one else had been able to beat, of making progress no one else made, stirred me at the very core. And Kaden syndrome was an exceptionally intriguing condition. As I walked back to the hospital, I reminded myself of what was known about the condition. From the headaches and dizziness in the early stages to loss of functions later, it could rob its patients of their normal life. And that was just the start. I'd brainstormed a number of ways to attack the condition. After multiple trials, I'd hit upon something I thought could work. It had shown promise in preliminary trials. Testing it on someone with a disease made my stomach flutter. I could cure a condition. The automatic doors whipped open as I approached the hospital and ducked out of the bright sunshine into the brightly lit lobby. I crossed to the elevator bank and took it to the top floor where my lab was housed. My keys jangled as I palmed them and searched for the correct one to unlock my sanctuary. I still had some time to review my notes and take a look at some of the preliminary samples under the microscope again. I plopped down on the stool and rolled closer to the advanced scope and loaded a slide onto the stage. I peered into the eyepieces and adjusted the knobs. The progress I saw was excellent. Almost all of the abnormal cells were now gone. With a grin, I leaned back. Hello, Nobel Prize. Pleased with myself, I sent the stool flying to another part of the room to grab a folder and make a few notes, before footsteps in the hall alerted me to my patient's arrival. I emphatically tapped my pen against the paper as I punctuated my sentence, and flicked the folder shut just when the door to my lab creaked open. I snapped my gaze to the door, the smile still on my lips, though it faded quickly. 2 figures stood in my door, not one. My eyebrows knitted as I rose. Emily! Hello. Emily slicked a lock of hair behind her ear as she offered me a shy smile.
Dr. Wright, good to see you again.
How many times do I have to tell you to call me Chris? My eyes naturally slid to the man next to her. Is there something I can help you with?
Oh, sorry. This is my boyfriend, Max Harper. Max, this is Dr. Chris Wright.
Boyfriend? My nose wrinkled at the added twist. She hadn't mentioned a boyfriend before. Still, I could probably offer more than him. He shoved his hand forward, a bright smile on his features.
I'm really excited to meet you. Emily and I are both pre-med, so it's really great to meet a doctor who's been through it. Especially one with your apparent research prowess.
I didn't like this guy at all. His overzealous attitude made me want to vomit. But I'd push forward with my plan anyway. Well, why don't we make ourselves comfortable? I suggested, gesturing to the plastic chairs that sat near my desk. As Emily and Max settled into them, I skirted the desk and eased into my executive chair, perfect for the long hours I often kept when I was onto something. The supple leather molded to me. I've got really great news. I've just checked the samples again, and things are looking even more promising than I expected. Emily grinned at me.
That is excellent news.
I bobbed my head at her.
When do you think we'll be able to begin a trial?
She asked. I opened my mouth with the answer I'd prepared when Max leaned forward and interrupted.
Before we talk about that, can we go over the expected side effects and some of the details in terms of what to expect?
I tensed my jaw as I balanced my elbows on my desk, trying to suppress a sigh. Well, there are a variety of things that could happen. That doesn't mean any of these will happen. Max nodded.
Understood, but it's good to be prepared.
Actually, I would prefer not to disclose those, because once they're out, sometimes patients can exhibit a hyper-awareness, worry about every little thing.
Emily doesn't tend to be a hypochondriac. But if there are things we can look out for,
Max said. I held up a hand to stop him. I understand, and from what I've seen, Emily is a trooper. She probably wouldn't complain even if she experienced some side effects, but...
You want the data to be pure.
Emily answered.
You want to know what I'm reporting is because I'm really experiencing it, rather than assuming I'm experiencing it.
Right, I said with a nod and a smile. Emily understood my reasoning. That's why I liked her.
yes, I understand, but this is highly unusual,
Max answered.
And Emily's risking being unprepared after receiving treatment for what may occur in the minutes, hours, and days following it. Knowing would allow her to plan.
I swallowed hard. This guy wasn't going to let up. Well, I was thinking maybe Emily could stay with me during the trial. That way I'd be there most of the time to monitor her. And I have a staff so she'd never be alone even when I'm not there. Emily shifted in her seat, her surprise obvious.
Oh, Dr. Wright, I couldn't do that.
She still wasn't calling me Chris, and now she was balking about my suggestion. I'd suspected she would.
I'm not certain that's a great plan either.
Well, I'm reasonably close to campus, just on the opposite side of the park in the Havenwood Manor.
Yes, I know where you live.
Emily answered, her cheeks turning a little pink.
But I still couldn't do that.
Even if she agrees to that plan, I still think she should be aware of the potential side effects,
Max argued, likely livid that I'd make the suggestion.
Honestly,
Emily said,
I'd be interested in knowing what to expect too.
I resisted the urge to roll my eyes as they double-teamed me. Well, they are what you'd expect from any drug. Nausea, vomiting, fatigue, headaches, dizziness, rash, lowered immune response, and we'll want to keep a close eye on your liver function, too.
Wow, that sounds like a lot.
Again, you may experience none of these, I said with a slice of my hand through the air.
Let's hope not, but I'll bear even a few of those if I can take one step closer to being cured.
That's the goal, I answered.
In terms of results, how soon can I expect to know anything?
Well, we'll do weekly blood tests.
For the liver?
For everything. And if we notice anything abnormal, we'll add blood tests. That's why staying at Havenwood Manor may be for the best. We can chat mornings and nights. Keep on top of any developing situations.
Well,
Emily said, her eyes flicking to Max.
if I can be perfectly honest.
She set her gaze on me, an apologetic smile on her features. Please do. We'll be working very closely together, so honesty is important.
I'm afraid living at Havenwood Manor may be inconvenient for all of us. Max is an important part of my support system, and having him in my daily life is crucial.
Well, there's no reason to expect you wouldn't see him on campus. I laughed, trying to minimize her concern. She offered me another smile that suggested that she didn't like my answer, but was trying to be polite.
I'm really not certain. I'm very used to my independence with my apartment. I can come and go on my own whims, have guests over.
Well, the same can apply at Havenwood. I was going for the hard sell. She tugged her lips back in a wince. But before she could answer, I interjected with another invitation. One I was sure she couldn't refuse. Why don't we discuss this further over dinner tonight? You can look around the place, see how you feel about it, and I can show you all the medical equipment that I have to make this process infinitely easier on you. She sucked in a breath, her eyes sliding sideways to Max as she reached out for his hand.
Well, that may be a good first step. Would you mind if Max came too? His opinion is important to me.
I swallowed hard, forcing a smile onto my face. No, I didn't want the idiot boyfriend tagging along. It didn't bode well for my plan. But saying no would look too suspicious.
Actually,
she said before I could choke out an affirmative.
There is someone else I'd love to invite too, if you wouldn't mind.
She stared at me with hopefulness in her brown eyes. Why don't we just invite the entire town and hold a vote? I bobbed my head up and down as the words stuck in my throat. Sure, yes, of course. If you take me up on my offer, the house will be open to any of your friends. So this dinner is a perfect way to show you how easy this will be.
Great!
She answered, her smile broadening.
This is perfect.
Absolutely, I said with a laugh that sounded hollow to my ear. I couldn't agree more, and I think you'll see how perfect life at Havenwood Manor could be. We finished up our conversation with a few more details about the treatment, the schedule of injections, and some other odds and ends before the meeting broke up. We agreed upon a time for dinner, and Max ushered Emily from my lab. I leaned back in the chair with a loud sigh, displeased with the turn of events. I called my butler to let him know about the change in plans. My dinner for 2 just became a dinner for 4. After taking care of that, I wrapped up the rest of my work before heading home to prepare for what was likely to be a tedious evening. I hoped, at the very least, that it would end with Emily living under my roof. Then I'd make sure she quickly forgot Max. I left my darkened lab behind, slinging my suit jacket over my shoulder as I strolled home in what remained of the early evening sun. As I passed through the park, a fleeting reminder of that odd encounter I'd now written off as an overwrought imagination danced in my mind. I quickly shoved it away, intent on focusing on making the evening work to my advantage. I arrived home, changed from my suit to something a little more casual, and readied for my visitors. With a brandy in my hand, I counted the minutes until the doorbell rang. Emily was prompt, as usual. My butler answered the door. Footsteps shuffled into the foyer with murmurs of greetings. I crossed to the double doors and swung them open, prepared to greet my guests. But as they were revealed, words lodged in my throat. Emily stood in the middle of the trio, flanked by Max, whose presence I'd grudgingly accepted. But it was the figure on her left that sent a jolt through me, as if lightning had struck me. The redhead from the park, an enigma made flesh, and her presence, an unexpected twist in an evening I'd meticulously planned, left me grappling to maintain any composure.
Chapter 5. Sarah. I tried to force my tired mind to focus on the words Emily had said a moment ago. The request for a favor caught my interest, making me wonder if my mission might progress faster than I had anticipated. But the prickling sensation that crept along my skin and the shiver that shook me all over made me wonder if this would hurt our cause. Was this why my new charge was considered tricky? A favor? I asked. Oh, gosh, she answered. I'm so sorry. I feel like a heel. I shouldn't have called. No. I rushed to answer as I sat up and swung my legs over the couch as though the new position would somehow help me strategically. I'm glad you did, and I'm happy to help in any way I can. I just wondered why someone you bought coffee for less than 12 hours ago thought it was okay to call and ask for a favor. I chuckled. Not at all. I was asleep, that's all. Oh, geez, she moaned. I woke you. Oh, now I really do feel awful. Don't think anything of it, I said. I must have dozed off without realizing it. I guess the show I picked wasn't very interesting. What did you need? You know, when I called you, I felt so much better about this than I do right now. She offered a nervous chuckle. Did you ever have that happen? Something just seems like the best idea in the world until you go to execute it. I grabbed hold of the necklace hanging around my neck, my fingers tracing the intricacies of the key on the end of the chain. All the time. But I've learned something. It's sort of a secret, but I'm happy to share. Please do, because right now I'm feeling like an idiot, and the face Max is making at me is making me feel worse. Well, I've learned that those gut feelings, the ones that drive us to make a decision, they're usually right. So if you had a sudden thought that this was a good idea, it probably is. Emily sighed on the other end of the line. You really have a nice way of making people feel at ease. Hey, it's part of my job, I answered. It wasn't a lie. Okay, well, I guess I'll go ahead with my odd request, and then you can see if your secret still holds true. Shoot, what's the request? Come to dinner with us tonight, she answered. My brow furrowed. It was hardly an odd thing to ask, though a bit impromptu, maybe. Before I could answer, she continued. The doctor handling the experimental treatment invited us to dinner to discuss more about it, and about the potential of staying with him while he completes the treatment. I cocked my head at the detail, curious about it. And for some reason, I just, thought it would be really great to get your opinion. You know, as a social worker, you may be able to offer some insight on how this may work for me in terms of the mental end, rather than the physical one that he's focused on. Right, I said with a bob of my head. Yes, I could definitely do that. The gut feeling I'd gotten must have been meant. This clearly affected her life moving forward. This medical treatment could be the thing that saved her. Or it could be something that would harm her. I'd have to monitor the situation closely. I'd been warned that this case was tricky, so I'd have to tread carefully and with as much information as I could gather. So, you'll come? Yes, I will, of course. You said tonight? What time? 6, she answered. Is that enough time for you? I'm sorry, I just had the opportunity to call. I checked the glowing numbers on the clock under the television. Yes, plenty of time. I just need to change. Where should I meet you? Havenwood Manor. Do you know it? Who didn't? The sprawling house sat on the edge of the park I'd been in earlier, where the incident had occurred. I'd walked past it many times, always getting a sense of melancholy from the place, though I never knew why. Maybe I'd find out the reason tonight. Yep, I know it. See you there soon. Great, Sarah. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. Of course, happy to help. Speak soon. I ended the call and blew out a long breath. With precious few ideas on how to ensure my dying charge lived, I may have just stumbled upon a lucky break. A doctor with a treatment that could cure her, and I didn't have to worm my way into getting information from her about it. Instead, I'd been invited. Things were looking up. I rose from the couch, folded my blanket, and tossed it across the back before I retreated to my room, swapping my tunic and leggings for a casual dress and flats. I dug a matching pair of gloves from my drawer and tugged them on before I grabbed my handbag. Exiting my apartment, I ventured into the brisk spring evening. The day's warmth had dissipated, replaced by a cool breeze that hinted at the impending arrival of a cold front. I shivered, wishing I would have brought a sweater. I considered turning back for it, but changed my mind, not wanting to be late. Angels hated cold. Actually, angels couldn't handle very cold weather. Humans were much hardier than us when it came to that. I took a moment to feel for all those angels who'd been stationed in cold weather climates. Only special ones were sent there. I continued along with my arms wrapped around me to fend off the chilly breeze. The cool air stopped blowing when I rounded the corner, thankfully. I scurried across the street and made my way through the park, deliberately avoiding the place where I'd had my unexpected soul glimpse. I didn't need any reminders of that right now. Not when I needed my focus to be entirely on Emily. Havenwood Manor emerged through the spring foliage, its imposing silhouette looming against the fading twilight. Emily and a man, presumably Max, awaited me at the ornate wrought iron gates that guarded the estate. I raced across the street and down the sidewalk to them. A grin crossed her features as she spotted me. Sarah, thank you so much for coming. As I approached, She reached to pull me into a hug. I made certain to avoid her skin brushing against mine before I pulled back. She motioned to the man at her side. "This is my boyfriend, Max." He adjusted his glasses before he reached for my hand to shake it.
Nice to meet you. Emily told me all about your help earlier.
Oh, it was no problem. And it seems like it was serendipity. Well, again, I apologize for being so needy, but I feel like we connected right away. Maybe it's the whole disease thing. She tugged her lips into a wince as she said it, as though she felt terrible admitting it. It does help to find someone who understands, who's gone through something similar. I will admit, though, that my trials are likely nothing compared to yours. She wrinkled her forehead. There's really no way to compare pain. I mean, I can't imagine never being able to touch anyone. That must be difficult. I offered her a smile. Yes, it is, but I've grown used to it. Does it affect your entire body or only your hands? Emily asked. Max smacked her arm.
Emily!
Sorry, again. Force of habit. It's all right, I answered. All of my skin. That's why I was a bit awkward with the hug. Of course, she said with a nod. I understand. Well, looks like it's time. We should head in. I nodded as I followed them down the walk to the large house. I glanced up at the manor looming over us like a shadowy sentinel, its silhouette etched against the twilight sky. Creeping ivy climbed the dark facade, covering some of the ebony facade that added to its brooding charm. I cocked my head at the gargoyle staring down at us from its perch near a turret that reached skyward like a gnarled finger. Another gust of icy wind rushed past, sending a shiver down my spine as we climbed the steps to the porch, and Emily rang the bell. We waited for a moment before the door swung open. An elderly man greeted us, ushering us into the warm foyer. I took a moment to appreciate being out of the cooler weather, as I said hello to the butler. The man clasped his hands in front of him with a nod.
Dr. Wright will be with you momentarily.
Thank you, Emily said as she let her eyes rise to take in the opulent foyer, laden with the scent of aged wood and polished brass. The grand doors to our right creaked open, revealing Dr. Wright standing in the threshold, his expression frozen in surprise as his gaze fell upon me. I knew why immediately. Hovering in the doorway was the man whose soul I'd glimpsed earlier. And judging by the look on his face, he recognized me. My stomach twisted into a tight knot, and I felt the need to get away from this situation immediately. The emotions he'd imprinted on me welled again, threatening to rise up for a second time. Despite the fast flame I'd endured earlier, his memories would never leave me. They could fade in time, but I hadn't had enough time for them to dim. I couldn't focus on Emily, so I'd make a hasty exit and find another way. A smile curled the doctor's lips slightly as he finally forced his eyes from me to Emily.
Emily, Max, so glad you could join me. And please introduce me to your friend.
His gaze focused on me again as he spoke the final word. If I hadn't seen some of his soul, I'd have been concerned by the way he eyed me as a wolf searching for its next meal. This is Sarah Lightwood, Emily said. Sarah, this is Dr. Chris Wright. I reached my gloved hand forward with a slight smile. Dr. Wright, what a pleasure to meet the man who's poised to help Emily.
Please, call me Chris,
he said as he gripped my hand and pumped it. The warmth of his skin burned through my gloves, but at least I didn't receive any additional peeks into his life. But even without a glimpse, some of his emotions roiled inside me as I stared into those brown eyes. I forced another fleeting smile, his hand lingering on mine longer than it should have, before he finally let go.
Well, shall we head inside for a cocktail before dinner?
He motioned to the sitting room he'd emerged from a moment ago, and we shuffled in behind him.
Emily, what'll you have?
Oh, just a small sherry, thank you. Emily replied with a hesitant smile. Chris poured it and passed it off as Max requested a Scotch neat.
And you, Sarah?
I pulled my eyes from the parquet floor. Oh, nothing for me, thank you.
Nothing? Not even a small brandy? I'm not trying to get you drunk, I promise.
The grin he offered me made me smile in spite of myself. All right, as long as you promise. His smile broadened, and he poured the drink, then passed it to me. I raised the glass in a silent thank you before I took a tiny sip. Shifting in my seat, I chewed my lower lip as I unleashed one of my angel tricks. With a bit of concentration, I could make my cell phone ring. It split the silence still stretching between us. I set the glass down and leapt to my feet as I tugged it from my purse. Oh, excuse me, I need to take this. I strode from the room and pressed the phone to my ear, talking to no one as I said, "Hello?" With the door pulled shut behind me, I paced back and forth with the phone pressed to my ear, waiting a few seconds before I would end my supposed call, return to the sitting room, and announce my untimely departure after a promise to catch up with Emily tomorrow. As I considered the unfolding events, I contemplated the complexities of this particular case. From what I'd glimpsed, Dr. Christopher Wright had tendencies to make misguided bids in a desperate search for some sort of acceptance. I wondered if that was the source of the invitation for Emily to live at Havenwood Manor. Was he in search for affection from her, in return for his treatment? I'd have to find out, but after I'd allowed his emotions to settle inside me. As I twisted on my heel to pace in the other direction, the door to the sitting room popped open. I forced my eyes from it as I nodded. Yes, of course. I'll be there as soon as I can. I pulled the phone from my ear and ended my call before I shoved the phone in my purse and spun to find Chris's eyes boring into me.
Problem?
No, I said with a forced smile. Just work. I'm afraid I'm not able to stay. Thank you for your hospitality. Could you let Emily know I'll catch up with her tomorrow? I stepped toward the towering oak doors leading outside when Chris slid in front of me.
I'm sorry, I can't let you leave.
My heart skipped a beat at the words. I was about to witness firsthand some of Chris Wright's bad decisions play out.
Chapter 6. Chris. My eyes lingered on the redhead as I passed her drink off to her. That slight smile she offered was almost as captivating as her touch had been earlier. Knowing she was real, that she existed and I hadn't made her up, well, that changed everything. I sipped my brandy, eyeing her over the rim of the glass. Something shifted within me, igniting a fervor that eclipsed any of the fleeting interest I had in pursuing Emily. Emily remained interesting only in as far as the medical mystery she presented. Outside of that, I had no other attraction. Instead, my mind raced with newfound possibilities. Before I could act on any of them, Sarah's phone split the silence in the room. She set her glass down as she rose and freed her phone from her purse, scanning the display.
Oh, excuse me, I need to take this.
She strode from the room, pressing the phone to her ear. As the door closed behind her, I immediately felt her absence, like a piece of my heart had been ripped out. Why did she have such a profound effect on me? Questions raced through my mind as I stared at the ornate doors leading into my foyer.
The house is really lovely,
Emily said. I murmured as I took a sip of my brandy, my eyes focused on the stained oak separating me from Sarah. Thank you.
It's certainly big enough,
Max added. I ignored the comment as I set my drink down and crossed the room. I just want to make certain Sarah doesn't need to take her call in my private study. As I pulled open the doors, I found her pacing in my foyer.
Yes, of course. I'll be there as soon as I can.
I narrowed my eyes at her. She was trying to escape. How she'd planned that phone call was beyond me, but it was all too convenient. She'd run from me earlier, taking a piece of my heart with her, and now she threatened to do it again. I wasn't about to let her go, not again. Not before I could learn more about her. She ended her call and turned toward me. "Problem?" I asked. She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes.
No, just work. I'm afraid I'm not able to stay. Thank you for your hospitality. Could you let Emily know I'll catch up with her tomorrow?
She took a step toward my front door when I slid in front of her. "I'm sorry, I can't let you leave." She stopped short, her eyes going slightly wider. I grinned at her, trying to ease the tension between us. With the connection we'd shared earlier, I wanted to erase any strain completely. But her doe-eyed fear when we bumped into each other still lingered in my mind. What had frightened her? "I just mean you should have dinner first." She pressed her lips together as she glanced at her phone.
Really, duty calls.
"What is it you do?"
I'm a social work consultant.
I flicked my eyebrows up. Social workers rarely had emergencies to race off to. They weren't ER doctors. With the hospital?
No, a private firm.
Which one? She shifted her weight from foot to foot.
Heavenly Helpers.
I narrowed my eyes. Really? Heavenly Helpers has emergency calls outside of business hours? That's surprising.
It's an odd case.
I tugged a corner of my lips back into a sly grin. She wasn't being truthful, but she wasn't going to get away that easily. "Surely not odd enough that you can't eat. I promise, the food is tasty. I'm certain they won't expect your report until the morning, and I vow to have you home by 10. She licked her lips before she raised those blue eyes to mine.
I suppose I can stay for the meal.
"Excellent," I answered, my smile broadening. As I slid my arm around her shoulders, she seemed to stiffen. What was it about me that made her this nervous? Maybe she was the nervous type. Maybe she was an introvert. Before we could go back into the sitting room, my butler strode into the foyer to announce dinner. "What excellent timing," I said. "Let's get Emily and Max, shall we?" Why did I feel so close to this woman? I couldn't explain it, but I did. It was as though we'd been a couple forever. She felt so right at my side. Until she ducked from under my arm and nodded. She really did not want me getting close. Fine. I'd win her over. I studied her for another moment before I opened the doors to the sitting room and let the others know it was time for dinner. They set their drinks down and followed me into the dining room. I'd requested the table to be set with candlelight and roses. Of course, originally, I'd intended those roses to be a lovely invitation for Emily. But now everything had changed. We settled in at the long but intimate table with Sarah on my right. Max and Emily sat on my left next to each other. They made a nicer couple than I realized.
So, what can we expect with the treatments?
Max asked as we dove into our first course. I pried my eyes away from Sarah, my curiosity about her still raging. You'll likely experience a few side effects, but I'm hoping they're minimal. It's odd because the symptoms we're trying to cure are some of the same ones you can experience from this treatment. But the difference will be they are temporary. I'd say they'd be concentrated to hours to days from each treatment.
How often are the injections?
Emily asked. I'd like to start off fairly aggressively with injections once per week. If you tolerate those, we'll increase to twice per week.
And if she doesn't?
Max questioned. I lifted my wine glass, my gaze flicking to Sarah, who listened intently to the conversation but remained quiet. If she doesn't, we'll lower the frequency of injections.
I'll try my best to tolerate them,
Emily answered.
Do you believe it'll still work at the lower rate if we have to?
Yes, though I'd like to produce results as quickly as possible and assess if we need to tweak anything. Emily bobbed her head before she slid her eyes to Sarah.
Sarah, do you have any thoughts?
The redhead finally lifted her eyes from her plate.
I think it sounds like it's worth a try. I hope it's successful.
I'll make sure it is, I said, smiling as she finally glanced at me. I wanted to portray the confidence I had in my treatment, not just for Emily, but for Sarah. I was a skilled doctor, and I had hoped that impressed her.
Well, it sounds like you're committed. That's important.
Oh, I am, I answered, my eyes never leaving hers. And I think you'll find when I'm committed to something, I do whatever it takes to achieve my goal. I meant the words as much for her as I did for Emily. I was committed to this woman. Our brief encounter had been unlike anything I'd experienced before, and I was committed to finding out everything about her, to making her mine. I needed her energy in my life. The warmth her touch had given me burned a hole into my heart that I couldn't fill without her.
Well, that's commendable.
She answered.
Although it's not me you need to convince.
Emily offered a polite smile.
Well, I'm certainly pleased with your candor. I suppose we just need to discuss living arrangements.
Max set his fork down, sliding his eyes sideways to his girlfriend as she spoke. Emily pressed her lips together before she drew them back in a wince.
And your house is so lovely, but I still think living here may be uncomfortable for us all.
I sucked in a breath as I settled back in my seat and nodded. Okay. Max furrowed his brow, a puzzled expression on his features. Weren't you pretty insistent earlier about Emily staying here? Don't you have the same concerns? With a tight-lipped smile, I let my gaze drift toward Sarah before I flicked it back to Max. Well, circumstances change, don't they? It's apparent Emily doesn't think it's the best idea, and she's the one who needs to be comfortable while these treatments go on. If that's achieved in her own space, so be it. Max eyed me for another moment before he answered. Yes, I've always thought that too, but you were so insistent earlier. I just figured you'd put up more of a fight. After all, you invited us to dinner tonight to convince us. I shrugged casually. And I failed. I'll take the loss on this one, but I won't take the loss on this trial. Believe that. And if you change your mind, Havenwood Manor is always open to you. I waved a finger in the air. In fact, it's open to any of you. If Emily finds she'd prefer to stay here and wants her support system, I've got plenty of room. I glanced at Sarah again, gauging her reaction. A slight furrow of her eyebrows suggested she was deep in thought. Was it about what life would be like here? I cocked my head as I studied her, noticing the gloves she still wore. Are you cold? She lifted her eyes to mine, those crystal blue orbs cutting right through me.
No.
I could have Smithers light the fire. It's getting colder outside, Max said. The cold front's even supposed to bring snow later this week. I could have sworn Sarah shivered involuntarily at the words. You are cold, aren't you?
Really, I'm fine.
She insisted as she set her fork across her salad plate. I focused on her hands again. But you're still wearing your gloves.
Oh, that has nothing to do with the temperature.
She answered with a polite smile. Is it a secret? I asked. She eyed me for a moment before she answered.
No, I have a rare skin condition.
What is it?
Lampert's disease.
She answered. My forehead crinkled. I'd never heard of it, and I had a specialty in rare diseases. I'd have to look it up. What are the symptoms?
Pain when being touched.
My eyebrow arched. I'd never heard of such a thing, though it explained the gloves and her reaction when we'd run into each other in the park. She hadn't been wearing the gloves when our skin touched then. How terrible. There's no cure?
No.
She answered. Well, perhaps I ought to look into this. I'm quite good with curing incurable diseases.
That's very kind, but I think you should work on Emily's treatment first. That's far more important. You deserve to be cured too, Sarah.
Emily said. I agree. Why don't you stop by my office tomorrow?
No,
She answered with a shake of her head.
but thank you. Let's focus on Emily right now.
There's no harm in me taking a look, I insisted. I wanted the chance to talk to her again and invite her to lunch or dinner to begin wooing her. With another polite smile, she dismissed the idea.
I'm busy tomorrow.
Then the next day,
We'll talk about it another time. For now, I'm certain Emily would like to discuss her treatment schedule and iron out any details with you before the end of the meal.
disappointment filled me. But I was never one to give up easily. She was a challenge, and I'd rise to it. But first, I'd work out all the details with Emily so she wouldn't have any other excuses. My mind worked through all the possibilities to secure Sarah's attentions and her affection as we created our schedule. We'd start her injections the day after tomorrow. Max protested because of his lab schedule, but I insisted after I learned that Sarah could accompany Emily. The sooner we begin, the better, I emphasized, my gaze briefly meeting Sarah's as I tried to gauge her reaction.
Why not tomorrow?
Sarah asked.
Max is available then.
I tugged a corner of my lips back, amused with this mystery of a woman. Challenge may be too kind a word for her, but I could handle it. I'd like to make a few final modifications and double-check some things, I answered as we finished our dessert. Smithers stood at the ready to offer coffee for us as everyone set down their forks.
No, thank you.
Sarah answered.
I really should be going.
My stomach twisted at the prospect of her leaving. I'd grown too comfortable with having her in Havenwood Manor. I wasn't ready to let her go. I needed more information. She rose from her seat along with Emily and Max.
We should get going too. Thank you, Dr. Wright, for a lovely dinner. I'm really looking forward to getting started with your treatments.
Max wrapped his arm around her shoulders.
Until you're experiencing those side effects.
We chuckled, though I didn't find it humorous. But I did appreciate them readying to leave, since it provided me an opportunity to stay close to Sarah. Sarah, I said as we walked to the foyer, I hate the idea of you walking home alone. I'll go with you.
That's not necessary. I'm not far.
I insist, I said as I grabbed my coat from the tree near the door. I'd like to talk to you a bit more about your condition. She offered another one of those polite smiles. I'd hoped one day those would turn to genuine grins rather than forced gestures. We'd stepped into the cool evening air. The temperatures had plunged from the pleasant day earlier. However, it wasn't too cold. We parted ways from Emily and Max at the gates to my property, and I allowed Sarah to lead the way. We crossed to the park. My heart longed to return to the spot we'd met in earlier, but I'd noticed Sarah deliberately avoided it, taking a slightly longer route instead. As we exited to the sidewalk and continued our trek, I noticed her shiver again. You are cold,
I'm not a fan of cold weather.
she answered. I slid my jacket off. Does that have to do with Lampert's syndrome, or is it just a preference? She snapped her gaze to me as I put my coat around her shoulders. This time her smile appeared genuine as she tugged it a little tighter.
A little of both, I guess.
Okay, so sensitivity to touch and cold. I bobbed my head as I made mental notes while my mind tried to build solutions. It was an interesting puzzle, even if I wasn't interested in her beyond this. But I was. I was vastly interested in feeling that warmth that I'd experienced earlier. For the first time in my life, I wanted to have feelings. Not calculated ones, but real ones.
It's very nice that you're so interested, but I've been to dozens of doctors, and there's no cure.
I smirked at her. But none of those doctors were me. She laughed, and I'd reveled in the sound and the fact that I'd been the one who had elicited it from her.
You are confident, aren't you?
Sorry, it's my curse. She offered me a fleeting smile, her eyes betraying an emotion I couldn't read. I wanted to ask her what she was thinking, but I didn't think she'd bare her soul to me this soon. But one day, I promised myself, one day she would.
Well,
She said as she came to a stop and glanced up at the building behind her.
this is me.
She shrugged my jacket off and handed it back.
Thank you.
Well, I should walk you to your door. Make sure you make it safely. And warmly. I wrapped the jacket around her again and motioned her to the building. We climbed the stairs and she tugged the door open, slipping inside.
You really don't have to do this.
Secretly, I just wanted to know where you live.
Oh?
She answered, though she didn't seem afraid. Now I can send you flowers. I grinned at her as she pressed the elevator button. She offered a smile that said she didn't believe me. She would tomorrow morning. As the doors whooshed open, I logged a mental note to send her a bouquet of roses with a note making my interest in her clear. We stepped into the elevator and she pressed the button for the top floor. 8th floor, I said. I bet you have a decent view of the area.
I like high places.
I couldn't stop the smile from spreading across my lips as I added this to my catalog of information, my mind racing with ideas. A trip to the Eiffel Tower, perhaps, or a helicopter tour of the city. Just as we passed the 4th floor, the elevator shuddered to a halt, the lights flickering ominously before plunging us into darkness. My heart quickened, and I glanced at Sarah as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, wondering how she would react to our unexpected predicament. Her cell phone flared to life, glowing against her alabaster skin as she reached forward and tapped the button next to the 8, as though it would help. But we weren't moving, and we weren't going to. We were stuck together in the elevator, and I couldn't have planned it better if I tried.
Chapter 7. Sarah. Shivering, I tugged the jacket tighter around me as we strolled to my apartment building. I'd appreciated the gesture when Chris had wrapped it around me, a small act of kindness that hinted at the goodness within him, buried beneath layers of control and uncertainty. He had a good heart, whether he realized it or not. Unfortunately, he'd also exhibited several other behaviors I'd noticed when we'd touched. With his history, he preferred control over most situations. He'd insisted I stay for dinner. My leaving hadn't been part of his plan, and he'd desperately fought to ensure that I stay. I'd given in because the important thing was that he cure Emily. Whatever I had to do to facilitate that, I would do. She was, after all, my charge, and I had to make certain to keep her alive. What confounded me, though, had been his odd reaction to her refusing to live with him. I was certain it was his endgame. Max had thought so too, based on his comments at the table. Why Chris had so easily given up surprised me. And then the insistence on walking me home. Two things that didn't add up. We reached my building, and I slid off his jacket, trying to ignore the way his presence seemed to fill the small space, almost suffocating me with its intensity. He replaced it around my shoulders, insisting that he walk me to the door. His odd behavior continued, but perhaps I could use it to my advantage to learn more about him. It seemed his fate was intertwined with Emily's, so that meant it was of interest to me. We climbed the stairs, and I pulled open the door, hesitating for a moment before speaking. You really don't have to do this.
Secretly, I just want to know where you live.
Oh? I asked, though I had every suspicion about what was happening here.
Now I can send you flowers.
He grinned at me as I pressed the elevator call button. I offered him a dubious smile, my suspicions confirmed with his statement. He'd paid an unusual amount of attention to me during the dinner. His emotions still swirled inside of me, but as they'd calmed slightly after the shock of seeing him, I'd started to analyze his behavior. Using the knowledge I'd accidentally gotten from my soul glimpse, I'd assumed Emily's treatments would be contingent on her pandering to his whims, that he'd use his treatment to pursue her romantically. Yet it was now becoming clear he'd set his sights on me. That couldn't happen. We stepped into the elevator, and I pressed the button for my floor.
8th floor.
He said,
I bet you have a decent view of the area.
I like high places. A smile spread across his face as though he'd discovered my darkest secret. He hadn't a clue. The elevator tugged us upward. I had quite a bit to process after we parted at my apartment. As we passed the 4th floor, the elevator shook before it ground to a halt. The lights flickered before they finally went out. My heart stopped along with the lift, and I tugged my phone from my purse, toggling the display on to light the space. I pressed the button again, hoping it would revive the elevator. It didn't. I slid my eyes sideways to Chris. We were stuck here. Together. My wings rustled against my back, a nervous twitch. Thankfully, Chris didn't seem to notice. I tapped the button a few more times before Chris stepped forward.
I don't think that's going to work.
In the dim light, he opened the panel and dug the emergency phone from the box. With a shake of his head, he tossed it back inside.
Nothing.
What? I asked, this time stopping my wings from fluttering again. I grabbed the phone and pressed it to my ear. He was right. It was dead. You'd think they'd maintain these things. I tightened my fingers around my cell phone, prepared to call the building manager or a higher power, but I had no service. No service. Do you have any? He pulled his phone from his pocket and shook his head, flashing the display to me as if to prove it.
Nothing.
I shifted my weight from foot to foot. I preferred not to be stuck in the elevator with Dr. Chris Wright. It could lead to all sorts of problems, but it seemed I didn't have a choice.
They'll figure it out soon enough.
Chris said.
Until then, we should probably settle in.
He collapsed onto the floor and patted the tile next to him. I tapped at my phone again, trying to make contact.
Sarah, you don't have a signal. That's useless.
No, I murmured as I waved my phone around in search of a signal. No, I have to get hold of someone. He crinkled his nose as he stared at me from his spot on the floor.
Are you claustrophobic?
I shifted my weight as I struggled to keep my breathing steady. No, I left the statement hanging as I tried my phone again. I needed time alone. It had been less than 24 hours since my soul glimpse into Chris's spirit. It had been so intense I needed rest and space away from him. Soul glimpses took a toll on me, but somehow this one was different. He climbed to his feet and approached me.
You are, aren't you?
I shifted again, my eyebrows pinching as I raised my gaze to his. I'm fine. Concern covered his features, etched into every line of his face. I cocked my head, surprised at it. I expected him to give me that self-assured grin as he tried to find a way to use the situation to his advantage.
Hey.
He said as he reached toward me, his voice soft. Instinctively, I stepped back. Sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry about, but we should sit down. Take some deep breaths.
Really, I'm okay. I need to get a hold of someone to let them know, that's all.
Sarah.
He said, his voice calm and even.
Someone will come. Let's sit down.
My fingers tightened around my phone as I studied his face. He seemed earnest. I bobbed my head as I eased myself to the floor.
Good. That's good. Can you take some deep breaths?
I'm okay, really. I'm not really afraid of confined spaces.
The dark?
He asked as my phone timed out and the glow lighting the space disappeared. No, I said, though darkness wasn't something angels did well with either. But we tolerated it. We just much preferred the light. I'm just very tired,
Tough day?
he asked. Something like that, I answered, hoping he didn't ask about our encounter in the park. I added more information, hoping to steer the conversation away from that moment. I got a new case today. It's very tricky.
Oh. No offense, but I've never seen the point of social work.
My laugh echoed in the small elevator, though I'd not meant for it to slip out. Given everything that I'd seen today in my glimpse, I wasn't surprised by his comment. Well, I assure you, it does have a place. People need a variety of help,
But it's nothing compared to medicine.
he answered. What drew you to the work? I asked. He sucked in a breath.
I think it was the chance to control things.
That made sense. He replaced so much of his life with control, thinking it would make things easier for him, when it only made it so much worse. But control is merely an illusion.
That's where you're wrong, Sarah. Control can be invigorating. Saving someone who's dying? There's nothing better than that.
Is it control that you crave? Or validation? He didn't answer, instead changing the subject.
What made you want to be a social worker?
It's just what happened.
Just what happened. You had choices, Sarah. Why did you pick this one?
I licked my lips as I considered an answer. Angels had assignments, not choices. But we were placed where we could do the most good, where our unique talents would be put to the best use. I enjoy helping people, guiding them, making sure things work out.
I see. Is that how you found Emily?
No, we ran into each other at a coffee shop. We bonded over having these odd conditions,
You'll lose your bond soon.
he said.
When I cure her.
You are very optimistic.
I am.
He shifted closer, his warmth radiating. I stopped myself from shifting away, afraid it would lead to a conversation I didn't want to have, though I feared an accidental touch in the dark that would lead to another glimpse.
Sarah, are you okay?
Yes, I said, wondering if he sensed my higher body temperature. Angels typically ran several degrees warmer than humans due to the energy radiating within us.
Do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
You've been asking them most of the night, I responded. He chuckled, his head thudding against the wall behind him.
I didn't say anything at dinner, but I recognized you from our encounter in the park, and something weird happened there. Why did you...
The lights flickered on, and the elevator whirred to life, tugging upward again. I grinned as I scrambled to my feet. We're saved! He climbed to his feet, his elation obviously less than mine.
Yeah, hey, can we...
The elevator doors whooshed open, interrupting him again, and I stepped out immediately and made the short trip to my door. Well, here we are.
Apartment 8B.
He murmured as he stared at the brass letters on my door. That's me. Make sure you get it right when you send those flowers, I said as I dug in my purse for my keys. I could usually open my door without them, but I wasn't about to try that trick with a human present. I shoved the key into the lock and pushed the door open before I stepped inside. Well, thank you for walking me home. I handed his jacket back to him. Good night, Dr. Wright,
Chris.
he reminded me as he hovered in my doorway. Good night, Chris. For a moment, I wondered if he would lean forward for a kiss, I didn't want to see more of his soul, though, so I offered him a polite smile and began to close the door. He blocked it, stopping my heart for a second.
Good night, Sarah.
I nodded and pushed the door closed as he released his grip on it. I flicked the lock before I collapsed against the barrier and blew out a long breath. Memories of what I'd seen flashed through my mind again, and I finally allowed myself to process them. I'd shoved them to the back of my consciousness while in his presence. I couldn't deal with them then, but I needed to process them now. As Emily's doctor, I'd see him again, and again. At least while she had her treatments. I'd need to keep my cool. One image crystallized in my mind. Chris as a small boy with his father, a hard, harsh figure whose words cut deeper than any physical wound. The man had taught him that control was the best thing to maintain at all times. It had been followed up by a moment where Chris had dared to show vulnerability, only to be met with a swift reprimand. His father's face contorted with anger, his voice sharp and cutting as he pinched his son's jaw between his thumb and forefinger.
Men don't cry, Chris. They don't show weakness. If you want to succeed in this world, you have to be strong. You have to be in control. Bend others to your will. That's how you win.
A pang of empathy coursed through my heart for young Chris, trapped in a world where vulnerability was equated with failure, and where success meant control. It explained why he so desperately clung to his manipulative ways, why he struggled to let his guard down. The irony was his father's teachings about control had stifled his ability to truly connect with others. It led to a cycle of fear and repression that had left him isolated and alone, trapped behind the walls he had built around his heart. The memory faded, and I sucked in a breath. He would be difficult to deal with, but understanding his motivations would make it easier. And maybe I could help him too. Maybe I could show him that it was okay to be human, to feel and love without reservation, to help him break free of the chains of his past. I sucked in a breath as I pulled myself away from the door, forcing myself to change and seek sleep. As I snuggled under the covers, my mind turning to Chris, my phone glowed to life with a new message. My heart skipped a beat as I read the words. Sometimes, getting too close leads to unexpected consequences. A cold heat washed over me as I swallowed hard, pressing the phone to my chest. The message felt like a warning, and I knew I should heed it. But could I stop myself?
Chapter 8. Chris. I leaned back in my high-backed executive chair. My eyes narrowed as I stared at the results on the screen, annoyance creeping through me. I rolled my shoulders back as I twirled my pen between my thumb and forefinger. The scent of wood polish hung heavy in the air as the morning sun filtered through the wooden slats that covered the window of my home office. Ever since Sarah closed the door on me last night, I'd been on edge. It wasn't just because our conversation hadn't gone as planned, but because I couldn't shake this feeling of being drawn to her. It was like an addiction, and I couldn't understand why. I'd never felt anything like it, not even with Lena, the only woman who I'd asked to marry me. She turned me down flat in favor of a man who'd wasted a lot of time not committing to her when she'd needed someone the most. Was my interest in her driven by what had transpired between us in the park? Or was it merely because she seemed different than any other woman I'd ever met? I couldn't pinpoint what it was yet, but I was determined to find out. But what stared back at me on my screen made me uncomfortable. What was Sarah trying to do? My mind went over the evidence I had so far. I tapped my pen against the tablet on my desk as I tapped the keys on my laptop and sent another search into cyberspace. It returned nothing. With a heavy sigh, I rose from my seat and crossed to my library of medical books. I scanned them in search of a few volumes that were the most likely to hold answers. I loaded them into my arms and crossed back to my desk, piling them on top. Smithers pushed into the office as I ran my finger down the index list.
More coffee, sir?
Yes, I answered, my eyes not leaving the page. He poured it from the silver pot he carried before he added sugar and cream.
Is there anything else, sir?
I finally lifted my eyes to him. What time is it?
10:15.
You requested the flower delivery for first thing this morning, right?
Yes, sir. At the earliest available slot. I paid double to make certain yours were delivered first, as you requested.
I bobbed my head. Good. And you were sure to put my cell number on the note?
Yes, sir.
I tugged one corner of my lips back into a smile as I tapped my fingertips together. Excellent. Thank you. That'll be all. He nodded before he strode from the room, leaving me alone again. I grabbed my phone and checked for messages. Nothing yet. With a deep sigh, I delved deeper into my research. I pored over every resource I had but found nothing. Zero traces of anything called Lambert's disease. I tried every known spelling. I'd even looked under Lambert's disease in case I misheard her. But there was nothing. Not even a hint of the condition she described, which left me with a burning mystery. Why had she lied to me? What was the real meaning behind the gloves? I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Sarah's story than she was letting on. It was like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. Why couldn't I find anything on Lambert's disease? I sucked in a breath as I leaned back in my chair. What are you up to, Sarah? My phone chimed as if it was responding to my rhetorical question. I snapped forward, snatching it from the desk as my heart thudded against my ribs. A slight smile crossed my features as I spotted the unknown number. I swiped in to read the message.
Hi, this is Sarah. Thank you for the flowers. They are beautiful.
I quickly saved the contact into my phone before I answered her. You're welcome. Are you avoiding my question? I'd included a specific query on the note that accompanied the flowers. It seemed like she deliberately avoided it. I drummed my fingers against the desk as I waited for a response. It was more critical than ever since I needed information. My phone chimed, and I swiped into it to read her message.
I'm not avoiding it, but I'm afraid the answer has to be no.
I read the last word, my heart sinking. No, I murmured at the phone. No, you can't say no! Why are you saying no? My trembling thumbs raced across the virtual keyboard. Why not? My schedule's flexible. I can meet you any time for lunch, or we could make it dinner. Come on, Sarah. I chewed my lower lip as I waited for a response, my knee bobbing up and down under the desk. With my eyes fixed on the screen, I reached for my coffee, slurping it down for a distraction. The device's beep sent me scurrying to put my cup down and grab the phone. I read the message, my heart sinking.
I'm busy today, remember?
Yeah, I remember, but I need you to change your schedule. I need to see you. Yes, I remember you saying that, but you need to eat. I sent the message on its way, then finished my coffee. After another alert from my phone, I grabbed it, disappointed to find the message from Lena, not Sarah.
Right, I need you in the ER today. See you in 30. 20 if you can.
I heaved a sigh and shook my head. I didn't want to work the ER today, not after yesterday. How many more sunburns could I treat before I lost my mind? I shook my head, planning to ignore the message if I convinced Sarah to meet with me. Her message came through next.
Don't worry, Doctor. I will be sure to eat. Thanks again for the flowers.
My nostrils flared as I slammed my fist on the desk, a curse escaping my lips. I nearly tossed my phone across the room, but stopped myself. I have to step up my game. And I would. I had her number, I knew where she lived. I'd convince her to go to dinner with me. Right after, I reported to my ER shift. My nose wrinkled at the prospect, but I left Havenwood Manor behind and made my way through the much colder weather to the hospital. The cold snap reminded me of Sarah's aversion to cold. She'd said it was part of her disease. But she didn't seem to have a disease, at least not one I could find documented anywhere. I strode into the hospital and went straight to the on-call room to grab my white coat and stethoscope. Lena pushed into the room as I slammed my locker shut.
Good, you're here. I'm dying out there trying to cover everything.
Well, I handled it yesterday. Are you finally ready to admit you're not as good as I am?
Ouch, you're especially sour today, Wright. What's going on with you?
I rolled my eyes, prepared to tell her where to go, when I thought better of it. Actually, I could use your help with something. She crossed her arms.
Is this just a way to get out of ER duty?
No, I insisted. I have a patient of sorts.
Let me guess. A woman.
Yes, she is a she. I heaved a sigh. She says she has something called Lampert's disease. Ever heard of it? I could tell by Lena's expression that she hadn't.
No. What are the symptoms?
Pain with skin-to-skin contact, also sensitivity to cold. Those are the only ones I've identified so far.
Any skin-to-skin contact, or...?
Yeah, she wears gloves, avoids any touching, shivers in the cold even when it's not that chilly. The corners of her lips twisted up as she crossed her arms.
Avoids any touching, or just your touching?
That's cute, Lena, really cute.
Okay, wait. Let me see if I can nail this down a little more. Have you asked this woman on a date?
I pressed my lips together as she saw right through me. Sort of, but not really.
You can't sort of ask a woman on a date. You either did or didn't.
I did. Well, after she told me about this Lampert's disease thing.
So, in other words, you came on to her. She made up a disease to get away from you. Then you asked her out and she still turned you down. The problem here is you, Wright. She's being exceptionally creative on this one, but...
No, I said with a shake of my head. No, I witnessed the pain reaction. She's a friend of my patient Emily Thompson.
The one with Kalem syndrome?
Yep, that one. Anyway, we had dinner together last night. She wore gloves the entire time. When I asked her about it, she claimed to have a disease called Lampert's disease. I can't find a thing on it. And yes, I sent her flowers this morning and asked her to lunch. She turned me down. Why would a woman do that?
Did she say why?
Lena asked. She said she was busy. She lifted a shoulder in the air.
Maybe she's busy.
Or maybe she's lying like she did about the Lampert's disease. Lena furrowed her brows.
You didn't find it anywhere?
Not a trace. Nothing. Nothing even close to it. Nothing with those symptoms, no similarly named things. Nothing. Lena heaved a sigh.
All right. If you help me get through these ER patients, I promise I'll help you search for it.
Thanks. I stared down at my feet.
Whoa.
I screwed up my face as I raised my gaze to her. What?
You have got it bad for this girl. I've never seen you like this.
I shoved my hands in my pockets, shaking my head. I do not. You women don't make any sense. I'm a perfectly good catch. I'm the whole package.
Uh-huh. Okay, fine. I'll help you find this disease, and I'll try to help you land a date with this girl. But no promises. You're like a Rubik's Cube. Fun for a while, but then you just want to rip the stickers off. But I'll play wing woman.
Thanks, Lena. I said, this time genuine warmth lacing my voice. We had a complicated relationship, but at least I had a friend who usually helped me. Maybe she could provide some insight into Sarah's behavior, but I doubted it. Please tell me the ER isn't loaded with ridiculous cases again. Yesterday I treated a sunburn, a stubbed toe, and a paper cut. Lena tugged the door open and motioned for me to precede her.
Tell you what, I'll let you have that guy with the unidentified fungal infection in room 3.
My nose wrinkled. Gee, thanks, Lena. She clapped her hand on my shoulder as we strode toward the emergency room.
The price you pay for wingwoman services.
I shook my head before I grabbed the folder and headed into the room, dispatching the patient within 15 minutes. People didn't like my bedside manner, but I loved my efficiency. With the folder tossed away, I grabbed the next, tossed some anti-nausea pills at the vomiting patient, and moved on. By the time I saw Lena again, I'd done 4 patients to her 1. Step it up, Lena. I'm outpacing you 4-1.
Because I actually care about my patients, right?
If you cared, you'd want to minimize the hours-long wait in the ER waiting room while you ask them their favorite color and what their hobbies are. I snatched another folder with a smirk.
Fine. If you're so quick, you can take care of the incoming.
I backed my way toward the next patient's room. What is it? Please, something exciting.
Near-miss car accident. Female Vic with scratches primarily, but they're sending her to make certain she's okay.
I rolled my eyes. A waste of resources, but sure, I'll handle it.
We knock these out and we're one step closer to that coffee break where we can search for some information on this strange disease. I have some ideas.
I pointed a finger gun at her with a wink. You're on. Let me just finish. I flicked open the folder, then let my eyes slide shut. Digging a toy car out of this kid's ear.
Have fun.
She clicked her tongue at me before she headed off to her next patient. With a laugh, I pushed into the room, finding a frightened mother and 2 children. I spent longer than I hoped pulling the toy out of his ear. The kid squirmed constantly, crying out every few seconds. Hey, remember this the next time your brother wants to drive a car through your ear canal. With a shake of my head, I left them behind and offloaded the folder. Callie shoved another one at me.
Almost car accident Vic is here. She's a winner, let me tell you.
Frequent flyer? I asked, wondering if she'd insisted on coming in with the hope of receiving a pain medication prescription.
No, just strange. Good luck.
Thanks, I said as I shoved the folder under my arm and stroked down the hall to room 1.
Ma'am, you can't leave until a doctor has seen you.
A nurse said as I approached. I was in for a winner, it sounded like. The nurse ripped off her gloves as she fled the room with a shake of her head.
Good luck.
I flicked open the folder, scanning the on-scene report from the paramedics. Hi there, I'm Dr. Wright, and I'll be treating you today. Looks like you had a little fall after a car nearly ran you. I snapped my gaze up, my voice cutting off as my eyes went wide. I stared at my patient, a mix of hope and excitement whirling inside me. Sarah?
Chapter 9. Sarah. My heart stopped as I stared at the child in the middle of the crosswalk. The small boy had let go of his mother's hand, staring up at a balloon floating through the air, catching the morning sun. His mother, juggling a stuffed diaper bag and a baby on her hip, twisted to find him. Her eyes went wide as she spotted the same danger I did. A black car raced toward the intersection, showing no signs of slowing. It would hit the child, and with its speed, there would be no hope for his survival. "Hey!" I shouted, my feet already moving. His mother's features twisted with anguish as she called out to her son, "Ben!" But the child, too small to move quickly enough, would never get out of the car's way. My wings flapped, giving me extra speed as I raced forward. I barreled into him and wrapped my arms around the child in a bear hug before I dove out of the line of the oncoming car. It snaked through the intersection, leaving a snarl of traffic behind, and horns blowing. We hit the pavement hard, and I rolled to soften the blow on the boy. My sleeve lifted, and my arm scraped against the rough pavement. I lay for a moment, staring at the blue sky, sucking in hard breaths. "Oh my goodness, Ben! Oh my goodness!" the distraught mother said as she knelt at my side. A crowd gathered around us. My heart thudded even harder as someone placed a call to emergency services. I had to get away. I couldn't go to the hospital. I didn't want paramedics pawing at me. There was too much of a chance for a soul glimpse, among other issues. The little boy sobbed in my arms, and I released him, letting his mother scoop him up with one arm. "Thank you. Thank you. You saved him. You're an angel." She wasn't wrong. I nodded at her. "You're welcome. Take care of him." "I will." She lifted him into her arms as a bystander asked if I needed medical services. I tried to climb to my feet, but someone pushed me back down.
Don't move. You took a nasty fall. You need to be looked at.
"I'm okay, thanks," I said.
No. You have a nasty scrape. That needs to be checked. You'll likely need a tetanus booster, too. And you should be checked for broken bones. Just lie still.
The man kept his hands firmly on my shoulders as an alarm screamed toward us. I wasn't going to avoid this, but with any luck, I could avoid a hospital trip. An ambulance, lights gleaming, fought its way through traffic and stopped in the intersection. I groaned as the paramedics raced toward me. The bystander stepped back.
She stopped a little boy from being hit by a car, but she took a nasty spill. She's got a pretty bad gash on her forearm. Ma'am, did you hit your head?
"No," I answered with a shake of my head, pleased to see them tugging on latex gloves. That would reduce the chance of skin-to-skin contact.
She may have,
the bystander said. I held back a sigh. The person likely hoped to help, but they were making things far more difficult for me. "Really, I'm fine. I'm just gonna go home and clean this wound up." The paramedic grabbed my wrist and studied it.
This will need to be looked at. And you may need to re-up your tetanus. Do you remember when you had your last booster?
I'd never had a tetanus shot. Angels didn't get tetanus. I don't.
Okay, let's get some vitals here and... Hey, Frankie!
A cop shouted as his partner directed traffic.
Any chance you can let the docs do that at the hospital? Traffic's already backed up for 3 lights. Got it.
The paramedic answered.
We'll get her into the bus and get her to CH.
I really don't need...
You've got to get checked, honey. Now, can you shimmy onto this stretcher?
I glanced at the bed next to me with a grimace. I wouldn't get away. I'd have to try to escape at the hospital. With a groan, I climbed onto the bed and allowed them to strap me down. The click of the restraint, designed to ensure my safety for the short trip, nearly sent me into a panic. I held myself together as they loaded me into the back.
I'd grab your vitals now, but we'll be at the hospital in 2 minutes.
Frankie said to me as the ambulance screeched its way toward Crescent Hospital. That's fine. I'm certain the doctors will do it multiple times.
Probably,
he said with a grin as the ambulance made the turn into the hospital.
Told you it was a short trip.
Within minutes, I'd been wheeled into a room and transferred to another bed. I perched on the edge as the paramedics left me behind. A nurse stepped in to get the information from them for their patient file. After that, she crossed to my bed. "Hi, I'm Callie. I'm one of the nurses who will be helping you with your care today. Can you swing your feet up on the bed?" "No," I answered. "Oh, I'll help." She set the folder aside before she reached for my feet. "No!" I shouted, noting her bare hands. I'm not, I don't need to be here. I'm just gonna go. You need to be seen by a doctor. But I promise you it won't be a long wait. Dr. Morgan just called in reinforcements, so you'll be seen soon. But just lie back. We'll be right with you. Callie offered a kind smile before she disappeared from the room. I heaved a sigh, my fingers tapping nervously against the bed, a telltale sign of my growing anxiety. Callie hovered outside, speaking with another nurse, before they both glanced at me. I held back from rolling my eyes. I was being labeled the problem patient. The second nurse strode into the room a moment later, grabbing a pair of gloves from the dispenser on the wall. Need help getting into the bed? No, I don't need to be here. I'm fine. Just a scrape on my arm. Well, it won't hurt to check. Actually, it will. I insisted as I started to rise. The woman firmly pushed me back onto the bed, her eyebrow arched. Sit down. But you need to be checked. I heaved a sigh, my lips pressing into a thin line. I really just want to go home. I said sit down. Move out of that bed and I'll put you right back in it. You can't leave until a doctor has seen you. I shifted on the seat, a little terrified of the woman. With a stern look, she ripped her gloves off, shaking her head, and headed for the door. Good luck, she said to the doctor who strode toward the room, folder in hand. My heart stopped as I spotted him. Chris Wright. An image of the flowers he'd sent flashed in my mind, along with the meal request. I'd turned him down, but fate had thrown us together again. I couldn't catch a break. He stared down at his folder as he spoke.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Wright, and I'll be treating you today. Looks like you had a little fall after a car nearly ran you.
He finally snapped his eyes up, and they immediately went wide.
Sarah?
I started to rise from my seat when he rushed toward me with an outstretched hand. Panic flashed through me. I did not want another glimpse of his soul. I had already seen more than enough. I scurried backward. No touching!
Okay, easy,
He said, his voice soothing and calm. In his element, he obviously excelled.
It's okay, Sarah. I just want to make sure you're okay.
I'm fine. I don't need help. He narrowed his eyes.
I'll be the judge of that.
I shook my head. I just have a scrape, that's it. I'll clean it up at home. His eyebrows furrowed, and he held out his hand again. I stared at it as though it was a snake slithering toward me.
Hey, Sarah, you're okay. It's okay.
I swallowed hard, sliding my eyes closed as I tried to compose myself. Acting crazy wasn't the best way to get out of this situation, but I had to. I dialed down my panic as much as I could, forcing a smile onto my face. I'm fine.
Okay, why don't you sit down? It's okay, I'll make sure no one touches you, okay? Can I see the scrape?
I blew out a long breath as he shifted back to let me sit down on the edge of the bed. With an abundance of reluctance, I tugged my sleeve back to show him. He winced.
Ugh, that's pretty nasty. When's the last time you had your tetanus booster?
I don't remember. He jotted something on the folder he carried.
That's fine. Another one won't hurt. Anything else hurt? Wrist? Hip?
No, I answered.
Did you hit your head?
No. He raised his eyebrows.
Are you sure?
Positive. Look, I really don't need this taken care of. I can handle it myself. Chris snapped the folder shut.
No, you won't. You're not leaving until we make sure you're okay. I'm going to order a few tests. Did the nurses get your vitals?
He searched the paper in the folder again. The panic rose inside me again, closing my throat. No, I don't need that.
I'll be the judge of that,
he said with a grin.
You know, I'm getting the feeling you don't trust me.
I'm sure you're very good at your job, I answered. I just don't need to be clogging up the emergency room with something I can deal with myself.
Sarah, you need that wound cleaned. You need a tetanus shot, and you need a few other tests to make sure you're okay. And I'm not letting you leave until I'm sure you're okay.
My shoulders slumped as he jotted another note.
I'll be right back, okay?
I nodded as he strode toward the door. I rose, hoping to race from the room. I couldn't have my vitals taken. Angels had lower heart rates and high body temperatures. And if he ordered anything further... My mind spun with problems. Visions of my delicate wing bones appearing on an X-ray, or my centrally located heart on a CT scan, taunted me. I couldn't explain any of that. Before I made it 2 steps, the frightening battle axe of a nurse stomped her way back into the room. "What did I tell you about being out of that bed?" "I have to go to the bathroom." "I'll get you a bedpan." "Never mind. I can hold it." I sank onto the mattress as she pulled gloves from the dispenser and snapped them on. She approached with a thermometer, and I winced. "Under your tongue." I opened my mouth, and she stuck the plastic-covered probe inside. After a few seconds, it beeped. Her eyebrows shot up. I caught sight of the high reading as she jotted it down before she pulled a blood pressure cuff from the top of a machine and put it around my arm. The cuff tightened around my arm before it released. The numbers on the screen earned me another eyebrow arch. "Doctor'll be right in," she said after she typed the numbers into the computer. As she stepped out, I hurried to it, shimmying the mouse. I would delete the data, then make a run for it. A login screen faced me. Before I could try to gain access, I caught sight of Chris striding back toward the room. If angels cursed, I would have right then. But we don't. I raced back to my bed and sat down. With any luck, he'd clean up my scratches and I could race off. This time, he entered the room with another woman in a white coat. She grinned at me. "Hi, I'm Dr. Morgan, an associate of Dr. Wright's." She slid the door closed behind her, sending my heart rate spiraling higher. "I heard you got kinda banged up today. Mind if I take a look?" Actually, I really don't need this. I'm fine." "Okay, well, we'll be the judge of that." She pulled a set of gloves from the dispenser and pulled them on as Chris took a seat on a backless stool and wheeled closer. "But before we do that," she said, as she did the same on the opposite side of the bed. I felt trapped, my chest constricting as they boxed me in. "There's something else we need to talk about." I chewed my lower lip, wondering if they'd already spotted the vitals. My mind searched for an explanation that they might buy. "Chris tells me you have a special problem." I pressed my lips together as I sucked in a breath. "Yes, I have Lampert's disease, so please, no skin-to-skin contact." Okay," the woman said as she slid a lock of dark hair behind her ear.
Sarah.
Chris said, his voice still in that composed and soothing tone.
We've looked into this. There isn't anything called Lampert's disease or anything even close to that.
My muscles tensed. No one had tracked down the fake disease I suffered from. Well, maybe I got the name wrong.
Who diagnosed it?
He asked. I don't remember. I was a baby. Maybe my parents got the wrong name. "The thing is, Sarah," Dr. Morgan said, "there are no diseases or syndromes or anything with these symptoms." I kept my eyes trained on my gloved hands. "Well, I don't know, but I've had it all my life." Dr. Morgan offered me a consoling smile. "Sarah, is there someone who's hurting you at home?" "What?" My eyebrows squashed together as I snapped my gaze up at her. The implication was obvious. They thought I was lying to cover abuse. Somehow my lies had made things worse. No wonder I'd never made an angel choir. I wanted to smack my palm against my forehead. I shook my head. No, there's no one hurting me."
Was there?
Chris asked. "No," I answered. "No, I'm fine. I'm not... I want to go." "As soon as we make sure you're okay, Sarah," Dr. Morgan said. "I'm fine," I said, my voice strained. "I'm perfectly fine. I'm not hurt or being hurt." The accusation lingered, though, casting a shadow over my protest.
"You're terrified of being touched. There's physically nothing wrong with you.
Chris said.
I promise. You're just scared. And there's a reason for that. Now, we can help you, but
"I'm not..." My breathing ramped up as I sought an escape and couldn't find one. I could flutter into the air, but that would only make things worse. "Okay, easy. There's no reason to get upset," Dr. Morgan said. "Why don't we take care of that scrape and get a few things checked out, then come back to this?" I can't explain it. I just know what I experience when someone touches me, and I don't like it. I've had it my entire life." Dr. Morgan bobbed her head. "Okay, we'll get into that once we've gotten the immediate stuff taken care of. Can I take a look at your arm?" I swallowed hard, my throat dry. Before I could answer, a sudden commotion erupted outside the room. Shouts echoed down the corridor, followed by the sound of pounding footsteps. Both doctors twisted to assess the situation. "Code Blue in Trauma 1! We need all available staff stat!" a nurse shouted. My heart raced as the gravity of a life hanging in the balance sank in. I offered a prayer for the poor soul whose life hung in the balance. "You should go." Chris shot Dr. Morgan a concerned glance.
You got this?
"It sounds like you're both needed," I answered as Dr. Morgan rose, ripping off her gloves. "I'll check it out," she said. "I'll be fine," I answered.
But will you stay?
Chris asked, concern etched into his face.
Sarah, you need to stay here, okay?
I nodded as I offered a fleeting smile, hoping he didn't read the lies floating in my eyes.
Okay, I'll be right back as soon as I stabilize this patient.
Chris and Dr. Morgan strode from the room, pulling the sliding door slightly closed. I held my breath for a second as chaos still reigned outside my room. With a lick of my lips, I climbed from the bed and approached the door. I slid it open and peered into the hall. Employees raced around as the doctors continued to work on the dying patient. As I slipped from my room, the screaming monitors stopped, but I didn't. I hurried past the nurse's station, the doors to the outside world within my sights. I held my breath as I closed the distance to them. The automatic doors slid open, and a burst of chilly air rushed inside. Before I could step outside, Chris's voice barked my name.
Sarah, wait!
I twisted to eye him, my features pinching. He barreled toward me, determination in his stride and his face. I stepped outside, but I'd never outrun him without my special brand of help. I took a few more steps away from the door and shot skyward, perching on top of the hospital building. I stared down over the edge as Chris raced outside, sliding to a stop and scanning the area frantically.
Sarah? Sarah!
My stomach twisted into a knot, but I didn't know why. A piece of me wanted to return to him, but I couldn't. My mind and my heart raced with feelings I didn't understand. Feelings I shouldn't have. And it was complicating everything.
Chapter 10. Chris. My heart twisted with a mix of determination and concern. I didn't normally connect with my patients. Heck, I didn't normally connect with people in general, but Sarah was different. From the moment we touched, I'd felt a special bond with her. Something I couldn't describe, but I longed for. Taking care of her felt so natural. I wanted to make sure she was healthy. "Nurse Johnson," I said as I approached the nurse's station. "I need vitals on the patient in 6. Oh, she's a little..."
Sketchy, I know. I can handle it.
I smirked at the tough nurse as she stomped into the room. Lena approached the desk and tossed a folder down with a sigh.
Thank goodness this shift is almost over.
"Hey, Lena, I need your help." She shot me a shocked glance.
Seriously? Chris Wright asking me for help?
I pressed my lips together, bobbing my head as I admitted that I'd earned that one. "I'm serious. The almost car accident, Vic? It's her. It's Sarah." Her eyebrow arched, a smirk crossing her features.
Like, the girl?
"Yep, but I think I figured out what's wrong with her."
The touching disease thing?
Lena grabbed another folder and perused it. "Yeah, except that doesn't exist. My best guess, based on what I've seen already and the way she just reacted to being in the ER.
Wait, how is she acting?
Panicked, scared, terrified of being touched, insistent that she can handle any injuries alone." Lena narrowed her eyes as she processed the information.
Afraid of being touched?
Scared when we got stuck on an elevator. Panicky.
Well, I'd be panicky if I was stuck in an elevator with you too, right?
I grimaced at her. Okay, fear of touching, panicked in the emergency room, insistent on self-care. I tilted my head, waiting to see if she came to the same conclusion I did.
Abuse?
I poked a finger gun at her. Bingo. Mind doing a double team with me? She may be more likely to open up to a woman.
Sure.
Lena stared at me for a second. What? She sucked in a breath.
Right. I can tell she means a lot to you, but if we are dealing with an abuse case here...
I get it, Lena, but I'm committed to helping her. She patted my hand, a rare, tender moment between us.
I'm just... concerned about you getting hurt here.
I'm pretty tough. Now come on, before she tries to run. We entered the room for what I hoped would be a fruitful conversation. Instead, Sarah denied everything. Over and over. It was obvious she was hiding something, though. The shallow breathing, the way she wouldn't make eye contact, the stammering, it all meant she wasn't being truthful. Lena asked to handle her wound, and I'd been just about to check her vitals and put in the orders for a CT scan and a few x-rays. But a code blue called both Lena and I from the room. Before I stepped out, I told Sarah she needed to stay. After a nod from her, Lena and I left the room to deal with the emergency. We found a flatlining patient in the trauma room. I began manual chest compressions while Lena prepared a crash cart. After charging it, she pressed the paddles to his chest and zapped him. It didn't do any good. We pushed another round of meds and tried again, but the alarms continued to blare.
One more,
Lena said as I prepared to call the time of death. I held my hands up, allowing her the attempt. She pressed the paddles to his chest. His body leapt into the air. Much to my surprise, his heart restarted, beating steadily. Well, what do you know, Lena? I guess third time really is the charm. With the patient stabilized, I left the room behind, eager to return to Sarah. As I exited, I caught sight of a redhead rushing toward the exit door. My heart plummeted. Sarah, wait! She twisted to eye me, those sparkling blue eyes dulled at the moment. I rushed toward her, determined to stop her. She turned away from me and stepped outside. I tore through the door after her, my gaze darting around wildly as I searched for her. She was gone.
Sarah? Sarah!
My breathing turned ragged as I couldn't find her. She disappeared again, just like she had after our first encounter. My features pinched, and I tossed my hands in the air before I strode back into the hospital.
There you are.
Lena said as I approached the nurse's station.
You ready to head back in with your friend?
She's gone, I answered with a deep sigh.
She took off?
I nodded as I tried to think through my next steps. I tugged my phone from my pocket. I'll text her,
Whoa.
Lena said, grabbing my hand.
Easy, Tiger.
What?
You're coming on way too strong, Wright. If she's been in a difficult relationship, she's going to be seeing red flags all over this. Stop smothering her.
I'm not smothering. Lena, she needs help. The gash on her arm was bad. I shoved my phone in my pocket. You know what? You're right. I'll just go to her place.
Chris, you need to stand down.
I heaved a sigh, my focus on the tile floor under my feet.
Hey, the relief shift is coming on. Why don't we grab some takeout, a few martinis, and talk?
I don't need to talk, Lena. I need to do something.
That's your problem, right? You're always trying to force something.
I shook my head as we walked back to the on-call room. You don't understand, Lena.
Then make me understand. Come on. Me, you, martinis. Like old times.
I did remember. I remembered the times that had led me to offer her marriage when she found herself in a bind. I remembered picking out a ring I thought she'd love. And I remembered all too well the sting of her rejection. I couldn't take that with Sarah. The connection we had still lingered inside me. I longed for her and craved the warmth of her touch. Plenty of women had caught my eye in the past, but nothing like this. I hadn't believed in soulmates before Sarah, but now I couldn't think of anything else. All right, I finally conceded, certain that if I didn't take Lena up on her offer, I'd do something that would push Sarah further away.
Excellent. My place or that dusty old manor you call a home?
My place. I have no desire to see Aaron. He annoys me. I wrinkled my nose at her husband's name.
Everyone annoys you.
Lena said with a laugh as we pushed into the on-call room and dumped our stuff in our lockers. We made the short trip across the park to Havenwood Manor. Within 20 minutes, we had martinis in our hands. She pulled an olive off the toothpick with her teeth.
So, what's up with this girl? How'd you meet her? And why are you so crazy about her?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Just suffice it to say, she's different.
No kidding. You're like
Lena smirked at me.
a man in love.
How many of those have you had already? I asked, pointing at her glass.
Come on, Wright. Tell me the story of why you love her.
I don't love her. She's different, okay? Lena ate her second olive before she took another sip of her drink.
We've established that. Why? I mean, don't get me wrong, she's gorgeous. Those eyes, wow. It's like they can see into your soul.
I shifted in my seat, nervous that she'd gotten so close to what I'd felt when we touched. Okay, I'm going to tell you, but if you laugh, I'll poison your next martini. Lena took another sip before she poured a refill from the pitcher between our armchairs.
I promise not to laugh.
Okay. The other day, after you made me do that ER rotation, I ran back home to change my tie.
The one that old bat ruined?
Yes, that one, I said. I took a shortcut through the park, and we literally ran into each other like, bam, you know? She backed right into me. Lena snagged another olive and tossed it into her mouth.
Yeah, and? Fireworks or what?
Like you wouldn't believe. She almost fell.
And you caught her?
No, she latched onto me. She wasn't wearing her gloves. Her fingers touched my hand. The corners of my lips turned up as I recalled that warm sensation. And I just had this sense of happiness, peace, warmth, and my heart just raced. I'd never felt anything like it. And I knew in that instant that I needed her. She was my soulmate. Lena remained oddly quiet. I pulled my gaze from mid-space and glanced at Lena. Her finger lingered on the tip of her nose, her hand hovering over her lips. I clicked my tongue, shaking my head. You're laughing. She pressed her lips together, her eyes pinched as she fought the urge to giggle.
I'm not.
You are! You're such a jerk. I grabbed my martini and downed it. I bare my soul to you and you laugh,
I'm sorry.
she said, desperately trying to control herself.
I'm sorry.
She sucked in a deep breath and blew it out with a groan.
Sorry, I've never seen you like this. You're really taken by her.
Yeah, I am, okay? There, I said it. She's like a drug. I'm addicted to how she makes me feel. Lena sucked in a deep breath through rounded lips before she took another sip.
Poor girl.
Hey, I snapped playfully. I'm a nice guy.
Yeah, yep. Until you do something stupid.
I heaved a sigh. She found the methods I used to pursue relationships too aggressive.
Okay, here's the thing, Wright. You need to let things happen naturally. You're always trying to force things, you know? You're always trying to control everything. You need to let her have some control, too.
That usually produces horrible results, I said.
Oh, and your methods are doing so great. So far, she's turned you down and run away.
So, I shouldn't text her? Lena kicked her shoes off and curled her feet under her.
It may not be a bad idea.
Wait, you said not to text her. I screwed up my face. Why did the rules always change?
Right after she ran out of the hospital. But it's been a little bit. A well-worded text to check in on how she's doing is perfectly fine.
I settled back in my chair, trying to parse through that loaded statement. What does that even mean?
Just tell me what you're going to text, and I'll give you the thumbs up or thumbs down.
Okay, I considered what I'd say. Oh, how about this? Hey, you shouldn't have run out of the hospital. You need that arm taken care of. Oh, why don't you stop by... She emitted a loud, blaring noise like a siren.
Brr. No, wrong.
How is that wrong?
Don't tell her what to do, and don't make her come here.
I clicked my tongue. Fine, okay, sorry you left earlier. I'll come by...
Nope.
She said with a wave of her finger in the air. I rolled my eyes with a sigh. Now what?
Don't invite yourself over. Come on, Wright. Are you really that clueless?
Apparently, yes. I'm still single, and every text I want to send is shot down. Lena polished off her martini before she poured herself another.
Hey, Sarah. I just wanted to see how you're doing. No pressure to respond right away, but I'm here if you need any help or if you just want to talk.
I tugged my lips into a grimace. That sounds... wimpy. I obviously want her to respond, like, immediately. And if she doesn't, I'm going to kick down her door to see how she is. Lena groaned, letting her head fall back against the chair.
You're a lost cause, Wright?
I'm not, but she could be hurt right now. There's no guarantee that whoever abused her...
Allegedly abused her. She never admitted it.
Come on, Lena. Did you or did you not agree that she acts like an abuse victim?
Yes, I agree, but we don't know that it's actively happening now.
I want to be sure it's not, I answered. I want to protect her. I want to make sure she's okay, and yes, you can laugh, but I've fallen for her."
Wow.
Lena said, her eyes going wide. She set her drink down and leaned forward, pressing her hand against my cheek, then my forehead. I leaned away from her, my forehead creasing. "What are you doing?"
Checking for signs of illness?
I shook my head at her as I held in another sigh.
Come on, Wright.
She said, playfully batting my hair.
I'm teasing, but only sort of. I've never seen you like this before. I think you actually do care about this woman. Maybe even more than you care for yourself.
"I do care about her. I just want to—"
Marry her?
I shifted in my seat, searching my heart for what I wanted. Was it commitment? I imagined waking up every day to Sarah, feeling that warmth and happiness every day that I felt in those few seconds when we touched. "Yes," I answered, my voice pensive and hopeful.
Aww,
Lena cried as she grabbed my hand.
that's so sweet. Chris Wright is in love.
"It's not sweet, it's stupid." I shook my head. Love made you a sap. It made you behave like an idiot, and there was no margin for error. I had to get this woman.
It's not stupid.
I grabbed my phone to send the text. "It is. I can't let it cloud my judgment."
Chris, don't send that super aggressive text. It's not going to help you.
"Well, I'm not sending the stupid sappy one that sounds like I don't care if she answers."
Okay, fine. We'll tweak it.
She waved a hand in the air.
Hey, Sarah, just checking in to see how you're doing. I'm really worried after you took off, and I just wanted you to know I'm here if you need any help or want to talk.
"Better," I said with a nod as I toggled on my phone and started typing.
Did you send it?
She asked as I set the phone down and poured another martini. "Yep, and if she doesn't answer..."
You're not going over to her place after you've downed 3 martinis.
"You're no fun."
You'll thank me when we're at your wedding.
I snorted a laugh and shook my head, unable to imagine it. My mind created the image of that beautiful woman in a white dress in the back garden. It faded when my phone chimed. I snatched it, my hands shaky. Lena leaned forward, nearly slipping off the chair.
What did she say?
I clicked my tongue at the response. "You don't need to worry, I'm fine."
That's it?
Lena wrinkled her nose. "That's it," I said with a disgusted sigh. "This is why you send an aggressive message." I tossed the phone down and rubbed my forehead. A warm hand patted my shoulder.
Don't sweat it, Wright. This may be a really tough thing for her. Whatever is going on with her, whatever the reason she said what she said, she may need some time to sort it out.
"I don't have time!" I shouted before I slid my eyes closed. "I'm sorry." Lena heaved a sigh.
I know it feels like she's slipping through your fingers, but she's not. Give her a minute, Chris. Let her breathe. And when she's ready, she's going to remember that you patiently waited for her.
But I didn't want to have patience. Too many things could go wrong. Lena and I finished off the rest of the martinis, conversation turning more general, though my mind never left Sarah. I put her in a cab and sent her back to Erin before I shuffled back into the house and stared at my phone. After a few minutes, I shook my head. I wasn't going to sit here and do nothing. Lena was wrong. Waiting around for someone to think they needed you would only lead to failure. None of my past relationships had worked, but none of them had ever made me feel the way Sarah did. I couldn't shake the connection I felt to her no matter how hard I tried. I rose from my seat, grabbed my coat and doctor's bag, and headed out of the door. The chill in the air helped sober me a little from the many martinis I drank. My heart raced as I walked through the streets toward her place, my mind filling with doubts and fears. I reached Sarah's building and took the elevator to the 8th floor. I banged on the door of apartment 8B. "Sarah?" I called when she didn't answer her door. "Sarah, it's Chris. Open the door,"
Chris?
her muffled voice called.
What are you doing here?
"Open this door, Sarah. I'm not leaving until I see you. Now open up." I sucked in a breath as she pulled the door open, those piercing blue eyes landing on mine, her gaze questioning. I wanted to lean forward and kiss her, but suddenly I worried I'd frighten her. I couldn't stand that thought, but I couldn't stand being away from her. I needed her, and I needed her to know how much.
Chapter 11. Sarah. I winced as I poured the hydrogen peroxide over my wound after finally arriving at home. It bubbled and foamed as it stung with an intensity that I didn't like. As I waited for it to do its work, my mind regressed to the conversation in the hospital. Chris had brought another doctor into the room to discuss my case and the abuse they suspected I'd sustained. My fear of touching had made them believe I'd been physically harmed. If I didn't need to be involved with him for Emily's sake, I would have stayed far away. But too much was at stake for me to avoid him. I needed to make certain that he saved Emily. I couldn't fail. I washed off the remains of the peroxide as the bubbles slowed and patted my wound dry with a towel. A groan escaped me as a dull pain shot through my arm. A knock sounded at my door as I eyed the red gash. I furrowed my brow, wondering who would be at my door. Could it be Emily? My question was answered a moment later. As I hovered in the doorway to the bathroom, a voice hollered,
"Sarah? Sarah, it's Chris. Open the door."
My shoulders slumped as I tossed the towel onto the sink top and raced to grab my gloves. As I tugged them on, I answered him. "Chris, what are you doing here?"
"Open this door, Sarah. I'm not leaving until I see you. Now open up."
I'd known enough from my glimpse into his soul that he likely wouldn't leave unless I opened the door. Chris Wright had a way of pushing himself onto people because he assumed no one would accept him otherwise. With a deep breath, I pulled the door open. I studied him, my eyebrows pinching together. I detected the scent of alcohol. Had he been drinking? That could make him unpredictable. And I didn't need an unpredictable Chris Wright. The way he stared at my lips made my insides twist. The depth of his soul that I'd see if our lips met was more than I was ready for. I shook my head. "Chris, you shouldn't be here,"
"I had to be,"
he said, his voice slightly slurred. "You've been drinking," I answered, trying to keep my tone steady. He gave me a half grin.
"A little. I'm fine. Can I come in?"
I shook my head, my eyes trained on him. I couldn't risk a touch, and he was tipsy enough to try for one without warning. "I don't think that's a good idea." He let his gaze fall to the floor as he chewed the inside of his cheek, his head bobbing. I could read the disappointment on his features, born of all that rejection he'd received from his childhood. "If you promise not to touch," I found myself saying, even though I knew I was treading on dangerous ground. The look of hope in his eyes as he snapped his gaze to me sent a swirl of nervousness and compassion jolting through me. He skirted past me, his hands held in the air as a silent promise. A doctor's bag dangled from his fingers. "You didn't need to come," I said as I closed the door. "I'm fine."
"Sarah, you ran out of the hospital today, and then you disappeared."
"I didn't disappear. I just needed some time." He heaved a sigh as he placed his hands on his hips.
"You needed some medical treatment, too."
"I didn't. I'm fine," I assured him. His eyes fell to my forearm.
Can I see that wound on your arm?
I just cleaned it up. It's fine, I said as I tugged my sleeve up to show him. He leaned closer to study it.
With what? Hydrogen peroxide?
I shrugged and nodded as he clicked his tongue.
Sarah,
He said, his tone a warning.
why didn't you stay at the hospital today? You need that cleaned and dressed, and you need some other tests.
There are things about me you don't know, I said. He rushed toward me, and I stumbled back a step, afraid he'd touch me again.
Then tell me, Sarah!
But I couldn't. There was no way he would understand, let alone believe me. I can't, I whispered. Please, try to understand.
But I don't!
He said, his voice raised. He buried his face in his hands. The alcohol was driving him to react differently than he normally would have. I reached forward, pulling one hand from his face. His features softened as he gazed at me.
Please, Sarah. Please tell me I wasn't the only one who felt that connection between us the moment we touched.
My eyebrows pinched at his words. What? Normally, during a soul glimpse, the person touched didn't feel a thing. They were none the wiser to what was happening. What did Chris feel? His eyes searched mine with an intensity that threatened to expose my secrets.
When we met in the park, when we touched, I felt something. Please tell me you did too.
Of course I'd felt something. I'd learned more than I should, but I couldn't tell him that. What I wanted to know was what he felt, though. What did you feel? I asked, my brows pinched. He hesitated for a moment before he spoke again, his voice softer now, laced with uncertainty.
Something different. It's hard to explain. A warmth, happiness, a moment where everything else faded away and there was just us.
Us? I asked, my features pinching at the word. I'd never heard of this. There was no reaction on the glimpsee's part. They felt nothing. They were none the wiser. What had happened when we'd touched? And was it repeatable?
Yes.
He said, his voice a little breathy.
A connection like our souls touched, not just our hands.
My gaze lingered on him. He held his breath, waiting for my response. I don't know what to say, I answered, my voice a whisper. He stepped back, the cloud of disappointment hovering in his eyes again. I'm sorry,
No, it's fine. It's fine.
The wall went back in place, the one he'd just dropped for one of the few times in his life. And I'd crushed him, just like all the others had before.
Mind if I treat that arm?
If you wear gloves, I said. He nodded as he grabbed the bag he'd brought and dug into it.
Sit down.
I eased into a chair, my heart twisting into a knot. He'd buried the glimpse of his heart he had shown me as deeply as he could, replacing it with a professional coldness. But still, the fact that he planned to check my wound hinted at his tenderness. I cleared my throat while he tugged on a pair of gloves. I'm sorry. With the pain I feel when I touch someone, I don't get a lot of other sensations. He didn't answer, leaning closer to study my wound with a sigh and a shake of his head. He reached out, his gloved finger probing it. I winced, tugging my arm back. He glanced at me, an apology in his eyes.
Sorry.
The next time he touched me, his fingers were much more delicate. I tried to relax as he reached into his bag and withdrew a tube of ointment.
You need to keep applying this to the wound. Like, daily.
He said as he squeezed it onto my arm and carefully spread it with his gloved finger.
Otherwise, you'll have a scar. And your skin is too beautiful for that.
Okay, I answered as he ripped open a large bandage and applied it. He patted it onto my arm gently, his forehead creasing. He paused, pressing his hand onto a bare portion of my skin.
You're warm.
He remarked, concern etching itself into his features before he dove into his bag. I'm just overheated. Before I could say anything else, something invaded my ear. I started tugging against it, but he held the top of my ear firmly. Within a second, it was over. He stared at the display, his eyes going wide. I tugged my lips into a wince, knowing this wasn't going to be good. His eyes flickered with concern as he read the digital display.
Sarah, you're burning up.
I grimaced again. I have been feeling a little off. I must be fighting something. I'll get plenty of rest tonight.
Sarah, this isn't a little off. Your fever is critical. I don't even know how you're still on your feet.
He shook his head.
That's it. You need to go back to the hospital.
No, I answered, my heart thudding harder in my chest. I couldn't go back there.
Sarah, I understand your concern, but I have to insist.
He reached into his pocket and tugged out his phone. What are you doing?
Calling an ambulance.
No, I said, knocking the phone from his hand. It toppled to the area rug with a thud. He offered me an incredulous glance, his eyelashes fluttering.
Fine. Then I'm taking you with me to Havenwood so I can keep an eye on you.
I shook my head. I'm fine. I'll take a fever reducer, I promise.
Sarah, you have a temperature over 105. This is not okay. You shouldn't be alone. You shouldn't even be standing up.
I'm used to it. I'm always warm.
Stop,
he said with a flick of his hand.
You can't lie your way out of this one, Sarah. You're sick, and you're not going to stop me from taking care of you.
I shrugged it off, my panic building internally. I'm obviously not that sick. I've been walking around all day. I feel fine.
You're not fine. And if you won't come with me, then I'll stay here.
No, I said with a shake of my head. No, I'm fine. You need to go.
This is getting ridiculous.
Chris answered with a shake of his head.
I understand you have something going on. It's not Lampert's disease, but there's some reason you're afraid of touching. And if you're not ready to tell me, that's fine. But I can't in good conscience leave you here alone with a raging fever.
I tried to keep my voice calm, but the panic rising within me made it more unsteady than I hoped. I'll take...
Aspirin, yeah, I know. And what if you get worse?
I'll call you. Chris snorted a laugh before he shook his head.
And I believe that because you've been so honest with me so far.
I frowned, crossing my arms.
Sarah,
he said, his voice softer.
I'm not going to hurt you, I promise. And I know you've probably heard that before from whoever did this to you, but you need to take a chance and let someone care for you.
No one did this to me, I answered quietly. Chris snatched his phone from the floor.
All right. If you won't listen to me, maybe a second opinion will convince you.
My heart skipped a beat as the line trilled. I hoped I wouldn't have to fight off paramedics. A woman's voice answered the phone. Right. Please tell me you didn't do something stupid. I wondered what she meant by that comment.
Lena, I need your opinion. I'm here with Sarah.
A scoff sounded on the other end of the line.
She is running a temp of 105. She thinks she's fine. I think she needs to be monitored. You want to mediate here?
105? She needs fluids, rest, and monitoring. Chris flung a hand into the air, shooting me an I told you so glance. I'm fine, I insisted. Sarah, honey, you need help with a fever like that. Lena answered. I'm a grown woman. I can take care of myself. Thank you for your concern. Chris shook his head at me.
Sarah.
Okay. Lena interrupted. If you won't go to the hospital and you don't want Chris there, how about me? My heart skipped another beat. How could I escape this? I appreciate the concern, but I'm going to take a fever reducer and go straight to bed. I'll be fine by tomorrow, I promise. And you'll know because I'm coming in with Emily tomorrow. Chris shook his head as Lena's voice came through the phone again. Chris, can you take me off speaker? He tapped a button and pressed the phone to his ear. I licked my lips as I waded through the conversation. I couldn't let them take my temperature again. I didn't want either of them staying because there was too much risk of them discovering something. How did I keep getting myself into these odd situations? With my arms wrapped around me, I shifted my weight from foot to foot.
Yeah?
Chris said with a nod.
Yeah, but I think... Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Lena.
He ended the call with a sigh, focusing his eyes on me.
Do you promise you'll call if you get worse?
Yes, I promise. I held his gaze. I haven't lied to you, Chris. And if I need something, I'll call.
I want to see you take the fever reducer. And straight to bed after you lock the door behind me.
I chewed my lower lip as my nose wrinkled. I don't have any. He heaved a sigh.
Sarah.
He dug into his bag and produced a bottle. I accepted it, shook 2 pills from it, and shuffled to the kitchen for a glass of water. I swallowed the pills before glancing at him. Happy?
Not really. I'd be happier if I was keeping an eye on you, but I guess I'll go. No chance you're going with me?
I shook my head. I'll go straight to bed. We said our goodnights, and I closed the door behind him, locking it and breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, acetaminophen wasn't harmful to angels. The encounter left me drained, and I did as I promised, climbing into bed for a good night's sleep. It never came as I tossed and turned, my mind whirling. Emotions bubbled within me that I had no business feeling. Angels were not supposed to fall in love, but I couldn't help but feel a tenderness toward Chris Wright. He'd experienced so much turmoil, so much rejection, yet his heart remained so caring despite it all. If only one could see through the manipulation and the aggressive behavior, all of which was born out of his fear of rejection. A fear I'd played into by my own rejections. But I couldn't let myself fall in love with him. I finally drifted off to sleep, repeating that thought to myself as a warning. The next morning, I whispered it to myself after waking up and finding a message from Chris awaiting me. My heart ached for him. I'd finish this case, I'd move to another, and he'd face another rejection. But I couldn't fall in love. Not only was it unusual and discouraged, but I couldn't imagine the soul glimpses I'd lived through until I couldn't see anymore. With a deep breath, I typed a message back, telling him I was perfectly fine.
I'll double-check when I see you later today.
I swallowed hard at the message, recalling that I'd see him when Emily received her treatment. I hoped to keep the focus on her and remove it entirely from me. I did not need him digging into my medical history. He'd only find inexplicable things that would make his scientific mind more curious than I could handle. As I ate my breakfast, I wondered how long it might be before Emily was cured. She hadn't even received one treatment yet, and I already wondered when I would be finished. The reason was simple. I didn't trust myself. I'd never experienced these feelings for anyone before. But that didn't mean anything. I couldn't let myself get involved. I reminded myself of this through the entire morning, even repeating out aloud as I pulled on my clothes and grabbed my purse to head to the hospital. My walk through the streets consisted of constant reminders to focus on my task. I had to ensure Emily was cured. The doors to the hospital slid open in front of me, and I strode inside. The air, tinged with the scent of antiseptic, sent a shiver down my spine as I recalled my experience yesterday. I veered away from the emergency room signs, taking the elevator to a higher, quieter floor. My footsteps echoed through the empty halls, setting my nerves further on edge. I arrived at the research office of Dr. Chris Wright and pushed inside. Chris sat at a microscope, reviewing something. He glanced up as I stepped inside, his lips tugging into a smile.
Sarah, how are you feeling?
"Fine," I answered. "I'm all better." He finished jotting a note on his notepad before he rose from the stool, kicking it under the desk.
Mind if I make sure?
I did mind. "I think we should focus on Emily today. My temperature was normal this morning, and my wound looks fine. I used the ointment you left me."
Good. I still think I should check your temperature.
"You don't need to do that." I glanced around the space. "Is Emily running late?"
Emily's already been here and received her treatment. I told her you weren't feeling well and would call to check in with her later.
My jaw fell open as my eyebrows squashed. "You shouldn't have done that. I wanted to be here to support her."
And you needed rest.
I clicked my tongue at him before I shook my head and tightened my grip on my purse. "Okay, I'll give her a call later. I'll see you then." I began to back out of the room when Chris stopped me.
Just a minute, Sarah.
My heart skipped a beat. "Is there a problem?"
Yes, there is. With Emily's treatments.
I slid my eyes closed as I swallowed hard. I didn't want to hear those words. Problems in this case only prolonged it. And my heart couldn't take that.
Chapter 12. Chris. I stared at the ceiling, my heart twisted into knots and my head pounding. The latter was from the incredible number of martinis I had with Lena. The former, however, was from my desperation to connect with Sarah. Despite Lena's best efforts, my less-than-sober self had stormed to her house to talk about what happened in the park. But she hadn't been in a receiving mood. Actually, she'd sent mixed signals from my perspective, although I was certain Lena wouldn't agree. "She's making it clear that you're overstepping, Chris. Back off," she'd tell me. But I couldn't. When I'd asked about our connection, she'd acted like she didn't know what I was talking about. But I had the distinct impression that she was holding something back. Or was my desperation creating a false sense of connection? I rolled onto my side, prepared to text her. I needed to know if she was okay. Her fever concerned me. When I'd arrived home, I'd checked the thermometer. After taking my temperature 3 times and having it show normal, I ruled out that there was something wrong with my equipment. How had she been so cavalier about the temperature? She seemed okay. I would have expected her to look much worse. I tightened my grip on the phone before I slid it back onto my nightstand. Her rest was important given her fever, and I didn't want to disturb that. With a sigh, I flopped onto my back, deciding to focus my energy on creating a strategy to get closer to Sarah. I needed to spend time with her, to get more information, to break through her barriers. An idea formed in my mind, bringing a smile to my face as I drifted off to sleep. When I awoke, I ran it through my mind again, still satisfied with it as I typed a message to her and sent it on its way. As I sipped my morning coffee, I fired off another message, setting my plan in motion. The response that came broadened my grin. I collected my things and headed into the hospital to run a few more final tests before I met with Emily for her first treatment. Butterflies danced in my stomach as excitement lightened my steps. This could be a groundbreaking cure to a horrible disease. But while it still energized me, I was already onto a new puzzle. Sarah. And soon I'd collect more pieces to that puzzle. I pushed into my lab and completed my work, becoming consumed by it as usual. I barely heard the knock at my door when it came. I pulled myself away from my work and strode to the door, tugging it open.
Hi, Dr. Wright.
Hi, Emily. Come in. I was just doing a few last-minute checks, but we're ready to go.
I'm excited. And nervous.
She offered a chuckle as she slicked her hair behind her ears. Me too, I admitted as I motioned for her to have a seat.
So, Sarah's sick?
She asked as she rolled up her sleeve to expose her elbow. I bobbed my head. She is, yes. I was with her yesterday. She actually was almost in an accident and landed in the ER, and later she was running a pretty high temp.
Oh no. Well, I hope she's okay.
Don't worry. I'm keeping a close eye on her. I'm going to check on her later today. As soon as we're done here, actually.
Good.
Emily said with a nod.
Can you let me know?
Sure, yes. I prepared the large needle filled with the serum to begin her treatment. When I lowered my gaze to her, she offered me a coy grin.
Can I ask a question?
About your treatment? I asked. She shook her head.
No. Do you like her?
I slid my gaze away from her as I pretended to jot something on my paper, hoping color wasn't rising into my cheeks. She's a very interesting woman.
She is. And very nice. And very pretty. It would be so perfect if you two ended up together.
I huffed out a chuckle. Oh yeah? How do you figure that? Emily lifted a shoulder, the grin still on her face.
Because you met by total chance. Sarah and I met when my credit card wouldn't work at the coffee shop. She paid for my drink and I took her to lunch to repay her. We bonded over both having a weird disease.
A disease that I didn't think Sarah had, but still.
And then I invited her to dinner with us because of her experience and social work. It's like fate.
I flicked my eyebrows up as I scrubbed the inside of her arm with an alcohol wipe and allowed the area to dry. Actually, how's this for fate? Sarah and I actually ran into each other in the park before you introduced us. Her eyes went wide.
Really?
I bobbed my head as I did the final prep with the needle to ensure all the air was out of it. Yep, we literally ran into each other. I didn't get her name then, but when you brought her to dinner, well, at least now we're on a first-name basis.
Well, I hope you two get to be more than that.
She winced as I pierced her arm with a needle. You okay? I asked.
Yeah, it's a little burny. Is that normal?
Yep, I answered. It should subside as soon as the liquid's all in.
Okay,
She said, her forehead crinkling. Just a few more seconds. You doing okay? I flicked my gaze up as I continued to put gentle pressure on the plunger to send the liquid into her system. Her nose crinkled and she seemed to be holding her breath, but she bobbed her head up and down. Almost there, I told her before I pushed the last of it in. With a piece of gauze, I covered the needle and slid it out of her arm. Take a breath. She puffed out air.
Okay, the burning subsided.
Good. I folded the gauze and taped it across her arm. I'm going to ask you to wait here for 15 minutes or so. You may have some side effects crop up later, but anything severe will likely come on very suddenly. The smile she'd kept plastered on her face slipped as she nodded. I don't expect anything, I told her, but just in case, I'll be here to treat it right away.
Thanks.
she answered as my phone chimed. I checked the message and waved the device in the air. It's Sarah. She's feeling much better.
Oh, that's so good to hear.
I'll check on her later, but at least it seems she's okay. I monitored her vitals for the next 15 minutes, checking her heart rate, temperature, pulse, and respiration. Everything was normal. With the all clear, I sent Emily on her way and wrote my notes on her first treatment before diving back into my research. As I hovered over my microscope, the door to the lab opened and Sarah strode inside, bringing a smile to my face. Sarah, how you feeling?
Fine.
She answered.
I'm all better.
I finished writing a note before I studied her. Visually, she looked well. Mind if I make sure? She stiffened at the suggestion.
I think we should focus on Emily today. My temperature was normal this morning, and my wound looks fine. I used the ointment you left me.
Even though she looked okay, she'd been untruthful about her conditions before. Good. I still think I should check your temperature.
You don't need to do that.
She answered before she glanced around the lab.
Is Emily running late?
Emily's already been here and received her treatment. I told her you weren't feeling well and would call to check in with her later. The news went over as I expected. Sarah's jaw fell open as her features pinched.
You shouldn't have done that. I wanted to be here to support her.
And you needed rest, I insisted. She didn't like my answer, her frustration apparent.
Okay, I'll give her a call later. I'll see you then.
She began to back away from me when I stopped her. It was time for the final piece of my plan to learn more about Sarah. Just a minute. Her eyes widened, like a deer caught in the headlights.
Is there a problem?
Yes, there is. With Emily's treatments. She slid her eyes closed, swallowing hard.
Oh no. Did she have a reaction?
No, I said with a shake of my head. No, she didn't. She did well with the first treatment, but she can't have any more. A pang of guilt flitted through my heart as her features melted with concern.
Why?
Well, I shouldn't have said that. It's not entirely accurate. She can have more treatments, but that's going to depend on you.
Me?
Sarah asked.
What do I have to do with it?
I offered a nonchalant shrug. It's simple. You hold the key to her continuing treatments. All you have to do is have dinner with me. The shock slid from her features, replaced by something else that looked like disappointment. I swallowed hard, hoping my gamble paid off. Her eyebrows squished together and she tilted her head.
Don't do this.
My heart thudded hard against my ribs as I stood my ground. It's a simple request, Sarah. It's not a big ask. If you want Emily to receive treatments, just agree to have dinner with me. Tonight. She licked her lips, focusing those sparkling blue eyes on me.
You can't be serious.
I am.
You're going to stop treating Emily. Stop searching for a groundbreaking cure to a horrible disease. Just to force me to have dinner with you?
You're important to me. I told you I felt a connection, even if you didn't. She sucked in a breath, flicking her gaze to her feet.
Please, don't do this.
Why are you avoiding me? Why is this not an easy answer? She stepped toward me, and my heart thudded even harder. Her gloved hand pressed against my chest, and I stared down at it, wondering if she could feel the frenetic beat of my heart.
You're so much better than this.
My features pinched as the warmth of her hand seemed to burn through my chest. What? My voice came out breathier than I expected. Her gaze remained fixed on my chest as though she stared through it, right into my insides.
You have such a good heart. Why do you always hide it behind these antics?
Heat washed over me. Was this merely some sort of ploy to distract me from my goal? But the way she said it made it seem like she was intimately familiar with me and my past. I swallowed hard as I wrapped my hand around hers, my mind searching for an answer. Sarah, She flicked her gaze up to me.
I will have dinner with you, but I don't want it to be tied to Emily's treatments.
Okay, I whispered, entranced by her words.
You have to promise to keep treating Emily. You have to save her. Do you promise?
Her eyes searched mine, her expression almost pleading. Why is she so important to you?
I can't explain it, but she is. Will you promise?
Will you promise not to disappear from my life? Something happened between us, Sarah, and I can't... I stopped, coming dangerously close to telling her I couldn't lose her. What was it about this woman that had me ready to bare my soul to her? To anyone, really. I'd just been candid with Lena yesterday. She had dredged up emotions I never thought I would experience. Her features pinched as I searched them, waiting for an answer. Sarah? I prodded.
I can't promise that.
The words tore my heart into two. The walls that I'd lowered for a moment shot back into place. What a fool I was being. Then neither can I. She bit her lower lip, her disappointment in me obvious. But I was disappointed too.
Chris.
Her soft voice sounded apologetic. No, Sarah, you can't ask me to promise, but refuse to do that.
It doesn't need to be like this.
Obviously it does. You won't even promise that you won't disappear. Her gaze fell to her hand, still affixed to my chest.
Because I can't.
Why?
Some things are beyond my control.
She finally raised her beautiful eyes to mine again.
If it's up to me, I won't leave.
My eyebrows pinched together as she finally let her hand slide away.
I expect you to see Emily's treatments through. I'm holding you to being better because I know you can be.
The words smacked me like a physical slap as she backed from the room. 6, I called after her. Dinner's at 6. She offered me a nod and a slight but cryptic smile before she disappeared. I stood in the lab staring at the spot she just stood in, my mind whirling. She'd said so many things that hit way too close to home. How could she say the things she said?
You have such a good heart.
The words echoed in my head. Had she felt more of a connection than she let on? And how could I convince her to open up to me? Or would the mysterious statement about her disappearing of someone else's accord rip her from my life?
Chapter 13. Sarah. My heart continued to pound hard against my ribs as I left the hospital behind. A mix of emotions swirled within me, creating a terrifying blend that left me confused and trembling. I couldn't stop the feelings developing for Dr. Chris Wright. The inexplicable draw to him stunned me and left me confused. With my mission, distractions were not an option, but Chris was bringing them full force. I did my best to manage it all, hoping I made the right choices. The conversation we'd shared in his lab had been difficult for me. He'd fallen back into his usual pattern of manipulative behavior, bargaining with Emily's treatments to force me to spend time with him. I worried about the reason. His curiosity could spell trouble for me. But more than that, his insistence about our connection loomed even larger on the horizon. His statement about what he'd felt when I'd touched him in the park still puzzled me. I'd never heard of anyone experiencing anything when I touched them. Only I experienced things. I peered into their very existence, seeing private, personal things. I didn't do it often because I felt it violated their privacy, but at times I used my gift to help complete my mission. The crowd moving along the sidewalk came to a stop as we waited for the light to turn. Cars zipped past in front of me as I struggled to calm my aching heart. The text I'd received from Jake rattled around in my mind.
Sometimes getting too close leads to unexpected consequences.
He was right. I'd never expected what was happening. The turn it had taken had been enough of a difficulty, but my own emotions were making it impossible. Finally, the light turned, and I crossed the street. I shoved my own thoughts away as I reached for my phone. I had other things to take care of. Maybe focusing on those would help. With a call placed to Emily, I pressed the phone to my ear. The line trilled twice before Emily's voice answered. She didn't sound right to me, her voice shaky as she greeted me. "Emily, hi. I'm sorry I missed your treatment. I shook my head, deciding not to place the blame on Chris. I didn't need her questioning him if his treatment could save her. "No, it's fine," she answered, her voice weak. "I hope you're feeling okay." "I'm fine. Chris, Yeah, I'm fine. How are you? I'm just calling to check in on how you're doing after the treatment." "Oh, A sharp noise assaulted my ear before the sound muted. The next thing I heard was a coughing noise. "Sorry, I'm not feeling very well, to be honest." My stomach dropped, and I stopped walking. Someone bumped into me, so I hurried to press against the building as I finished my conversation. "Is Max with you?" "No, he has labs all day and one night one too. I'm okay, I'm just a little nauseous." "You sound a lot nauseous," I answered. "Do you mind if I come over to sit with you?" She offered me a weak chuckle. "The better question is, do you mind? I'm pretty certain I'm not going to be good company." "I'm not worried about the company, I'm worried about you. Text me your address. I'll come right over." I pressed my back against the warm stones of the building behind me as I stared at my display, waiting for the message to pop up. My stomach remained tied in a tight knot. A second later, an address popped up. On autopilot, my feet already moved toward the building, which I recognized as an off-campus housing facility. Within 10 minutes, I arrived out front and pressed the button on the intercom for the apartment number she gave me. The door buzzed open, and I hurried inside, pressing the button for the elevator until it finally slid open. When I reached Emily's floor, I quickly found her door and pounded on it. "Emily, it's Sarah!" She pulled it open moments later. Her appearance set my nerves further on edge. Wrapped in a fluffy bathrobe, with her hair tugged up into a messy topknot, her features took on a haggard look. She had no color in her face, and dark circles under her eyes. "I told you I looked bad," she said, attempting to chuckle, though the act quickly faded as she slid her eyes closed. "Sit down," I said, guiding her through the small apartment to her couch. "Or do you prefer to lay down?" She kept her eyes closed, waving a hand in the air that signaled for me to wait. After a moment, she opened her eyes and breathed out a slow breath. "Sorry, riding out a wave of nausea." "Perhaps you ought to lie down. Will you be more comfortable?" She pulled her legs underneath her and propped herself against the arm of the couch with the throw pillow. "I'm fine here. Plus, it's a pretty easy shot to the bathroom." She poked a finger toward the open door across the space. "Can I get you anything?" "Anything you give me is going to come right back up," she answered. "Have you told Chris?" She let her forehead rest in her palm as she gave a slight shake to her head. "No, he said there may be side effects. I'm hoping it passes in a few hours." "Well, until it does, I'll be right here with you." She reached for my hand and squeezed it, offering a tired smile. "And don't worry about being a nice host. I'm here for you while you're not feeling well, not to make things worse. She offered me another tired smile. I don't think you could do that, Sarah. But if you're determined to help... I raised my chin. I am. What can I do? Get you water? Maybe some broth? Blanket? I can give a mean temple massage that can distract you. She chuckled, then winced. Oh, please don't make me laugh so much. My stomach is a little tender. No, I don't want anything in my stomach right now. But the moment I do, I'll let you know. Okay, although I'm pretty certain Chris would say we need to keep you hydrated. She let her eyes rise to the ceiling. I'm sure. Good thing you're not Chris. Hey, before I ask you what I wanted to ask, how are you feeling? Chris said you were in an accident yesterday? I shook my head. I'm fine, I wasn't hit. There was a car speeding through the light and a child in the intersection. I grabbed him and dove out of the way. Oh my goodness! Her eyes went wide. You're a hero! Hardly. I did what anyone would do. I got a little scrape on my arm. Chris went a little overboard on making certain I was okay. He said you were running a high fever. I offered her a reassuring smile. He's exaggerating a little. I wasn't really running a temperature. I think he just likes to play doctor. She arched an eyebrow. I think he'd very much like to play doctor with you. Heat rose in my cheeks, and I was certain I was turning a shade of bright red. Her comment struck too many of the emotions I was trying to bury. Oh, I think he just likes playing White Knight to anyone with an odd illness. Emily narrowed her eyes, tilting her chin in a coy way. I don't think so. I think he likes you. Now I knew I was blushing. Emily grinned at me. Do you like him too? Why don't we worry more about how you're feeling than how I'm feeling about Chris? You do! She exclaimed, then winced. Oh, sorry. Another wave. I rubbed her back as she sat up straighter, squeezing her eyes closed and forcing her breathing to slow. Her lower lip trembled for a moment before she sucked in a deep breath and opened her eyes, nodding at me. Passed. Good, I said as she settled against the pillow again. Any other side effects? Headaches? Body aches? No, just that nausea. Some tiredness, but that could just have been from my adrenaline racing earlier. She offered me another smile. And hey, I wasn't done with you yet. Oh? You were blushing when I asked if you liked him. You do. I think it's so great. I pressed my lips together, not making eye contact, too afraid of betraying my own emotions. Sarah? She questioned. Yeah? Can I get you something? I'm sorry, I don't mean to pry or make you feel uncomfortable. I think it's fate, you know? Do you believe in fate? I settled back against the cushion and twisted to face her. I do. Actually, I believe in more than fate. I believe in a higher power who steps in and helps you along when you need it. I do too, she admitted. So, you see my point then. How weird is it that you and Chris met? You met me by accident. I invited you to dinner and you two hit it off. It's so perfect. It's meant to be. I gave her a polite smile, hoping to change the subject soon. I told Chris the same thing earlier. My heart dropped at the words. You did? Mm-hmm. Want to know what he said about you? I desperately wanted to know, but I couldn't bear to show my vulnerability. One that I shouldn't have. Come on, you know you do. You don't need to pretend you don't care. I shifted on the cushion, the heat rising in my cheeks again. Okay, so what did he say? Well, he was kind of coy about it, but he said you two ran into each other in the park before I'd brought you to dinner. My stomach twisted into a knot. I hoped he hadn't told her about the odd encounter and his reaction to it. And he was glad you were on a first-name basis, so I think he likes you. She giggled before she bit her lower lip, still smiling. Before I could answer, the pleasant expression slipped off her face, replaced by wide eyes and a trembling lip. She stiffened before she launched off the couch and raced for the bathroom. I hurried behind her as she doubled over the toilet with a choking cough that brought up whatever contents remained in her stomach. I grabbed her hair and stroked her head. After another heave, she pressed the plunger to flush as she rose, clinging tightly to me. Ugh, sorry. Don't be sorry, I said as I pulled her into a tight hug. Her weight pressed limply against me. I don't think this is how you wanted to spend your afternoon. Are you kidding? This is just how I hoped to spend it, I said, my best attempt at humor as I helped her back to the couch. She gave a weak chuckle as she settled into the cushions, slumping onto her pillow. I'll take that blanket now, if you don't mind. I grabbed it from the back of the armchair and draped it over her as her eyes slid closed. Why don't you try to sleep? See if it passes. She nodded lazily, and her breathing turned rhythmic. I settled into the chair and pulled my phone from my purse. I glanced at the time, my stomach clenching as I recalled the dinner appointment I had with Chris. I doubted Emily would be feeling up to snuff by then. He would not handle the rejection well. I'd have to tell him what was going on, despite Emily not wanting to bother him with it. I navigated to the text message he'd sent me and typed a message. Emily isn't feeling very well. I don't want to leave her. Can we change dinner plans to another day? My pulse quickened as I sent it. When I'd touched him, I'd seen so many things I shouldn't, including a marriage proposal. He'd offered his colleague a way out of a tough situation, asking her to marry him. She'd seen it as a marriage of convenience, but he'd actually had emotion behind it. The rejection had crushed him, though she'd never known it. His response came quickly.
Nice try, Sarah. I'll call Emily myself to check on her before we discuss rescheduling.
I glanced at her sleeping form, not wanting her ringing phone to wake her. Begrudgingly, I quickly pressed the call icon next to Chris's name and let the line trill.
I thought you might have a change of heart.
His voice said coyly after answering. I rose and hurried toward her kitchen, trying to find the farthest corner from my sleeping friend. Hey, I'm not kidding. I'm with Emily. She's asleep right now. I didn't want you to wake her.
What are her symptoms?
His voice immediately changed from teasing to professional. She's tired and nauseous.
Vomiting?
Yes. Once while I've been here. I'm not sure how many times before.
How does she look? Pale? Shaky?
I twisted to glance over the counter at her sleeping form. Pale, tired. She's a little weak. I helped her back to the couch. She doesn't want to eat or drink anything.
She needs to stay hydrated.
Yeah, I said the same thing, but she won't take anything. I'm not certain it'll stay down, even if she does.
She needs to try. You said she's sleeping right now?
Yes, and I'd like her to sleep as long as she can. I'm sure she needs it.
All right. I'm stuck at the hospital for another hour, but I'm going to call a script into her pharmacy. I need you to go pick it up. If she's still nauseous when she wakes up, give her one of these pills. Then try to get her to drink some broth, okay?
Yes, I can do that. Just let me know which pharmacy.
Harmony, on the corner of 5th and Serenity. Do you know it?
Yes, I answered with a nod, already searching for a paper and pen to leave her a note in case she awoke while I was gone.
Okay, I'm sending it now. I'll come over as soon as I finish here.
For one of the first times, I found myself looking forward to Chris appearing, and not because my heart was pitter-pattering for him. I was genuinely worried over Emily's condition. If this first treatment was this tough on her, would it work at all? And would she make it through them? Okay, good. I'll see you then.
Call me if she gets worse before then.
I will. I ended the call and finished scrawling my note, leaving it on the coffee table for her to find if she awoke before I returned. Before I hurried out of her apartment, I searched around the front door for a set of keys. I could let myself back in if I needed to, so I wouldn't need to disturb her rest. With them in hand, I eased her door closed behind me, locked it, and made the short trip to the pharmacy. I pushed into the old-fashioned pharmacy, whose door boasted they'd been in the same location for over 100 years, and made my way to the counter at the back. After giving Emily's name to the assistant, I completed the transaction, grabbed the bag, and hastened back into the early evening air. As I rounded the corner, a chilly gust of air snaking past me, I smacked into someone. I bounced back a step, the bag of medication falling to the ground below. We both stooped to grab it, but he picked it up before I could. I swallowed hard as I thrust my hand out. Something about him screamed trouble. His dark eyes met mine, and the corner of his perfectly formed lips tugged back in what I'd describe as a seductive smile.
You dropped something.
His smooth, rich voice sent a shiver down my spine. Thanks, I answered, reaching for the bag. He kept it close to his chest. With my focus on the white paper, I missed his hand reaching for me. He brushed a lock of hair that had blown across my cheek, his skin grazing mine. I sucked in a deep breath as odd images strafed across my mind. My eyes widened, and he grinned at me, thrusting the bag out. With my heart racing, I grabbed it and pushed past him, my eyes still wide and my chest still tight.
Wait!
He called after me, those dark, alluring eyes on me.
Are you Emily?
No, I answered, my voice slightly shaky. I'm picking this up for a friend.
I'm Victor. Victor Cross.
He thrust his hand forward, but after what I'd seen, I failed to take his hand. He pulled it back.
I hope your friend feels better.
Thanks, I said, spinning on my heel and hurrying away. I glanced back once over my shoulder, finding his eyes still lingering on me. His gaze sent another chill rattling through me. There was something abnormal about him, something unsettling, something sinister.
Chapter 14. Chris. I flicked my gaze at the clock again as I jotted another note in a chart and slid it back into the holder at the foot of the patient's bed. Sarah had called 15 minutes ago, but it may as well have been 3 hours. I shifted my weight as the patient rambled on about something I didn't care about. Well, I hope you're feeling better soon, I finally said before I raced out the door. As I hurried past the nurse's station, tugging off my white coat, I glanced at the charge nurse. I need to run. Page Dr. Morgan to finish the rounds, please.
Dr. Wright!
She called after me, her eyes wide. Call Dr. Morgan! I repeated before I disappeared around the corner, hurrying to the on-call room. I needed to check on my patient, and beyond that I wanted to see Sarah. Something about the concern in her voice had made me feel even closer to her than I had before. We seemed like a perfect team. I not only wanted to help Emily with her reaction to her first treatment, but I wanted to do that side by side with Sarah. Maybe she'd even be impressed with my work. As I tossed my coat into my locker and slammed it shut, I startled, finding Lena on the other side of it.
What do you think you're doing?
She asked, her hands on her hips. I have to run.
After you see the last 2 patients.
No, now, I insisted. Emily is having a reaction to the treatment. Her features softened a little.
How bad?
Sarah says she's nauseous and thrown up once. I called in anti-nausea, but I want to assess her myself.
Oh, now I get it.
She answered, crossing her arms.
You want to see Sarah. Tough luck, buddy. Finish your rounds first.
No, that's not... I don't just want to see Sarah. I've seen Sarah today, and I'm seeing Sarah tonight, but I have to run. I just don't want to take any chances with Emily.
Right, yeah, sure. Okay, fine. I'll cover you.
Thank you, I called to her as I backed from the room.
You'd better invite me to the wedding.
She shouted after me, bringing a grin to my face as I dashed from the hospital into the cool evening air. I wove through the bustling crowd, each step carrying me closer to Emily's apartment, my mind racing with concern. As I wondered if Sarah had retrieved the medication yet, I rounded the corner, nearly running straight into someone. Oops, sorry, My eyes went wide as I realized I'd almost plowed over Sarah. Sarah, are you okay? Something seemed off about her. Her eyes were round, pupils dilated, her lips parted, and she breathed more heavily than normal. Was she this upset about Emily? Before I could ask, she glanced over her shoulder, searching the street as though she suspected someone had followed her. Sarah? I tried again. She snapped her gaze back to me before she shook her head. What had frightened her this much? My protective instincts surged within me, urging me to pull her close, sheltering her from whatever had frightened her. You're okay. It's okay. She trembled against me, heightening my concern about what had happened. It was a chilly night, and she didn't react well to cold. Was that all? Let's get you inside, I said, surprised she was allowing me to be this close to her. Normally she warned me about touching, but this time she pressed close to me. Did you get the script?
Yeah.
She said, her breathing still labored. Okay. I was tempted to stroke her hair in an attempt to soothe her, but I feared startling her. She seemed afraid enough. I'd deal with it once we were safely tucked in Emily's apartment. I pushed through the door, still keeping her close. She didn't seem to relax even as we waited for the elevator. It wasn't the cold bothering her. She glanced over her shoulder again at the door before the elevator opened, and we stepped inside.
I have her keys. I took them in case she was still asleep when I got back.
She fumbled in her purse, producing them in her trembling hands before they dropped to the floor. We both bent to pick them up, but I swiped them first, catching her eye. I got it. Before I could ask her anything else, the doors whooshed open. As a doctor, I recognized the signs of shock, and Sarah was showing every one of them with no improvement in sight. I needed to get her settled and safe before she went into full-blown hysteria. I fiddled with the keys until the lock gave way. I pushed the door into the apartment before I guided her inside. Her muscles were tight and stiff as I slid my hand on her back. She twisted around to shove the door closed, turning every lock on it. Her fingers lingered on the chain lock. I spotted Emily, still asleep on the couch. One problem under control for the moment. Now I could deal with the other. Sarah, I said, trying to keep my voice calm and steady as I slid a hand onto her shoulder. What happened?
We should check on Emily.
She's still asleep, it's okay. Her body tensed, pressing against the door as if seeking refuge from an unseen threat, a sense of unease tightening her muscles. Her pupils covered almost her entire iris, and she still shook. She was rapidly approaching a meltdown, and I wanted to avoid that at all costs. I fought the urge to cup her face in my hands to focus her energy, but that's what she needed. But I feared the touching would make her spiral even further. Sarah, can you tell me what happened? She struggled to breathe, her chest heaving too quickly.
I have to go.
She turned back to the door, trying to undo the lock, but I stopped her, my hand clamping over her gloved one. No,
I can't be here for this.
she said, her voice breaking. Be here for what? Sarah, what happened? I twisted her around, squaring her shoulders to mine. My somewhat aggressive behavior was designed to steady her and focus her energy. Okay, Sarah, just look at me. You're safe, okay? Focus on me. Her eyes locked onto mine again, but she showed no signs of calming. I needed to find some way of reaching her to pull her back from the edge of this panic. Wrapping her in a blanket may help. Before I could search for one, though, her breathing turned ragged. My brows furrowed as she raised a shaky hand and yanked off her glove. Before I realized what she was doing, she pressed her fingertips against my cheek. She sucked in a sharp breath before she exhaled it slowly, her head sinking onto my chest as her fingers remained glued to my skin. Her touch had the same effect as it had the first time, though this time the longer length meant the feeling settled even deeper in me. Warmth spread through my body along with a sense of peace and belonging. My heart raced just as it had in the park, and I slid my arms around her, holding her close to me. Her breathing finally slowed, and she stopped trembling. As she withdrew her hand, I felt a pang of reluctance, as if losing a lifeline in the vast expanse of uncertainty, leaving me yearning for the comforting warmth she had imparted. Sarah? I asked, my voice surprisingly shaky and raw. When she pulled away from me, her pupils had returned to normal. Her lower lip bobbed, but no words formed yet. But I still wanted to know what had frightened her. At the moment, though, I found myself swimming in the high of having been the person she sought for comfort, including that elusive touch that filled me with more happiness than I'd felt in decades. A shuffling noise behind us caught our attention. A pale Emily tugged her bathrobe tighter around her as she stared at us.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sarah took full advantage to get out of the intimate moment, skirting past me as she pulled on her glove again.
Emily, how are you feeling?
Her features crinkled.
Better.
She promised.
I had a nice nap. I'm still drained, but I'm not running to throw up.
She shifted her gaze to me, her features apologetic.
I'm sorry to have called you all the way over here.
There's nothing to be sorry about. I called in some anti-nausea meds in case you need them. Why don't you let me grab your vitals before we try to hydrate you?
Sure.
Emily shot Sarah an apologetic glance, though I couldn't figure out why, before she made her way back to collapse on the couch. I grabbed my bag that I'd dropped on the small table near her door and followed her. Sarah said you were sick and vomited? Emily bobbed her head, her lips pressed together.
Yes. A few times.
How many?
3 or 4. I'm sorry, I didn't count.
That's okay, I said as I took her temperature, finding it elevated slightly, but nothing beyond expected for this situation. But it was enough to make you weak, or did you have the weakness first? She said, blowing a long breath as she scratched her forehead.
I had fatigue before vomiting, but the weakness after.
I donned my stethoscope and slid it inside her robe to press it against her pajama top. Your heart rate is nice and steady.
That's good.
She said with a weak smile. Sweat beaded on her brow as I pulled back. You warm?
A little sick again.
She answered, her expression sheepish.
Must be too much moving around.
Let's get you an anti-nausea pill and see if we can settle this down. I backed to the table, suddenly realizing Sarah was no longer with us. My stomach clenched. Where had she gone? She had been so panicked, but seemed to have recovered. Still, I didn't like her disappearance one bit. Did you see where Sarah went? I asked as I pulled open the bag and shook the vial from within. Emily scanned the small apartment before she focused on me, shaking her head.
No, I'm sorry. She didn't leave, did she?
I hope not. I shook a pill free and handed it to her before I crossed to the kitchen.
Glasses are in the cabinet on the right of the sink.
I located them and filled it with tap water before I delivered it to her. Try to drink as much of that as possible,
I don't even want this sip.
she admitted. Just take your time, I said, my eyes roaming the room in search of other places where Sarah may be. Small sips, but as often as you can, okay?
Right.
She put the pill on her tongue and swallowed it in a gulp of water.
I didn't hear the door close before. I'm really sorry, Dr. Wright. I didn't mean to interrupt your moment with Sarah.
I sucked in a breath, my eyes focusing on a closed door. She had interrupted something, but at least it hadn't been the magical moment when she touched me. And it hadn't seemed to cause her any pain. In fact, she seemed relaxed by it. Why had she made up the story about her so-called disease? It's okay, I said with a forced smile.
I feel like a real heel. I woke up at the worst possible moment. You two looked so close. Like she was about to say something really important.
I poked a finger at the closed door. Is that your bedroom?
Yeah.
She said before she pressed her lips together.
Ugh. I hope these pills work fast.
Give them about 15 minutes. Try to lie back and close your eyes, I murmured, my eyes focused on the white barrier. Do you mind if I check for Sarah in there?
I
snapped my gaze to her, shaking my head. No, something happened to Sarah on her way here. I'm not sure what, but she was frightened.
Frightened?
Emily asked, her features twisting with concern. Yeah, I mean, she was calming down, but I just want to be sure she's okay. Maybe she went to lie down.
Feel free,
Emily said with a flick of her hand.
I hope she's okay. Let me know. I'm just gonna lie here quietly and hope this stays down.
I focused on the door again as Emily slid her eyes closed, propping her head on a pillow and her feet on the couch. With her settled, I moved back to my other concern. I pressed my ear against the door as I considered knocking, but I didn't want her to tell me to stay away. I needed to make certain she was okay, and I didn't want her sliding back a step from the breakthrough we'd had only moments ago. The door eased open as I twisted the knob and peered into the dimly lit room. My eyebrows pinched tightly as I spotted Sarah. She crouched in an odd squat, balancing on her toes. Her eyes were squeezed closed, and her fingers twisted into fists. She clenched her teeth as though she was in intense pain. And I could have sworn she had a whitish glow around her. My heart skipped a beat as I studied her. What was she doing? And what had led her to such an intense moment?
Chapter 15. Sarah. I rounded the corner, my breaths coming in frantic gasps, each inhale a struggle. The air felt thick and suffocating, as though I was drowning in my own fear. My heart thundered against my ribcage with such force that I feared it may burst through my chest. Another unexpected soul glimpse, triggered by the mere brush of Victor Cross's hand against my cheek, sent shockwaves of terror coursing through my entire system. Was it truly accidental? Or had he deliberately invaded my mind? My trembling lower lip betrayed the battle raging inside me as I was trapped with the terrifying implications. This soul glimpse was unlike any I had experienced before. While Chris's grief had evoked profound sadness, his inherent goodness had countered it, providing solace. But Victor's darkness threatened to consume me whole. The disturbing visions that assaulted my senses left me shaken to the core, a primary fear gripping every fiber of my being. I turned another corner, nearly smacking into someone. Instinctively, I held my arms up to avoid a touch, until I realized who it was. Chris.
Oops, sorry,
His eyes went wide.
Sarah, are you okay?
I wasn't. I stood stunned for a second before I twisted to glance behind me, frightened that Victor Cross may be following me. I didn't need his dark energy near me, or near Chris.
Sarah?
He questioned again. I couldn't answer. I'd gone mute. The terror still raging through my veins threatened to rob me of any peace. I needed to get it out of my system, but I was terrified to face it. Chris's arms enveloped me in a comforting embrace, his warmth a stark contrast to the icy tendrils of fear clutching at my heart. As he pulled me closer, I leaned into his chest, seeking solace in his soothing presence.
You're okay. It's okay.
For once, I didn't fight the contact, allowing myself to be anchored by his unwavering support. I normally would have pulled away, but it distracted me from the horrors floating through my mind, waiting to be dealt with.
Let's get you inside.
He said.
Did you get the script?
Yeah, I choked out.
Okay.
He answered as he pushed through the door, keeping me close to him. I stared out the glass door to the sidewalk beyond it, keeping an eye out for the dark man to appear. We stepped into the elevator once it arrived, the soft ding of the doors closing sending a shiver down my spine. It felt like unseen eyes followed my every move. I have her keys. I took them in case she was still asleep when I got back. I tried to pull them from my purse, but my hands were shaking so badly, I dropped them immediately. I bent to pick them up at the same time as Chris.
I got it.
He said, catching my eyes. I prayed he wouldn't ask me any questions, and thankfully, the elevator doors whooshed open. Within another minute, we were inside Emily's apartment. I quickly locked the door, using every lock she had. I needed to make certain Emily was okay. She was my primary mission. After that, I'd have to face dealing with this soul glimpse. But I hadn't decided on a slow burn or fast flame yet. Either felt like it would kill me.
Sarah, what happened?
Chris asked me as he slid a steadying hand onto my shoulder. We should check on Emily, I answered, attempting to distract him and myself.
She's still asleep. It's okay.
The visions fought to take control of me, and I struggled to keep them in check. I needed to deal with this soon, or I'd crack apart.
Sarah, can you tell me what happened?
Chris pressed. I appreciated his concern, but I couldn't tell him anything. The rising tide of emotion welling inside me threatened to undo me. I needed to escape. My chest tightened, and breathing became difficult. I gasped for air. I have to go. I twisted to the door, grabbing the chain lock to undo it, when his hand clamped over mine.
No.
I can't be here for this. My voice, raw and frightened, betrayed all the fear I faced. He couldn't watch me process this glimpse, but I was terrified to be alone.
Be here for what? Sarah, what happened?
He twisted me to face him, his hands firm on my shoulders.
Okay, Sarah, just look at me. You're safe, okay? Focus on me.
His words rang in my head as I fought to steady myself, but it was a losing battle. I was slipping away and I could feel it. I didn't have the strength to process what I'd just seen. The blackness in Victor Cross's soul was eating me alive. My eyes raised to his as my spirit threatened to give in to the darkness. While it had been painful, the soul glimpse into Chris Wright's heart had been much easier. I feared Victor Cross's would kill me. I needed to cling to Chris's goodness, but it was quickly becoming overwhelmed by the vile things I'd witnessed from Victor's life. I had to strengthen it, and there was only one way to do that. I ripped my glove from my hand and pressed it against Chris's cheek, drinking in the light. Difficult times came with it, giving me a further peek into what made him tick. But I searched through it to find that shining heart he had. There it was. Relief coursed through me as I grasped onto his virtue, letting my head sink onto his chest as I continued to draw on his strength. My breathing slowed, and the primal fear that had left me shaking waned. I'd still have to deal with the glimpse, but for now, I could fight through the darkness. When I'd gathered enough strength, I pulled my hand away.
Sarah?
His voice, softened, shaky, and raw, made me wonder if he'd experienced something on his end. He had claimed to have felt a connection the first time we'd touched. Had it happened again? I pulled back, attempting to form some words, but none came. Thankfully, a shuffling sound interrupted any conversation. I glanced around Chris's shoulder, finding Emily up and about, tugging her robe tighter around her neck. She winced. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." The distraction was all I needed to break free from Chris's arms. I tugged on my glove as I pushed past him and toward her. "Emily, how are you feeling?" Her features crinkled. "Better. I had a nice nap. I'm still drained, but I'm not running to throw up." She glanced around me to Chris. "I'm sorry to have called you all the way over here."
There's nothing to be sorry about. I called in some anti-nausea meds in case you need them. Why don't you let me grab your vitals before we try to hydrate you?
Chris answered. "Sure." Emily shot me an apologetic glance, a silent apology for ruining what she likely thought had been a tender moment between us. Little did she know, it hadn't been so much tender as life-saving. Chris grabbed his bag to tend to Emily, and I used the distraction to slip away. I glanced at the door, considering slipping from the apartment. My favorite spot on the tower would be too cold for me, though, and I didn't want to chance running into Victor again. Another accidental graze from him could kill me. My gaze landed on the door to the bedroom. I glanced at Chris, busy tending to Emily and completely in his element. I had to deal with some of these visions sooner, rather than later. I hurried down the hall and eased the door closed. With a shake of my wrists, I paced the floor. The emotions welled inside me again, my terror building. I clung to that lightness I'd just found in Chris to combat them. But would that be enough? It wouldn't matter soon. I had to process Victor's visions. The choice between slow burn and fast flame was difficult, though. I didn't want to leave them lingered, but the fast flame may be too painful. I swallowed hard. I could withstand it. I needed them gone. With a deep inhale, I crossed to the window to crack it open. The fast flame would leave me overheated, and the cool air, despite it normally bothering me, would help me process. The chilly breeze rushed past my cheeks as I crouched, preparing myself for the burn. I squeezed my eyes closed, gritting my teeth so I didn't scream when the pain hit me. With my fingers curled into fists, I allowed the flames to consume me inside. Painful visions of blood, death, betrayals, deceptions, torment, loss, and twisted desires twisted through my mind, searing it with an unbelievable pain. I felt the white-hot rush that would make me glow, pushing through my nerve endings.
Sarah?
The voice startled me. My wings fluttered instinctively as I snapped my eyes open, finding Chris's confused and stunned face staring at me. I quickly let my wings go slack, smacking into the floor. "Chris!" He stood speechless as I scrambled to my feet. wondering how much of my fast flame he'd seen. Before the interruption, I'd worked through most of the horrible visions that had transferred, but a few lingering ones still bounced around inside my head, needing to be dealt with later. "How is Emily?" I asked, hoping he hadn't seen much, and I could refocus his energy on something else. He shook his head.
No, you can't do that.
I crinkled my brow, pretending to feign ignorance.
Emily took an anti-nausea pill and is lying down until it kicks in. If you were that concerned, why didn't you stay with us?
I couldn't answer that. Not without giving something away that I didn't want to. I just needed a minute to myself.
Sarah, what happened? When I ran into you, you were panicked. You looked terrified, and then...
A retching sound interrupted his words. My heart skipped a beat. That must be Emily. I hurried to the door, trying to push past him, but he grabbed my arm, his grip gentle but firm.
We have to talk about this.
Not now, I insisted.
When we're finished here.
His intense gaze burned through me. I sucked in a deep breath and nodded. I'd used him. He had a right to know why. And at least this gave me time to consider what I would say. It wouldn't be the truth, but I'd try to craft something that hinted at it as best as I could. He deserved that. He released his grasp on my arm, and I hurried down the hall, finding Emily doubled over the toilet. She wiped at her lips, offering me a weak smile as I swept into the bathroom. I'm afraid that pill isn't going to help anymore. I grabbed the washcloth hanging near the sink and wet it, wringing it out, soaking my gloves in the process. Do you want to head back to the couch? She shook her head, her lips pressed into a thin line. Not yet. I think I'm going to have a few more here. I pressed the cloth against her head as I settled on the floor next to her with a nod. Okay, let me know when you're ready. She gave me a lopsided smile before her expression contorted, and she buried her head in the toilet bowl again. When she recovered, I grabbed the towel from the holder next to me to wipe her mouth while I pressed the cool cloth against her forehead. Thanks, she said weakly. Chris pressed closer to us, taking her pulse. I'm sorry, she said to him. I wish I'd taken to this treatment a little better.
It's okay, but I think we should get you to the hospital.
Oh, no, she cried, her features twisting. No, please, not a hospital stay.
Emily?
He said, his voice a warning as he glanced sideways at me. It's just that I spent so much time there when I was diagnosed. I don't want to spend any more time in there while I'm trying to ditch this disease.
You're going to be dehydrated. I want to give you IV fluids.
I'll drink some water.
You'll bring it right back up. We can handle this with an IV.
Can we give it a few more hours? I'll try to sleep it off and get some fluids in when I wake up. Please? I don't want to go to the hospital. Chris sighed.
You're as bad as Sarah with wanting to avoid the hospital.
Emily's eyes went wide as she focused on me. Do you need to go to the hospital? Is something wrong? No, I reassured her. I just don't like hospitals either. Then you understand. Please tell him I don't need to go. Chris rose from his crouch.
She's not your doctor. I am.
Why don't we give her some time? I suggested. Maybe a little broth? Chris flicked his gaze to me, his chest heaving with a sigh.
All right. You two are ganging up on me, so I'll give you a few hours. Let's see what this broth does.
I'll try it. I'll try anything to stay out of the hospital. I helped Emily to stand and walked her to the living room. She collapsed on the couch, and I eased onto the cushion next to her, pressing the cool cloth against the back of her neck, then her forehead. Thanks, she said as she sucked in deep breaths. I feel awful. Do you need to head back to the bathroom? No, she said. I don't mean that way. I mean, I feel awful about all this fuss. Don't. You need to be looked after, and we're both happy to do it. She offered me a weak smile. Distract me from my nausea. Tell me what happened with you that had Chris so concerned. I licked my lips, realizing I must have frightened him with my behavior earlier. It's nothing. You're supposed to be distracting me, remember? Chris is always worried when he doesn't need to be, I think. Chris shot me a pointed glance as he strode toward us with the steaming mug of chicken broth.
Slow, tiny sips, okay? We want this to stay down.
Yep, she said as she accepted it, wrapping her fingers around the mug. After a few deep breaths, she took a tiny sip, wincing after it. That's good, I said, careful not to stroke her hair with my wet gloves. She sat for a few minutes before she tried another. Chris took her pulse again before he checked her temperature.
How's that going down?
Not great, but I'm determined not to throw up again. Over the course of the next hour, she drank the entire mug. Sweat beaded on her brow as she fought through more waves of nausea. I kept the cloth cool and pressed it to her forehead. She leaned into me, her body heavy against mine as her exhaustion set in. Close your eyes, I soothed as Chris took a seat next to me on the sofa. Yeah, she murmured. If I can fall asleep, maybe I'll keep this down. Her voice sounded sleepy already. Before she drifted off, though, her muscles stiffened, and she pushed away from me, leaning forward. Sick? She nodded, her features pinching as she grabbed my arm and squeezed hard. Try to breathe through it. She swallowed hard. I rubbed her back for a few minutes until she finally relaxed. It's passing. Good. We settled back into the cushions again, and I pulled a blanket over her as she slumped against me again. This time, she fell asleep within minutes. I hoped when she awoke, her nausea will have passed. My eyes slid closed too, exhaustion coursing through me from the soul glimpses and the subsequent fast flame. I hadn't planned on falling asleep, but I drifted off. When I awoke over 2 hours later, I found myself resting against Chris, his arms wrapped securely around me. Emily, snoring softly, had shifted off me to cuddle against a puffy pillow. For a moment, I didn't push away, finding more comfort and security there than I expected. I let my still sleepy eyes slide shut again, relaxed by the steady beat of his heart against my eardrum. His hand gently rubbed my back. Only when I realized he was awake did I lift myself, pulling back from the intimate situation. Sorry, I must have fallen asleep, I said as I avoided eye contact, flicking my gaze to Emily. How is she?
She's been asleep this entire time,
He said, his hand still lingering on my back.
How are you feeling?
Fine, I answered as I shifted on the cushion. He'd likely want to talk about what had happened earlier, and I still didn't.
That's good. Because what happened earlier was frightening.
I kept my gaze focused on the nicked wood of the coffee table, my voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry I scared you. Each word carried the weight of my fear and uncertainty, a silent plea for understanding.
Sarah, it wasn't just about me. You were on the verge of complete shock. And then you slink off.
I didn't slink, I interrupted.
Fine, you disappeared into the bedroom. And when I find you, you're acting even stranger. What were you doing?
What did you see? I asked. He stared at me for a moment.
You in a very strange, crouched position, looking like you were in pain. And I could have sworn you were glowing.
Probably just the way the moonlight was hitting me.
The moon wasn't anywhere close to coming through that window.
Reflection then, or something.
Sarah, when I called your name, I could have sworn you floated in the air before you hit the floor. What is going on?
I swallowed hard, trying to figure out how to explain all of this. I think your eyes are playing tricks on you. All the stress from me and Emily.
No.
He said with a shake of his head.
No, Sarah, I know what I saw. And we haven't even gotten to the whole touch thing yet.
I snapped my gaze to him, trying to read his emotions. Had he experienced the same thing he'd mentioned to me before? Did you have the same experience when I touched you? His jaw clenched as he stared at me.
So you want me to answer that while you continue to dodge my questions?
I pressed my lips together as I shook my head. But before I could say anything else, Emily groaned, her eyes fluttering open. Hey, how are you feeling? I asked softly. She shifted her position before she pulled herself up to sit. Better, I think. This time, her smile looked genuine. I don't feel sick. I rubbed her arm. That's great. How about some more broth? If I must, she answered. I really want to just crawl into bed and sleep. I'm still tired.
Broth first, then you can go to bed.
Chris said. We spent another 2 hours making certain Emily had turned the corner. When she'd finally fallen asleep in her own bed after promising to call if she took a turn for the worse, we left her apartment behind. I hated to step out of its safety because I knew I'd have to face Chris's questions. He'd insisted on walking me home, though I didn't balk. I was still afraid to run into Victor Cross while alone. The chilly night's air was still, at least, making the cold easier for me to tolerate.
So, are you ready to explain?
He asked after a few moments. I wasn't, but I couldn't tell him that. The thing is, this is very complicated. He shoved his hands in his pockets as he walked alongside me through the nearly empty streets.
Yeah, I'll bet. The weird touching thing, the floating, the glowing. I can't wait to hear the answers.
We arrived at my building, and I twisted to face him. It's just that I can't... I never got to finish the statement. Another voice interrupted me, sending a chill down my spine.
Hello, Seraphina.
The low purr made me stiffen, and I twisted to spot Victor Cross striding toward us. My heart thudded hard against my ribs as fear welled inside of me. He'd found me, and he knew my name.
Chapter 16. Chris. My heart ramped up as we left Emily's apartment behind. I desperately craved a quiet moment alone with Sarah after everything that had happened earlier this evening. It had almost been too much to process, and Sarah's constant avoidance of any of my questions only made me want to know more. Something odd was happening here, and I was determined to get to the bottom of it. It wasn't just my scientific curiosity driving me, though. It was the need to understand Sarah, to support her, to win her over. I wanted her to trust me. Each moment we spent together made me more determined. And after she'd pressed her fingertips against my skin earlier, causing another burst of that warm mix of emotions that left me feeling sublime, I needed her. Her first touch had been addicting. But this one... This one had left me with no choice but to do whatever it took to make certain she stayed with me. It had been the reason when, after she drifted to sleep, I pulled her into my arms. Even the illusion of being a couple was enough for me in that moment. But I knew I needed more. She seemed interested in what had happened on my end when she touched me, so I planned to use that as leverage to buy my way into more information about her. When I'd insisted I walk her home from Emily's, I'd expected an argument, but she quietly acquiesced. We made our way from the building into the chilly night. After a moment of walking, I couldn't wait any longer. "So, are you ready to explain?" She stared down at her feet.
The thing is, this is very complicated.
She wasn't kidding. In the span of a few hours, I'd witnessed her frightened enough to be on the verge of panic, a situation she had countered by pressing her hand against my skin, after insisting no one could touch her, to seeing her glowing and floating in the air. If I didn't know better, I'd have thought I was going crazy. Yeah, I'll bet. The weird touching thing, the floating, the glowing. I can't wait to hear the answers. We arrived at her building, and she turned to face me, setting those sparkling blue eyes on me.
It's just that I can't...
A voice interrupted her words. Something about it sent a shiver down my spine. The dark man stared directly at Sarah, his voice a low growl. "Hello, Seraphina." Did she know him? I flicked my gaze sideways to gauge her reaction. The terror etched into her delicate features was unmistakable. Something was wrong here. Very wrong. He glanced up at the moon before he focused on her again. "Beautiful night, wouldn't you say? Though it must be quite cold for you. I was hoping we could have a chat, but it looks like you're busy." His eyes, so dark they almost looked black, shifted to me before he slid them back to her. "Let's plan for it soon. We have so much to discuss." He offered her a smile that looked downright devilish before he spun on his heel and strode away. Sarah's chest heaved with effort as she sucked in breaths. Her fingers curled into fists. "Sarah, who was that?" She flicked her eyes away from the spot he'd stood to me. The blue pools reflected the fear I'd seen in her earlier. Was this the man who had hurt her? Her lower lip trembled before she pressed it against the upper one, her features pinching.
I can't...
I huffed out a breath, shaking my head. She refused to give me any information at all, and it was becoming frustrating. I knew abuse victims could have difficulty talking about their experiences, but this was something else entirely. Was he the man who hurt you? You don't have to tell me everything, but can you at least tell me that? Or are you just going to race to your apartment and leave me hanging again? She wagged her head back and forth.
No,
Her eyes widened, becoming almost pleading.
Can I stay with you?
My jaw fell open at the request.
If not, that's okay. I can...
I shook my head, interrupting her before she could take it back. "No, it's fine. Of course you can. Do you want to run up and grab a few things?" She nodded.
Can you come with me?
Yes. A single word was all I could muster. Every time I thought I'd figured her out, she stunned me in a new way. She refused to tell me a thing, but she'd almost begged to stay with me. I hoped it meant she'd finally open up to me. I had my suspicions. They barreled through my mind as we rode the elevator up to the top floor. If I had to guess, I'd say she'd been involved with this man. He'd been the one who harmed her, who made her feel afraid of being touched, and she'd seen him in town earlier. Even the sight of a former abuser could rattle the victim. I'd try to talk to her about reporting this to the police if it had been physical. The elevator chimed and the doors whooshed open. Sarah sucked in a breath, peering into the hall before she stepped out. The caution she exhibited made me certain that man had terrorized her. She unlocked her apartment and pushed inside, motioning for me to follow her.
I won't be long.
she promised. Take your time, Sarah. The corners of her lips turned up slightly before the concern replaced any trace of a smile. She hurried through a door into what I presumed to be her bedroom. I glanced around the space. I hadn't had the chance to explore it when I'd been in here last night. Alcohol had dulled my senses, and I'd been so concerned about Sarah's illness I hadn't paid much attention. The space seemed functional, and the furniture nice enough, but nothing fancy. It wasn't as threadbare as Emily's, though. What struck me about her place, though, was the lack of anything personal. No knickknacks, no photographs, nothing that would hint at any personal connections. Usually, people had pictures of family or with family, or a crystal cat that someone had given them for some reason, but Sarah had nothing. It only bolstered my theory. She'd moved quickly, leaving behind any personal possessions to escape an untenable situation. I glanced toward the bedroom again, wondering what type of man could hurt such a sweet person. She'd been so attentive to Emily. I wondered if she'd taken care of someone else during whatever happened to her. Hopefully I would have answers soon. Sarah emerged from the bedroom with an overnight bag slung over her shoulder. "Ready?" I asked. She nodded, tightening her grip on the bag's strap. "Let me carry that," I said, reaching over for it. She handed it over to me, offering me a smile.
Chris,
"Yeah?"
thank you.
After shouldering her bag, I reached to wrap my arm around her. "You don't have to thank me."
I mean, for letting me stay with you. I just can't be alone right now.
I pulled her closer to me, still surprised she was allowing me to have this much contact with her. "It's okay, Sarah. Although, I do wish you would tell me more than you have. I don't mean to pry, but I want to help you." We exited the elevator and headed back into the cool night.
I know you do,
She answered, pressing closer to me as the air hit us.
but you already have. So much. Does it help to know that?
Did it? My mind pondered the question as we hurried toward Havenwood. My chest had swelled with pride at the words, but I wanted to provide more than some unknown level of help. I wanted to be her partner, the person she turned to always. I don't know. My house came into view, warm lights glowing from inside. We crossed the street and entered the gates. Within minutes, we were inside. I instructed the butler to prepare a room for Sarah close enough to mine that she'd feel safe. He took her bag from me and disappeared to make the arrangements. I motioned to the sitting room. "Why don't we go inside for a nightcap? We'll get you warmed up by the fire."
Thanks, but
"You can't go to your room until Smithers finishes preparing it. You're stuck with me." She pressed her lips together as I led her into the sitting room, finding the fire crackling. I tossed on a few more logs to keep it roaring and poured her a brandy.
I don't feel stuck.
She said as she accepted the glass from me. "Well, I guess that's something." I settled into the chair next to hers, my eyes on the dancing flames.
I don't mean to be secretive, Chris,
She answered.
but
"But you're not telling me anything, right?"
I can't.
I flicked my gaze to her, finding those pleading eyes on me again. "Why not? I mean, I understand that when you've lived through something like you have, it's not easy. It's not easy to trust. It's not easy to open up, but Sarah, I licked my lips, trying to find the right words. The L word had almost escaped my mouth, but that was ridiculous. How could I love a woman I knew nothing about? But this sure felt exactly what I'd expected love to be. "I very much want to help you. You mean a lot to me. I know that sounds stupid, given that we just met, but..." Her features softened.
I don't think it does. I'm a little surprised, but not really.
I let my head fall back onto the chair's high back. "See, you say things like that, and I just want to understand what you mean. But you won't tell me, and it's so frustrating."
I'm sorry.
Especially when you won't tell me about anything, and things just keep getting more and more complicated. There are so many unanswered questions. More and more keep piling on, and you won't tell me anything." She shifted her gaze to the flames, taking a sip of her brandy.
That man, Victor Cross, he is evil. If you see him, go the other way.
The words, though cryptic, provided far more information than anything else she'd said. Evil?
He's done terrible things. Awful things.
Her eyes never left the fire, and I wondered if she was reliving a horrible time in her mind. To you? Sarah, did he hurt you? Is he the reason you won't let anyone touch you? She shook her head, finally glancing at me.
No, that's different.
Okay, can you tell me about that then?
You wouldn't understand.
She answered, taking another sip of her brandy. Try me. The creaking door interrupted our conversation as Smithers pushed inside.
Miss Lightwood's room is prepared, sir.
I could have killed the man for stepping in that exact moment. Sarah quickly downed the rest of her brandy and rose.
I can't, Chris. I'm sorry. But thank you for the room. See you in the morning.
A curse escaped under my breath as she crossed the room and disappeared with my butler. He returned a few moments later. Is she settled?
Yes, sir,
he answered.
Is there anything I should prepare for Miss Lightwood in the morning?
I snorted a laugh, realizing I didn't even know if she drank coffee or not. You know, I'm not sure.
I will check with you both in the morning, then. Is there anything else you require this evening, sir?
Nothing you can get me, I answered. What I needed was answers, at least on one front. The questions were piling up faster than I could count. I tugged my cell phone from my pocket. There was no way I could sleep right now. I was far too wired. I fired off a text to Lena, asking if she was already asleep. My phone chimed a moment later.
I'm not. Why? What did you do? Screw it up with Sarah?
I rolled my eyes at the message as I typed a response. No, I didn't. She's asleep in my guest bedroom, actually. But I need some help or advice or something. I drummed my fingers against the side of my device as I waited for her to respond. It came in the form of a phone call, and I answered it on the first ring.
She's asleep in your guest bedroom? How'd you manage that? And do I need bail money for when this inevitably catches up to you?
I held back a sigh. No, she came willingly. Actually, she asked to come.
She asked to come? Wait, pics or it didn't happen because I'm not buying this.
My features pinched. I'm not going into her bedroom to take a picture of her. That's weird and creepy. And you tell me that's crossing a line.
Okay. Let's say I believe you, right? Somehow Sarah lost her mind and asked to stay at your house.
Not somehow. So much has happened. I don't even know where to start.
Wow, this sounds... Wait, I'm getting wine.
A cork popped on her end before she said,
Spill it. What happened?
Well, to start with, she came by my lab earlier acting super weird.
You went to her place last night, right? Maybe that's why.
Yes, I did, and no, it's not, I admitted. I took care of that scrape from the accident. She was running a pretty high temp. She seems fine now, but anyway, she came by the lab and went on and on about how I had a good heart. Laughter interrupted me.
What? Is she on drugs?
Funny. I'm not a bad guy, you know. Lena sighed.
You're not. But you have a weird way of showing it. Okay, so she thinks you're a nice guy. This sounds like a brush-off. You have a good heart, but we can't be together. It's not you, it's me.
I wondered that too, but she went to check on Emily.
How is she, by the way? You said she was sick?
Better. I called in anti-nausea meds, and Sarah picked them up. When I got there, I ran into her outside of Emily's apartment. She was about as close to a meltdown as a person can get. I took her upstairs, tried to calm her down, but...
But? I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Nothing I tried worked, until I paused, still trying to make sense of what happened. She pulls off her glove and pressed her hand against my cheek. That calmed her down in seconds.
I don't know what to say.
Just wait, it gets weirder. Emily woke up and I was taking care of her. When I finished, Sarah was nowhere to be found. I go into the bedroom and she's crouched on the floor, glowing.
What?
Lena's voice sounded incredulous.
Chris, you're making this up. Are you on drugs?
I'm not! And then I called to her and she floated in the air.
Okay, I'm throwing the crap card. This is all fake. You got me right.
I'm not kidding, Lena. She won't talk about any of it. And then...
There's more?
Yep. After we got Emily settled and better, I walked her home. We ran into this guy, Victor Cross. He calls her by name. She's clearly terrified of him. He says he wants to talk alone but sees that she's busy, then leaves. Right after, she asks if she can stay with me.
Oh, this is the guy, right? That's what you're thinking. This is the guy who did this.
She says no, but she also said he's evil and he's done terrible things, but not to her. But she won't tell me anything else. Not about him, not about her. I don't know what to do. How do I get her to open up to me?
Wow. She really has you, doesn't she? You actually sound like you care. Like, a lot.
I do care. I care.
Oh, wow. Wait a second. Was there another word about to come up there? Already? Oh my gosh.
Look, let's just keep to the topic at hand. Help me. I need help with her.
Okay, well, it sounds like this guy rattled her. She's reaching out for help, but unfortunately, I think you're going to have to take things at her pace.
I let out a muffled groan, slamming my head back against the chair. I don't want to hear that. I wanted you to give me the secret to what words to say to make women open up. She chuckled.
There are no secret words, Chris. Honestly, it's just patience and building that connection between you. There's no magic key to her heart or surefire way to make her trust you.
The words stung me because I knew they were true, but I didn't want to lose her. And I was terrified that would happen like it always did.
But you actually already do have the magic that you need.
Lena said. Yeah? How's that?
She does trust you. She's reaching out. She's putting herself out there, maybe as much as she can right now, and she's doing that with you. That matters. Just be gentle with her. Let her tell you when she's ready.
I didn't like that answer. I knew me. I'd get upset and I'd do something reckless and lose her. It had happened every time in the past. Every time I put myself out there, I'd been taken advantage of. So I stopped leaving things to chance, which also seemed to push people away. My forehead fell into my palm. I'm going to lose her.
No, you're not. You always think that, and then you do something stupid.
I know, I answered, my voice strained. But I can't lose her. Silence stretched for a second.
Wow. I've just never heard you talk like this.
I hadn't either. It scared me. Terrified me, actually, but I couldn't stop myself. I needed her.
Okay, just take it slow. See how she is at breakfast tomorrow. And then we'll talk about what's a good next step, okay?
Okay, I answered, trying to focus on that plan we'd made. Yeah, thanks, Lena.
You're welcome. Try to get some sleep, okay?
Yeah, I answered.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah?
It's going to be okay.
Thanks, I answered before I ended the call. I sighed, hoping she was right before I climbed from my chair and shuffled my way upstairs. I lingered outside her door, wanting desperately to talk to her. but I shoved the bad idea aside and continued down the hall to my room. As I swung my door open, though, a sharp scream from Sarah's room cut through the quiet night. I raced back to her, panic seizing me as I wondered what I would find on the other side of that door.
Chapter 17. Sarah. My fingertips lingered on the knob as I pressed against the door to the bedroom, my heart thudding wildly against my ribs. The conversation with Chris had been difficult, and not because he'd demanded answers. He'd asked, but he hadn't pushed. A surprise given the tendencies I'd seen in him during the glimpses I'd had. It was because of the pain I'd seen in his past, the reason that drove his behavior, that made this difficult. Every time I held back, every time I fibbed, it made all of that pain come rushing back to him. And I hated that I was the cause of that. I was the reason he thought himself not enough. A problem. I squeezed my eyes closed as tears stung them. I didn't have another choice. He wouldn't understand even if I explained. Not about Victor. Not about me. I had to keep him in the dark. My features twisted, and I thudded my head against the door. I couldn't keep using him like this. It wasn't fair to him. A voice inside me whispered that it wasn't fair to me either. I was developing feelings for him that went well beyond professional concern. I didn't just want good things for him like any decent trench angel would. I felt far more than that. I felt safe, protected, and loved. But angels weren't supposed to fall in love. It had happened in the past, but not often. I sucked in a deep breath, realizing the proximity wasn't helping. Being this close meant I was far more likely to share something I shouldn't. I should never have come here, I whispered. But I didn't have much choice. Victor Cross still terrified me. His veiled threat outside of my apartment had left me shaken. I now realized his touch hadn't been accidental. He must have sensed another supernatural creature nearby and used it to gather information. Victor Cross knew what I was, and now he was determined to destroy me. I knew too much about him, and we were on opposite ends of the spectrum, pitted against each other in the never-ending war between good and evil. I curled my fingers into fists, my nostrils flaring as I sucked in a deep, steadying breath. With a hard swallow, I pulled my phone from my pocket and sent a text message to Jake. I have a big problem down here. At this time of night, he'd likely be enjoying a warm drink with friends. I probably wouldn't hear from him until tomorrow, unless I send an emergency notification out. For now, this wasn't an emergency. I was safe, and I'd likely stay that way as long as I hid here at Havenwood. With a deep inhale, I shuffled across the room, tugged my pajamas from my bag, changed, and crawled between the sheets. The quietness of the house sounded different than my apartment. I traced the edge of the blanket, trying to lull myself into a sleepy state. But those few visions from the soul glimpse of Victor Cross that I hadn't processed lingered. I couldn't manage to rest unless I processed them. I had to try another fast flame. With the covers tossed back, I climbed out of bed, my bare feet touching the cold floorboards. I sucked in a deep breath as I crouched into my angel squat and allowed the process to begin. The death and destruction he'd caused over centuries burned through me, my nerve endings screaming for it to stop. The darkness in him consumed me. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I wept for his victims. And then, something happened that I didn't expect. Something that hadn't happened in any of my past flames. The image of him invaded my mind, taking over every space. There was nowhere I could hide from him.
Seraphina.
His voice called. I tried to hide in any corner I could find, but he always found me. His lips curled into a devilish grin each time those dark eyes fell onto me.
Seraphina, there you are. Why are you hiding from me?
Stay away from me, I warned.
But I can't.
He held his hand out toward me, a dark invitation. You want to destroy me.
I want to consume you.
His fingers twisted around a lock of my hair, the desire in his eyes obvious.
Join me.
No, I said with a shake of my head.
You don't know the euphoria I can give you.
I shook my head. It's nothing but an illusion. It's not true happiness.
Look into my eyes, Sarah. I can show you all the happiness you'll ever need.
His dark eyes bore into me, and I squeezed mine shut, refusing to give in to the dark temptation. Whatever he showed me wouldn't be real. He growled as I refused to give in to him.
You will regret this, Sarah. You cling on to that human. He can't protect you. I will make short work of him. You will look upon his broken body and wish you would have joined me.
A cry escaped my lips as the vision faded, and I collapsed to the floor, trembling. I opened my eyes, glancing around the room before I scrambled to my feet. Having come here was a mistake. I was putting Chris in grave danger. I needed to face Victor alone. I couldn't bring him into this. I raced to my bag and dug out my clothes. A bang at my door startled me, sending my heart hammering against my ribs.
Sarah?
Chris's voice, sounding panicked, called out to me. He must have heard my scream. I refused to answer the door.
Sarah? Open the door!
I shook my head as though it would answer him as I crossed to the bathroom. Before I could enter, the door burst open. Chris, wide-eyed, raced inside.
Sarah?
His eyebrows crinkled as he stared at the clothes in my hand.
What are you doing? What happened?
I shook my head. I can't stay here. I have to go.
What? No!
He crossed to me and ripped the clothes from my hands.
No!
Chris, please don't argue with me. I shouldn't have come here. His features twisted. He didn't understand. There was no way he could, and I couldn't help him. I'm sorry, I said as I reached for my clothes. I can't say any more. I grabbed hold of the clothes and pulled them toward me, but he didn't let go. My gaze fell to them, and I tried again, but he refused to let go of them.
No, Sarah.
I struggled to hold my patience, knowing how hard this was for him. Chris!
No, Sarah!
He growled between clenched teeth.
No! You are not running away. Not this time. You don't have to tell me anything, but you can't leave.
I have to! I shouted. You don't understand.
Then make me understand. Tell me, Sarah, why do you have to leave? Why, after you asked to come here, are you now insisting on leaving?
I fluttered my eyelashes at the earnestness carved into his features. But I couldn't be honest. Because I've put you in danger.
From the guy we ran into? Sarah, I can handle the danger. You're safe here.
my features pinched. He was trying so hard to protect me, but he had no idea what we were up against, and I couldn't tell him. You don't understand.
Please, tell me.
I stared up at him, considering it for a brief moment, before I shook my head. I can't. I reached for my clothes again, but he tossed them away.
No, you're not running away this time.
My chest heaved with effort as I tried to control my emotions that swirled inside me, admiration mixing with worry. Okay, I won't change. I tried to step around him, but he stopped me, thrusting an arm out.
Sarah, you can't run out in your pajamas. Please, just... If you can't talk to me, at least let me take care of you. Let me keep you safe.
I can't. Don't you understand that? Every minute I spend here puts you in more danger. Danger because of me. Danger that could kill you. The last words came out as a squeak, and I clapped a hand over my lips as tears threatened again.
Whoa.
He said, pulling me into an embrace.
Sarah, I'm okay. Nothing is going to happen to me.
My arms hung limply at my sides as he held me close. I wanted to return his embrace, but I couldn't. You don't know that.
I do know it. Sarah, listen to me. You are safe here, okay? Whatever happened between you and that guy, he can't get to you now, okay? You're safe.
But I knew I wasn't. Victor's path of destruction was long and wide. My eyes slid closed, the images of what he'd done to others haunting me. I knew I had to face him alone, but the thought filled me with dread. Chris pulled back from me, his eyes searching mine.
Sarah,
Chris began, reaching for my cheek. My heart skipped a beat, and instinctively I smacked it away. Immediately, a mixture of anguish and regret washed over me. His features, etched with concern, stared at the offending hand as though I'd hurt him. I knew I had. Not physically, but emotionally. I'd opened up all those wounds that ran so deep. I'm sorry, I whispered, a sob in my voice. This is why I can't be here. His features twisted with understanding.
No, that's not true. I know you're going through a lot right now.
He reached for me, more gently this time, and carefully avoiding my skin, and pulled me closer.
Sarah, please let me keep you safe. You don't have to face this alone.
The words brought another sob from deep within me, as some of my uncertainty melted away. I wrapped my arms around him, clinging to the support he promised. His hand gently rubbed my back, another form of reassurance that matched the gentle whispers designed to soothe me.
It's okay, Sarah. It's okay.
We stayed locked together for several moments, until my muscles relaxed. I'd never allowed anyone to be this close. My head rested on his shoulder, my eyes sliding closed as I felt security building within me. I pulled back after a few more moments. Thank you, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. He offered me a fleeting smile, concern still floating in his eyes.
You feeling any better?
I nodded. Yes.
And you're not going to run out. I don't have to worry about you disappearing, right? Because, Sarah, I just want you to be safe.
I know. I stared at his chest, knowing the heart that beat inside it was so filled with goodness, despite all the layers he used to hide it. I wish I could tell you, Chris, but I can't. I pressed my lips together, holding back the tears that threatened.
Let's just take this one step at a time. I realize trust is probably something that is difficult for you.
It's not that I don't trust you, I just...
It's okay.
He answered.
You're exhausted. I think you should try to get some sleep. We'll talk tomorrow, okay?
I licked my lips as I flicked away a tear that had fallen. Yeah.
I'm right down the hall, okay? If you need anything, even if you're just scared and you want someone to be with you, you knock on that door, okay?
I bobbed my head. He leaned forward to catch my eyes, his gaze pleading.
Sarah? Promise?
I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I promise. He offered me a soft smile, his hand hovering in the air before he curled it into a fist, an obvious sign that he was attempting to stop himself from reaching for me again. The gesture melted my heart.
Good night.
He finally said. Wait, I said, my voice catching in my throat. You never explained what happens when I touch you. I wondered if he'd answer, or would he hold back the information in exchange for something from me? His fist tightened, and he huffed out a chuckle.
Talk about something you won't believe.
Try me, I said softly. He swallowed hard, the corners of his lips curling.
It's about as close to magic as you can get, Sarah. I just flood with warmth and happiness. I feel so at peace. It's like we're connected.
He shook his head, his gaze floating to the ceiling.
I know it sounds crazy.
It doesn't. I hadn't heard of it before, but given the strong connection we had, and his ability to help me counter the evilness I'd seen from Victor, it made sense. Normally, only I received information during a glimpse, but he seemed to be getting something from this.
Well, at least you're not running out of the house because you think I'm crazy.
I studied him for a moment before I removed my glove and stretched my shaky hand out toward him. My fingers reached for his. His forehead crinkled.
Sarah, are you sure?
I nodded, issuing a soft warning. Gently. He lifted his hand toward mine. They hovered inches apart before our skin finally touched, our fingers interlacing. Images shot through my mind, more of his life unfolding in front of me. I wondered if he was receiving the warmth and happiness he'd experienced on the 2 previous occasions. The way his smile broadened across his features, I assumed he was. Do you feel it? With each touch, I found it easier to process the images I received from him. Was the effect waning on his end, too?
Yes.
He murmured, his voice breathy.
It's beautiful, Sarah. Do you feel it?
I feel... The darkness crept in around me, threatening to destroy the peace I was drawing from Chris's goodness. His eyes found mine.
Sarah?
I stared into the depths of those dark brown pools, trying to connect to him on a deeper level and shut out Victor's evilness.
Seraphina.
Victor's voice taunted.
You think he can keep you safe, but he can't. I will destroy him, Sarah, and then I will destroy you.
No, I murmured.
Sarah?
Chris asked, his voice turning from wonderment to concern. The edges of my vision blackened as an overwhelming sense of fear and dread came over me. No, I breathed out as my knees buckled, and I began to slip away from the world. Darkness enveloped me, suffocating and cold, as Victor's menacing voice echoed in my mind, promising destruction and despair.
Chapter 18. Chris. My heart soared, filled with a deep sense of connection I'd never felt with another individual in my life. Only a moment ago, I confessed what I felt each time Sarah touched me. I'd been open and honest, something I struggled to be with most people in my life, but I desperately wanted her to trust me. Lead by example, right? And for once, in my whole miserable existence, it had worked. I was certain she'd think I was crazy, or lying. But instead, she'd reached for me. We'd laced our fingers together, and immediately, that wonderful feeling took over my body.
Do you feel it?
She gazed at me, a curiosity in her eyes. Yes, I answered, my voice breathless. It's beautiful, Sarah. Do you feel it? If I'd have been braver, I would have admitted what I felt. Love. I loved her.
I feel...
Her words cut off, and the warmth in her eyes morphed, twisting into the fear I'd seen in them earlier. Sarah? I asked. She stared at me, her eyes nearly pleading. Was she hurt? Scared?
No.
She murmured. What did she mean? Was she not feeling what I did? My heart twisted as I worried this connection was one-sided like it normally was. Sarah? I asked again.
No.
She breathed out before her eyes rolled back in her head and her knees buckled. I dove forward to catch her before she smacked into the floor. Sarah? I called, my voice panicked. Sarah, honey, wake up! I scooped her into my arms and laid her on the bed, pressing my fingers to her wrist. Her pulse raced, but remained strong. With a sigh of relief, I pressed my hand against her forehead. Even now, the energy between us continued to flow, and that sense of peace filled me, though my own concern edged it out. My eyebrows pinched, and I pressed the back of my hand against her cheek. You're burning up again. I rushed into the hall, calling to my butler. It was no use. He must have already retired for the night. I sprinted to my room to grab my bag before I returned to Sarah's side. Starting with her temperature, I stuck the thermometer in her ear. Oh, no. The display read over 105. I grabbed my stethoscope, donned it, and pressed it against her chest. Her heart thudded at a rate that sounded normal to me, but something was off. I whipped off the stethoscope and flung it around my neck before I dug in my bag for a penlight to check her pupils. Both remained equal and reactive, but the fever worried me, as did the heart anomalies. I pulled my phone from my pocket, ready to call for an ambulance when Sarah groaned, her head lolling to the side and her eyes squeezing. I dumped my phone on the nightstand and leaned over to tend to her. Sarah, honey, can you open your eyes? Her eyelashes fluttered, and those sparkling blue eyes focused on me.
What happened?
You collapsed, and you're running a fever again. You're going to the hospital.
No!
She shouted, panic filling her voice. Sarah, we need to run some tests and get this fever treated. It's okay, I'll be there with you every second. I won't let anything happen to you. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand.
No.
She said again, sitting up and wincing. Hey, easy, I said as I pressed against her shoulder to force her back into the pillows. Lie back.
I'm not going to the hospital. Chris, please.
Sarah, you're sick, and I need the resources there to identify what's wrong.
No.
She insisted with a shake of her head, her eyes pleading again.
Chris, no.
I felt for her. The arrival of this man had terrified her, and she saw danger at every turn. I desperately wanted to make it better for her, but she wouldn't let me in to do that. But I could treat the physical symptoms. Listen, we'll put you under a fake name. He'll never find you there.
He can find me anywhere.
Her voice quivered. So this man had hurt her. Abusers tended to be as controlling as this man seemed to be, tracking their victims everywhere and striking fear into their hearts. I won't let anything happen to you, Sarah, I promise. I won't leave you.
I'm not sick. It's just been a long day. I just need rest.
I sighed, frustrated that we were back to the closed version of Sarah, the one who lied. We just had an amazing connection. She had taken such a massive step forward, and now she raced back 10 steps. You're running a high fever. This isn't just fatigue.
I promise you, it's normal for me.
No, I said with a shake of my head. Sarah, please, stop doing this. She sat up again, scrambling to sit on her heels.
Chris, please. I can't go to the hospital, but I promise you I'm fine. Look, I'll stay in bed. I'll rest. You can keep an eye on me for as long as you'd like. As long as we stay here.
I set my hands on my hips, unable to shake the conflict gnawing at me. This went against every professional instinct I had, but my heart pleaded with me to give in to her. Sarah, you're not okay. This fever is...
Nothing to worry about. I promise. Please, I'm asking you to trust me.
I huffed out a breath, flicking my gaze across the room. Sarah did exhibit some strange abilities. Were they connected to her abnormal physical symptoms? And I'm asking you to trust me, but you won't do that.
I do trust you. I wouldn't have asked to stay here if I didn't. But there are just things...
You can't tell me, yeah.
I know this is frustrating. I know it is. It has nothing to do with you and everything to do with me.
Those words did little to ease my nerves. So many people gave you the euphemism of, it's not you, it's me, that it felt cliched. I'm worried about you, Sarah. I know this sounds crazy, but if anything happens to you...
It won't,
she assured me.
Please. If you trust me with this, I promise I'll explain, but after I've had some sleep.
Can you give me something now? Please? She hesitated for a moment before her eyes met mine.
I'm different. I'm not like other people. You haven't been wrong about anything so far. Yes, I was panicked when I ran into you earlier. Yes, it had to do with Victor. But not for the reason you think.
Then for what reason?
Please, I can't say any more just yet.
But you will? She nodded, her lips tugging at the corners.
I just need some sleep.
Okay, I said, reaching for her cheek before I stopped myself. I didn't want to ruin the moment. But I'm staying here with you.
Okay.
She slumped onto her side and slid under the covers, settling into the pillow. I crossed to the chair, positioning it so that I could keep an eye on her easily, and settled into it. The mystery deepened with Sarah Lightwood. What had the man called her? Seraphina? I hadn't realized that was her full name. It was beautiful like her. My forehead creased as I realized she called the man Victor. So she did know him. What had he done to make her this frightened? And why had I allowed her to talk me into staying here? She needed care. I kicked myself for not insisting on calling the ambulance. If she wasn't improved by the morning, I would insist. Or Catalina, maybe she could help. Across the room, Sarah breathed rhythmically, looking so peaceful. The fever didn't seem to be affecting her. I allowed my eyes to slide closed, knowing she was settled, and drifted off to sleep. When I awoke the next morning, bright sunshine streamed through the windows. I squinted against it as I sucked in a deep breath and stretched before I flicked my gaze to the bed. My heart stopped. Empty. Sarah? I called, hoping she was merely in the ensuite bathroom. The absence of her bag, though, made my heart sink. I rose and crossed to the bathroom, finding it empty. A curse escaped my lips, and I smacked my head against the door jamb. I had fallen for her promises, and she had no intention on keeping them. My heart hardened just a little more. No matter what I did, people always used me. A sense of melancholy settled over me as I snatched my phone from the nightstand where I'd left it. Should I contact her, or was I just setting myself up for more heartache? I toggled on my phone, finding a message from her waiting for me.
I know you'll be upset when you find me gone, but I can't let anything happen to you. He will find me. I can't live with myself if you get hurt in this war.
I sank onto the edge of the bed, a mix of concern and determination coursing through me. I didn't want Sarah taking this onto herself. But at least she'd explained. And maybe she'd still speak to me. I typed a message back. I am upset, Sarah. I wish you'd trust me to help you. I'm more concerned with you getting hurt than me. Please tell me you are somewhere safe. I stared at the screen, hoping to get a message back right away. But nothing came. The sound of a throat clearing came from the doorway. I glanced up to find Smithers waiting there.
Excuse me, sir, but there is a man here to see you.
At this hour? I asked. Did he give his name?
He did not, sir. Shall I tell him you are unavailable?
No, I'll see him.
He is in the sitting room.
Smithers disappeared from sight. After another glance at my phone where I found no new messages awaiting me, I rose and dragged myself down the stairs as I stretched the crick in my neck. I pushed into the sitting room. Good morning. It's a little early for a visit, but how could I... My voice cut off as the man twisted from the mantel to face me. Victor.
Hello, Chris,
he said, his lips tugging into that devilish smile. My hands twisted into fists as I stared at him. Victor raised his eyes to the ceiling, his nostrils flaring as though he was sniffing.
She's gone, isn't she? That's too bad. I hope to see her.
I couldn't believe the nerve of this man to walk into my house, then ask if Sarah was still here. I'm not going to let you get anywhere near her. His grin broadened, almost as though he was amused by the statement.
But we simply must speak.
Leave her alone, I warned.
Or?
Look, it's obvious what happened between you. I guess it makes you feel like a real man to terrify a woman like that, but it just makes you a disgusting excuse for a human. A laugh escaped him, and his features morphed to show his amusement.
Oh, this is too rich. You're in love with her.
Any sign of elation slipped from his face, replaced by something I would describe as evilness. His presence loomed over me like a dark cloud, casting a chilling shadow that sent shivers down my spine. He stalked closer to me, his dark eyes set on me, a lingering threat hanging in his gaze. He stood in front of me, heaving a sigh before he poked a finger against my forehead.
You're never going to have her.
He pushed past me and strode to the door.
Enjoy your day, Chris. And stay away from Sarah if you know what's good for you.
I stood in stunned silence at the man's actions. I'd never seen such aggressive behavior in my life. Victor Cross's attitude needed correction. And if he hurt Sarah, I'd make sure I was the one who did the correcting. My phone rang, startling me from my thoughts. I snatched it from my pocket, hoping it was Sarah. Instead, I found Lena's name on my screen. Lena, hey, I'm going to be late.
Oh yeah? You have a long, meaningful discussion with Sarah?
No, I admitted with a sigh.
She took off?
She did, but I have to find her. I just had a visit from the guy.
The guy?
Lena asked. Yeah, the guy. He showed up at my house this morning, I said as I hurried to my bedroom to change my clothes.
Are you serious? How did he know where you lived?
You got me. He knew my name and where I lived. He told me to stay away from Sarah. I have to find her.
Wow.
Lena said.
Maybe you should involve the police. This is scary.
I know. I can't imagine how frightened Sarah is. And she was running that fever again. When I woke up, she was gone. She sent me a text and said he'd find her. And she didn't want me to get hurt. I closed myself in my bedroom and shifted the phone to my other ear as I grabbed a fresh set of clothes.
Chris, I don't like this. You need to call the police or something.
No, I need to find Sarah.
Chris!
Lena! I interrupted. I need to find her, okay? I can't explain. We had a moment last night. She let me touch her. I just need to find her and help her. Lena sighed on the other end of the line.
Fine. But Wright, please be careful, okay?
Yeah, I'm going to take her to the cabin. Hopefully she'll feel safe enough there that she'll open up.
Good luck. Call me if you need anything.
I ended the call and raced for the shower, then pulled on my clothes. A check of my phone showed Sarah was still ignoring me, likely on purpose. But I knew how I could make certain she answered. My shaky thumb hesitated for a moment before I dove back into my old habits to get what I wanted. I hope you're okay, just wanted to keep you updated. Emily is pretty sick. I sent the message before I packed up my doctor's bag and hurried downstairs to grab my keys. Before I received any answer, I was in my car. I'd drive the streets and search for her if I had to. I fired the engine when my phone chimed. A message from Sarah awaited me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Does she need anything?
The corners of my lips turned up with my plan working. Max took her out of town to rest, but she's really ill. I'm heading up there to help. I was hoping you'd come with me. You do so well with her. My fingers tapped against my steering wheel as I waited to see if she'd take the bait. Come on, Sarah. Finally, the response bubble appeared. I held my breath, waiting for the answer.
Okay. Where?
Yes! I hissed as my fingers flew across the keyboard. I'll pick you up at the corner of Moonstone and Celestial. I picked a spot that was usually crowded to lessen the chance of Victor Cross attacking her. With a meeting spot set, I pulled down the drive. The chime of my phone announced her affirmative response. A smile spread across my face as I pulled onto the street and headed toward Moonstone Street. Within minutes, I arrived, slowing my car as I searched the busy intersection for Sarah. She appeared from inside a building where she must have been hiding and hurried to the car, her bag from last night still bouncing from her hip. I leaned across to push the door open for her, and she slipped inside, shivering against the cold. Before she could change her mind, I stepped on the gas. Thanks for coming.
How sick is she? Did Max say?
Poor Sarah. She really was concerned about Emily, and I used that to trick her. A momentary pang of guilt crashed through me. Was I as bad as Victor Cross? No, I was doing it for her own good. She's, not able to keep anything down. Really tired again. Barely able to move around.
Oh gosh. It's a little long after the injection, isn't it?
Well, it's powerful stuff, I answered before I quickly changed the subject. Hey, I'm also a little concerned about you, Sarah. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I told you I'm not sick.
I didn't believe her. But we'd tackle that issue at the cabin. What about with Victor?
I'm fine.
My grip tightened on the steering wheel. We were back to tight-lipped Sarah. I considered telling her the man visited me this morning, but I decided to keep that under my hat until we were safely tucked in the cabin. The city faded behind us, and I increased my speed, desperate to get there.
How far is she?
About an hour. Emily was safe in her apartment, but my family's remote mountain cabin was where we were headed. She slouched in her seat, blowing out a breath. We could talk about some of the things you promised we'd talk about.
Let's worry about Emily.
I bobbed my head, my knuckles turning white on the wheel again. We spent most of the drive in silence. I slowed as we climbed up the mountain, passing the large cabin getaways for the elite of the city. Mine finally appeared, and I swung onto the gravel and we bounced our way to the log cabin. Sarah glanced at me, her brow furrowing before she pushed out of the car and hurried to the door. I followed behind her, my keys in hand, pulling my collar up against the much colder mountain weather. She raised her hand to knock, but I shoved the keys into the lock and swung the door open.
Emily?
She called as she stepped into the cold, dark cabin. She scanned the space as I closed the door behind us. When she turned to face me, disappointment hung in her eyes.
You lied to me.
I squared my shoulders, preparing myself for the argument that would ensue. I only hoped she understood why I'd done it, instead of this causing the end of our relationship.
Chapter 19. Sarah. Darkness still ruled the skies when I opened my eyes the next morning. I snapped my gaze up as memories of what happened yesterday flooded back to me, sending my heart hammering against my ribs. Victor's touch on my cheek yesterday had left lingering effects. His powers allowed him to plant horrible visions in my mind that tormented me. At least I'd slept. And I'd woken up before Chris, thankfully. I had half expected to find him staring at me, monitoring my every breath. But I found him fast asleep in the chair. With the covers tossed back, I rose from the bed, using my wings to ensure I didn't tread on any creaky floorboards in the old mansion. I changed my clothes, shoved my pajamas in my bag, and shouldered it. I fluttered across the room, hovering in front of Chris for a moment. He wouldn't understand when he woke up. I could already feel the disappointment and hurt that would be nearly crushing to him. I would explain in a text once I was safely away, I decided, as I reached out to gently touch his cheek. His lips curled at the corners, and a soft moan escaped him. He really did feel something pleasant at my touch, though I couldn't pinpoint why. For a split second, I considered staying, but I couldn't put him in danger. I would stay away. If anything happened to Chris Wright because of me, I couldn't forgive myself. And I'd also fail my mission. Poor Emily would suffer the most. I pulled my hand away, visions of Chris's life still floating in my mind from the glimpse, and flew from the room, making my way through the quiet house and into the chilly morning air. The horizon glinted with the first hints of the morning sun. I needed to find a place to stay. I couldn't go home, though. Victor would likely find me wherever I went. The scent of cinnamon drew me to a warm coffee shop. I purchased a beverage and a Danish, and settled into a corner seat with a view of both the street outside and the door. My nerves remained on edge as I searched every face that passed me for Victor's. With my phone in hand, I swung my feet under me and sent the text message to Chris to find when he awoke, hoping it would ease some of his pain. Light brightened the morning sky as more and more of the city came alive. The street out front picked up with people bustling to their destinations, and the coffee shop swarmed with a crowd. I did my best to melt into them, hoping to remain undetected. The chiming of my cell phone sent my heart fluttering, though I didn't know why. I checked the messages to find a response from Chris.
I am upset, Sarah. I wish you'd trust me to help you. I'm more concerned with you getting hurt than me. Please tell me you are somewhere safe.
I stared at it for a moment, wishing I could make him understand. Surprisingly, he hadn't insisted on seeing me or speaking with me, merely asking that I tell him I was safe. That seemed like a step forward for the morally gray personality he normally displayed. He actually seemed more concerned with my safety than with twisting the situation to ensure a win on his part. I hesitated, though, before I turned off my display. I didn't want to answer too quickly. I'd wait an hour or so until I thought he'd be at the hospital and distracted. That way there was less chance of a conversation. With my chin propped in my hand, I set my phone on the table and flicked my gaze to the window outside. Time ticked by until another chime of my phone pulled me from my thoughts. I found another message from Chris.
I hope you're okay. Just wanted to keep you updated. Emily is pretty sick.
My stomach flip-flopped. Poor Emily. I'd gotten so lost in the mess that had happened since Victor Cross grazed my cheek that I'd nearly forgotten my primary mission. It was to ensure Emily Thompson lived. I immediately returned his message, my sense of duty strengthening my resolve to re-enter the world. I'm sorry to hear that. Does she need anything? I drummed my fingers against the table as I waited, mentally calculating the time it would take me to get to Emily's with a stop at the pharmacy. My phone buzzed with Chris's response.
Max took her out of town to rest, but she's really ill. I'm heading up there to help. I was hoping you'd come with me. You do so well with her.
Out of town? Perhaps this was a hidden blessing. I could help Emily and hide from Victor Cross. I typed a response back. Okay, where? Chris's response came back quickly.
I'll pick you up at the corner of Moonstone and Celestial.
That was only a block from me, at a well-used intersection that would be crowded. I appreciated him picking the spot to lessen the chances that Victor Cross would do something harmful to me. I gathered my things and hurried from the coffee shop into the cool air, hoping Chris wouldn't be long. He wasn't waiting when I reached the intersection, so I ducked into the corner convenience store to escape the chill. A few moments later, a black car slid to a stop at the curb. I pushed out of the door and hurried toward it. The door popped open, and I slid inside, dumping my bag at my feet and pulling the door closed. Before I even had my seatbelt latched, we were moving back into traffic.
Thanks for coming.
Chris said, as he merged into the lane and accelerated. How sick is she? Did Max say? He kept his eyes focused on the road, but with the morning traffic pressing in around us, I didn't blame him.
She's not able to keep anything down. Really tired again. Barely able to move around.
My brow furrowed. She'd been okay when we left her, and she must have been well enough to travel. What had happened? Oh gosh, it's a little long after the injection, isn't it?
Well, it's powerful stuff,
he answered, before he flicked his gaze sideways to me for a fleeting second.
Hey, I'm also a little concerned about you, Sarah. Are you okay?
I shifted in my seat, not wanting to get into a conversation about this. I'm fine. I told you I'm not sick.
What about with Victor?
I'm fine, I repeated, hoping it sounded final. The city's buildings began to recede, and the traffic cleared. How far is she? I asked as he tromped on the accelerator to merge onto the highway.
About an hour.
I slouched down, hoping this wouldn't be an hour of constant questions from Chris.
We could talk about some of the things you promised we'd talk about,
he suggested. Let's worry about Emily. The words seemed to have done the trick. We spent most of the drive in an uncomfortable silence. His concern over his treatment and its side effects must be consuming him, because I would have expected a constant bombardment of comments attempting to convince me to open up to him. The mountains, once in the distance, now loomed large in front of us. Chris turned off the main road, taking a winding path that passed by stately cabins hidden in the rugged wilderness. Finally, he swung off the road onto a gravel drive. A well-appointed cabin sat in a clearing of trees. I wondered how Emily and Max had found this place, or afforded it. That wasn't my business, though. But what was odd was the lack of a car at the house. Had Emily gotten worse? Had Max left to retrieve medication? I pushed into the much colder weather and hurried to the door, raising my hand to knock. Chris followed behind me, with keys in his hand. He unlocked the door and pushed it open. I wondered if this was his cabin that he'd offered to Emily. I stepped inside. The cabin was cold and dark. "Emily?" I called, though I was quickly beginning to realize what was happening. The door clicked shut behind me, and I twisted to face Chris, disappointment roiling inside me. "You lied to me." He squared his shoulders, his jaw tensing as he stared back, no apology in his eyes. Although, even if he felt guilt, he'd bury it so deep I'd never see it without a glimpse.
I had to.
"No, you didn't," I said, my voice thick with emotion.
Sarah, yes, I did, and don't give me that hurt look. You lied to me too. In fact, you're constantly lying. I'm trying to understand. I want to understand.
I chewed my lower lip, my eyebrows pinching together. "But you don't understand."
Then make me.
He pleaded, taking a step closer to me. I instinctively backed away, my flight or fight instincts kicking in.
Oh, come on, Sarah.
He said with a shake of his head.
We're back to this?
I didn't answer, avoiding eye contact with him. I needed to get away. I was feeling trapped, and panic rose within me as I realized I couldn't escape this unscathed.
I thought we got somewhere last night.
"So did I said, finally snapping my gaze to his.
You promised to tell me something, and then you left.
"I know that hurt you, and I'm sorry, but I—"
Don't say you don't have a choice, because you do. You have every choice. You are choosing not to tell me.
My features scrunched, and I shook my head. "Why do you keep doing these things?"
What? Bringing you here where you can be safe and we can talk?
"You lied to do it. You told me Emily was sick," I said, my voice trembling with a mix of anger and hurt. "You manipulated me into coming here." I knew he had these tendencies. I'd seen them. But I'd hoped he wouldn't use them on me.
She's fine.
He answered.
And to answer your question, because you keep making me, and it's driving me crazy.
"I'm not making you do anything," I shot back. "You have choices too, and you consistently make bad ones."
As opposed to you, who is making all the right moves? Sarah, you're terrified of being touched. You won't trust anyone. You're running away from this maniac, and I do get it. I understand. Victor paid me a little visit this morning, so I understand how frightening this must be for you. But we have options, okay?
Heat washed over me as he spoke, and my muscles tightened. He did what?
It's okay. I'm fine, see?
He flung his arms out to the side.
I can handle him, Sarah. He doesn't scare me.
He should.
Why? Tell me what he's done. Please, Sarah.
Chris's forehead creased as his voice cracked with desperation, his eyes pleading for a glimpse into my secrets. I stared into his dark eyes, so different from Victor's, that seemed to be bottomless pits that could suck someone's soul away. Chris's were so different. "Terrible things," I whispered.
What things?
His voice, raw and pleading, begged for information that I couldn't give. When I didn't answer, he sucked in a breath, his features turning from imploring to discontented.
All right. If you need some time, that's fine. I'll build a fire, make you some hot chocolate, and we'll take this slow, okay?
My heart broke into a million pieces. He was desperately trying to set me at ease, but I couldn't tell him anything. He'd assume it was because of his behavior, but that wasn't true. I wanted to confide in him, but the truth was a tangled web of danger and consequences that I couldn't unravel. He guided me to the couch in front of the fireplace and eased me onto it before he set to work building a large blaze.
You're safe here, Sarah. Okay? Try to relax.
He offered me a fleeting smile before he disappeared into the kitchen. I followed his departure before I rose, hating to leave the warm fire behind, and darted to the door. I pushed into the cold and raced past the car toward the road. After a few steps on the paved surface, I ducked back into the trees. Chris would soon find me missing and would likely come looking for me. I'd be an easy target out on the road. I burrowed deeper into my coat. The temperatures here were much colder than in Crescent Bay due to the higher elevation. A shiver shot through me as icy snowflakes started to fall. Within minutes, it had gone from light to blizzard. I twisted around, intending to return to the cabin, but I'd lost sight of it. I had no idea where I was, and the snow showed no signs of letting up. I reached for my phone, but I was already too cold to type. Angels couldn't take this type of cold. The freezing cold penetrated my bones as the blizzard raged around me. A single tear froze onto my cheek, mirroring the icy grip of despair tightening around my heart. With each shiver racking my body, I sank to my knees in the powdery snow. A chilling realization settling into my mind. I was about to die.
Chapter 20. Chris. I tore into the packaging of the hot chocolate mix with a frustration that clawed at my insides. Despite my best efforts with Sarah, her refusal to open up left me grappling with a sense of helplessness. Every attempt to bridge the gap between us only seemed to widen the chasm of silence. Telling her about Victor's visit to me seemed to terrify her. I had hoped to inspire some confidence in her, to show her that I was fine. But she still wouldn't tell me a thing. I'd make her comfortable and hope that helped her open up. In the back of my mind, I heard Lena's voice telling me I shouldn't have done this, and the disappointment in Sarah's eyes sliced at my heart like a scalpel. I only hoped one day she'd forgive me, that she'd understand that I was just doing what I needed to do to help her. My methods weren't conventional, but that's why I achieved results. I used the same principle in my medical research, and I was poised to save a woman's life because of it. With any luck, I'd save two. I poured the milk into a mug and set it into the microwave to heat, before I returned to the living room to ask Sarah if she preferred marshmallows or whipped cream. "Hey, Sarah, do you want—" My heart plummeted like a stone as I scanned the room, only to find the couch empty. Panic gripped me as I frantically searched every corner of the cabin. "Sarah?" I called, taking the steps 2 by 2. A quick search of the space turned up nothing. With each passing moment, the fear for Sarah's safety gnawed at me like a relentless predator. Relief washed over me when I realized she hadn't taken the car, but it was overshadowed by the urgency to find her. I crossed to the door and pulled it open, searching the horizon for her as I grabbed my coat. "Sarah!" I didn't see her anywhere. Snow had started to fall, and I wondered if I could find footprints to follow. Had she gone directly to the road, or was she hiding in the trees? With a shake of my head, I bypassed the car, figuring she'd be smart enough to stay off the road. She was probably used to running and hiding. "Sarah!" I called again as I twisted in a circle. The snow went from light to heavy within seconds.
Sarah, I know you're afraid, but please, come back!
I trudged forward as large flakes coated me and the ground.
Come on, Sarah, it's cold! Come back inside!
I spun again, trying to search for movement or a glimpse of her red hair. She could have gone in any direction.
Sarah!
A quiet whimper floated on the breeze, rising above the quiet snowfall. I snapped my head in its direction.
Sarah?
I hurried forward, pushing a few pine boughs aside until I spotted muted red hair, covered by a layer of snow. She knelt on the ground, doubled over.
Sarah!
I raced to her side, kneeling next to her.
Hey, are you okay?
Cold.
She stammered. Her lips were purple, and a tear was frozen to her cheek. She hadn't been out that long, but she looked like she had severe hypothermia already.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Let's get you back to the cabin and warm. I scooped her into my arms, and she huddled against me, trembling. I raced back to the cabin, pushing through the door and taking her straight to the fire. She shook uncontrollably as I set her on the floor and pulled a blanket from the couch to wrap around her. She didn't object when I pressed my hand onto her skin. Cold. Take off your gloves, I instructed as I grabbed my medical bag. A temperature check showed her temp below normal. Her fingers were purple-blue. She continued to shiver, clutching the blanket tightly around her.
You're freezing,
I said, although my scientific mind tried to determine why she'd succumb to the cold weather so quickly. I pulled her closer to me. Body heat would warm her up faster than anything else. I expected her to object again, but she snuggled against me. I adjusted the blanket, tugging it from her grip to better cover her as she laid against my chest. Her arms slid around me, holding me tightly. I rubbed her arms, trying to rapidly heat her. After a few more minutes, her shivering finally stopped. Feeling warmer? I asked.
Yes,
She said softly. I didn't want to let go of her, but I wanted to get her warmer faster. I'm going to get you that hot chocolate to help warm you, okay? She released her grip on me, pulling the blanket tighter around her. Can I trust you not to run into the blizzard? Her features twisted into an apologetic pout.
I will die in that snow. I'm not leaving.
She had come close to freezing to death, but she hadn't been exposed long enough for that to make sense. I climbed to my feet, pondering that very issue, and went to the kitchen to finish the hot chocolate. With a steaming mug of the sweet liquid in hand, I returned to find her waiting for me.
Thank you.
She breathed as she wrapped her fingers around the mug and took a sip. I stuck the thermometer in her ear for another reading. Her temperature had rapidly rose, now showing a slight fever. I clicked my tongue. Sarah, you're running a temp again.
I'm not.
She insisted.
I'm still cold.
Your temp is 100. That's a low-grade fever. She swallowed hard, shifting her back against the couch.
It's not for me.
I heaved a sigh, my frustration over the odd answers building again. I'm a doctor. There is no human for which a fever is the norm. She stared into the fire, not answering me. Okay, I tried, going in a different direction. Can you tell me what made you run into the cold?
You brought me here under false pretenses, and I know why. But I can't tell you what you want to know. I can't.
Why? Is it too painful to talk about?
You wouldn't understand.
She answered. I know you think that, but that's not true. As a doctor, I've seen a lot of abuse cases. I know you think yours is different, and in a way it is, but I can help you. Her features twisted with upset tears welling in her eyes. She hung her head as she sucked in a shaky breath. I wanted to comfort her, but I was afraid to make things worse. But I couldn't watch her suffer like this. Gently, I pulled the mug from her hands and set it aside before I pulled her into a tight embrace. It's okay, Sarah. You're safe now. She sobbed a few times before she pulled back, drying her tears and sniffling.
No.
Yes, I insisted, assuming her statement was refuting my last one. Yes, you are safe. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. She pressed her lips together, her eyes still glistening.
You need to stay out of the situation with Victor. He's dangerous.
You keep saying that, but I'm not afraid of him. And if you think I should be, then you need to tell me why. She flicked her gaze away from me, turning her gaze to the fire. Okay, let's try this. If you can't say the words, can you at least tell me if I'm right or wrong if I say them? With a sniffle, she nodded. Did Victor hurt you? She shook her head, her focus still on the fire. It doesn't have to be physically. Did he do something to you?
No.
She said softly. Does Victor work for someone who hurt you? Another headshake. Why was she so afraid of this man? Did Victor... She scrambled to her feet and scurried around the couch, pressing a hand to her forehead.
You're not going to guess it, okay? Just... He's a very bad person. He's done very bad things, and he can hurt you. Very badly. I'm doing my best to protect you.
I rose and chased after her. You don't need to protect me, Sarah.
I do. You don't understand. You need to be okay.
I will be. She shook her head.
No. Victor will destroy you. And that can't happen. If I stay away from you...
It won't matter. I told you he came to my place this morning. He told me to stay away from you, that I'd never have you. Sarah, I'm not going to give in to his threats. She groaned, pacing the room in front of me with a hand pressed to her stomach.
Oh, you're right. It won't matter. He can see my mind. He already knows he can use you to pressure me. So you need to be warned so you can stay away.
I'm not going to stay away from you. That's not going to happen, okay? There's nothing he's going to do to me that'll make me leave you. So whatever he told you to pressure you into going back to him or whatever he wants, don't listen to him. She glanced at me, those sparkling blue eyes almost apologetic.
You don't know. But you couldn't know. Would knowing make a difference?
I wasn't certain if that question was meant for me, but I figured I'd answer it to encourage her to talk. Maybe.
Nothing can happen to you, Chris. You need to save Emily.
My brow furrowed at the words. And I'm going to. What does that have to do with Victor Cross?
If Victor... Nothing can happen to you until you've fulfilled your destiny to save Emily.
Fulfilled my destiny? What kind of mumbo-jumbo was this? Look, Sarah, I'm weirdly on board with the fact that I've somehow fallen for you with just a touch and this strange connection between us, but destiny? I don't believe in that. She set those blue eyes on me.
And that's why you wouldn't understand anything you keep wanting to know.
I shifted my weight from foot to foot, realizing I'd likely ruined my chance by giving her an excuse not to share with me. Okay, I take that back. If you know something I don't, I'd love to hear it.
You're not giving up, are you? You're not going to stay away from me.
I'm definitely not going to stay away from you. Sarah, if you don't know how I feel by now, how invested I am in you... I shook my head. I'm not staying away from you. Emotions churned within me like a turbulent storm, each revelation crashing against the fragile shores of my understanding. Questions tumbled in my mind, demanding answers that seemed as elusive as the truth itself. She licked her lips, her eyebrows pinching.
Victor Cross.
I leaned forward a little as I waited for her to finish the statement.
Victor Cross is a vampire.
She said the words with such conviction that it sounded like she truly believed it. My frustration ramped up at the words, though. Did she expect me to believe this? The least she could have done was come up with something plausible. A vampire? I asked, my voice laced with incredulity. Like with fangs and who drinks blood? She heaved a sigh, crossing her arms, clearly annoyed with my answer.
More or less, yes, but not exactly like what you've read in fiction or seen in movies.
I narrowed my eyes at her. Come on, Sarah, do you really want me to buy this? I know you're afraid to tell me what's going on, but please don't lie to me. She slid her eyes closed.
I'm not lying. This is why I said you wouldn't understand.
She had insisted I wouldn't, and I didn't. But I needed more information. All right, I'll play. He's a vampire. Are you also a vampire? She shook her head.
No.
Oh, right, no. You don't have the things, but I don't remember seeing his this morning. She shifted her gaze to her feet, her arms wrapping around her midriff.
Okay, let's stop talking about this.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry, but this sounds crazy. She bobbed her head.
I've told you everything I can. When we get back to Crescent Bay, you need to stay away from me.
I clicked my tongue, fluttering my eyelashes at her. Come on, Sarah. Please, don't be mad. I'm trying to understand, but you're not making any sense.
Because you want to know things, but you won't listen.
I held up my hands. Okay, I'm listening. He's a vampire. You aren't. Are you something else?
I'm an angel,
she said, her voice a soft whisper. I froze, my mind processing the information. Was this some sort of code? Abuse victims often created stories that helped them survive. Was that what this was? Okay, I answered, trying to stay neutral and supportive. Like, from heaven? She nodded, and I tried to determine the best way to find out if she created this illusion around her to make sense of her life. Okay, do you have wings and a halo? The words popped from my mouth before I could stop them.
Wings.
She answered.
No halo. Not yet.
I screwed up my face, wondering how she expected me to believe she had wings. Although she had seemed to float in the air when I'd seen her at Emily's. I raised my eyes from the floor to ask her when my heart stopped. An ethereal light seemed to glow around her, and before I could speak, massive wings appeared behind her. My jaw fell open as I stared at them.
Do you believe me now?
She asked. I stepped toward her, completely awestruck as I reached for the majestic, feathery wings, my eyes wide. I finally clamped my jaw shut, glancing at her before my fingers brushed the wings. She nodded.
You can touch them.
I caressed the soft feathers. The wings flapped, creating a breeze in the room, and I snapped my hand back. She giggled.
Sorry, but you deserved that.
Did you do that on purpose? She bobbed her head. No wonder you don't have a halo, I said with a shake of my head before I returned to studying the wings. Why can't I see these normally?
I hide them.
She said.
Make them invisible. It would be impossible to work here if I ran around with my wings out constantly.
Yeah, I see your point, I answered, my attention still on her wings. My mind fired off more questions than I could process, from the wing structure to how she hid them. So...
My normal body temperature is 105. I'm not a cold weather angel, so coldness can kill me very quickly. My heart is in the center of my body, not the left side. The wings have delicate bones that would have shown up on any X-ray you gave me. And yes, I can fly.
My eyebrows shot up as I tried to process that all, but particularly the last statement. She flapped her wings again and rose off the floor.
When you startled me in Emily's bedroom, I accidentally flapped my wings.
So, you were floating?
No,
She answered.
I was flying.
My features twisted as I tried to process all of this. And the glowing. Were you trying to go to heaven? She shook her head as she tucked her wings against her body into a compact little package. A few seconds later, they disappeared from sight.
No.
I shifted my weight as I searched my mind for a reason.
I was processing.
Processing what? She sucked in a deep breath.
I have a gift, although it's somewhat of a curse.
She raised her bare hand toward me and pressed it against my cheek.
When I touch someone, I can see their lives, their heart, their soul.
The words stopped my heart. I suddenly realized why she was terrified of touching. But that wasn't what made me nervous. What terrified me the most was that she'd seen my soul. No wonder she didn't want any parts of me. I'd lost her because my soul was black.
Chapter 21. Sarah. My stomach twisted into a knot at the expression on Chris's face. When I told him about my soul glimpse abilities, the color had drained from him, leaving him pale and wide-eyed. He swallowed hard, his eyes glistening and his lower lip trembling, before he firmed his jaw.
Everything?
He whispered. A good bit, I answered. Even just a graze can show me a pretty vast amount, or at least paint a pretty full picture of the person, yes. He stumbled backward and collapsed onto the arm of the couch.
This is why you don't want anything to do with me.
His voice, raw with emotion and fear, broke my heart. He never saw himself as good enough. I crossed to him, my hand reaching for his cheek, but he pulled away, his eyes wide.
Don't!
He rose, twisting away from me and crossing to the fireplace. We had no secrets between us now, but it had only made things worse for him. I needed him to know the truth. I crossed to him, sliding a hand onto his shoulder. Chris, it's okay.
No!
He answered with a vehement shake of his head.
Sarah, don't. The things you must have seen. No wonder you didn't want to touch me.
I don't touch people because I don't want to know their personal business, I said as I twisted him to face me. He avoided eye contact, his embarrassment obvious. Do you want to know what I saw?
No.
He answered.
I know what you saw, and I now understand why you avoided me. Why you wanted nothing to do with me.
But that couldn't be further from the truth, I said. With a trembling hand, he hastily wiped away a tear and met my gaze with glassy eyes. Before he could protest, I pressed a hand against his cheek.
Please.
He whispered. I saw pain and grief and fear, and yes, I saw lots of manipulative and controlling behavior. But do you know what I saw the most? He sucked in a shaky breath as he waited for me to continue. Goodness. So much goodness. He offered a nervous chuckle, quickly wiping a tear that had fallen to his cheek.
Are you sure your touch thing isn't broken?
I smiled, my fingers still fixed on his face. I'm certain. I can see the truth. Your heart is so good. It's the only thing that saved me from Victor's darkness after he touched me. His brow furrowed.
When you touched me at Emily's.
I nodded. It was the only thing that could save me from falling apart. I needed you. I couldn't have survived processing all of that without it. He glanced down at me, his eyes searching mine as his hand wrapped around mine, and his arm slid around my waist.
Are you still seeing my soul?
I bobbed my head. Yes, but every touch gets easier for me. I don't need to process this. I'm just seeing lots of warmth and happiness. Are you still feeling something on your end when I touch you? He pressed his forehead against mine.
Yes.
He said, his voice a breathy whisper. The intensity of his emotions increased, coursing through me and wrapping me up like a warm blanket. I could feel his heart beating hard as he leaned closer to me, his lips finding mine. He pulled away a second later.
I'm sorry.
I'm not complaining, I answered.
So, I didn't do anything wrong? I feel somehow guilty kissing an angel.
You didn't do anything wrong. And you're not feeling that guilty. You're still all warm and fuzzy. We remained locked together, his hand still intertwined with mine.
I'm ecstatic that you don't hate me. That's all the warmth you're feeling.
I couldn't hate you.
Are angels not allowed to hate people?
I smiled at the sentiment. That's not what I meant. You are so good. I couldn't hate you.
Plenty of people do. I am not a good person. So I'm still stunned that you think I am.
You are a very good person. You just bury it under lots of manipulations and poor behavior because you're afraid. He huffed out a breath.
Wow, that's sickeningly accurate. It makes me feel very exposed.
I'm sorry. I don't usually tell people any of this. His fingers tightened around mine.
I don't mind as long as I can keep feeling this. Does everyone?
You're the first person who's ever had a reaction. He crinkled his forehead.
Really? Are you sure?
I think so.
The processing thing.
His curiosity was pulling him from his fear. Or maybe it was the connection of our touch. Anyone with soul glimpse has to process all of the things we see. We can either do it with a slow burn, which means we process them over time but they stay with us intensely until we do, or a fast flame. Those are very painful, but they're over quickly.
How did you process our first touch?
Fast flame. I usually use that, unless I can't.
Victor?
I almost couldn't. But with your strength, I could.
Why did you let him touch you?
I didn't. He bumped into me and knocked Emily's meds to the ground. We both bent to pick it up, and he touched my cheek. I shook my head, biting my lower lip. He must have sensed me.
Sensed you?
I broke away from him, pacing in front of the couch. Yes, they can sense goodness. They can smell it. The crease between his brow deepened.
So that's what he was doing?
What? I asked.
When he came by the house earlier, it almost looked like he was sniffing.
He was. I twisted around, my arms crossed as I ambled in the opposite direction. He can smell me, like an animal.
That's... so... Does he bite people like TV vampires?
Yes, I answered. But it's not what you think. It's not like the movies make it. He can do other things. Manipulate minds, twist reality, even take different forms.
What?
Chris looked horrified, and I was somewhat glad for that. You need to stay away from him. You need to continue treating Emily.
Your mission?
He said. Yes, to make sure Emily lives. So, nothing can happen to you. And beyond that, I don't want anything to happen to you.
It won't.
He said, crossing to me. He hesitated, his hand hovering in the air for a moment before he tentatively reached for me. It's okay, I said. You can touch me. A slight smile crossed his face as he laced our fingers together.
I'm not leaving you, Sarah.
But Chris,
No.
he insisted.
No way. Not now that I know the truth.
It's because you know the truth that you should be staying very far away from me.
Can he hurt you, or are you, like, invincible?
The question made me laugh. You treated my scrape. I'm not invincible.
Well, then, there's no way I'm leaving you alone to deal with this.
I heaved a sigh. Even if I tried to stay away from him, he'd still show up. We'd be better off working together before trouble happened because we were trying to stay apart. And you don't think you're good.
You're the only person who knows that. You're the only person who's ever seen the real me.
I grinned up at him. I like the real you. The smile on his face slid away.
Until I do something stupid.
I shook my head, my bright expression remaining. Nope, because I know the real you. All the things you do are because you're afraid to lose. You don't need to do them with me. But I understand why you do them.
I'm definitely afraid to lose you.
I'm not leaving. If you're not leaving, I'm not leaving.
We're in this together, Sarah. We'll save Emily, and we'll stop Victor from hurting you or anyone around you, okay?
I nodded, finding it strange to have a partner, but also wonderful. Our work was usually so solitary, but I needed this help to combat Victor. He had been a wrinkle I'd never seen coming. The snow slowed by noon, and we left the cabin behind after Chris dug his car out, making our way carefully back to Crescent Bay. Emily's second treatment was scheduled for today, and Chris insisted I stay with him. She received the shot. I promised to check on her in a few hours, in case she needed anything. Chris advised her to take the anti-nausea pill as soon as she arrived home to prevent any sickness like she experienced after the first injection. Emily left his lab behind, bypassing a brunette who slid through the door. I remembered her as the other doctor who had tried to treat me in the emergency room. "Hey," she said as she spotted me. "Sarah, right?" I nodded. "Yes, that's right,"
Thanks for coming.
Chris said.
I'm sorry for running out on you this morning, but I'll make it up to you, I promise.
Her eyes lingered on me, a slight smile on her features. "No problem. I understand." They'd talked about me. That much was obvious.
But we've made some progress,
Chris said.
so it was well worth it.
On our way back to Crescent Bay, Chris had proposed an experiment, concerned my touch had always left behind a trace and that he wasn't anything special. It was an idea born of the life he'd led, so I agreed to it, despite not wanting to see Lena's personal life. "That's great," Lena said. "I'm so glad you're getting help, Sarah." I offered her a warm smile, pulling one of my gloves off.
See for yourself.
Chris said, waving toward me. I reached for her tentatively, bracing a little for whatever I may see. She arched an eyebrow as she lifted her hand. "You sure?" I nodded before I wrapped my fingers around hers. "Wow," she said with a smile. "This is good progress." Images raced through my mind, centered around a lot of frustration with her husband and their path to marriage. Their love seemed strong, but struggled constantly. I also saw something else that warmed me, making me glad Chris had her as a friend. I pulled back, flicking my gaze to Chris.
Pretty awesome, right?
He asked, studying her face for any reaction. But if she had one, she kept it well hidden. "Yeah, definitely. Really great progress, Sarah. I'm so happy for you." She sounded supportive, but that was it. Nothing more. I hope Chris was convinced, but I was certain he'd grill her later. He trusted her implicitly, and he wasn't wrong to do that. She cared about him.
Hey, Lena, would you mind stopping back before you leave? We can discuss how I'm going to make up that shift.
Yeah, sure, she answered, pretending I had no idea this was code to talk about me. See you in a few hours. Take care, Sarah. Thanks, I answered as she left the lab. I twisted to face Chris. She didn't feel a thing.
Didn't seem like it. Although she could be hiding it. I'll ask her later. What about you?
His eyebrows raised.
Did you get some juicy details about her soul?
I learned a few things.
What?
He asked. I shook my head. No, that's private. I'm not telling you.
Oh, come on, Sarah. What's the use in knowing an angel who can peek into people's souls if you don't give me all the dirty details?
I chuckled as I slid my glove back on. It's private. I'm not violating that. But...
Yeah? What is it? Something bad?
He grinned at me. No. When you proposed to her, it meant more to her than you realize. She was very touched by it. She appreciated it very much. It was a glimpse of the man you are beneath the surface, and one she's come to care for deeply. And she considered it. She even thought about what it may be like, and it wasn't all bad. His features pinched, betraying an emotion he may not even have admitted to himself.
Yeah, well, she said no.
She loves her husband very much, but she loves you too, just not that way. Vulnerability flashed in his eyes as he swallowed hard. I crossed to him, reaching for his hand. Are you okay?
Yeah.
He said, masking his pain quickly. Are you sure? I wiggled my fingers with a grin. I could check to see if you're lying.
I'm fine.
He answered.
It's a little surprising. Nice to hear, I guess, but... Well, if things had worked out with Lena, I may have never met you.
Oh, well, that was worth it, I said. And now I'll leave you to your work and check on Emily.
Hey, wait.
He said, tugging back on my hand.
Do you want me to walk you there? Or how about you take the car? I don't want you out there alone with Victor.
Angels can't drive,
Oh.
he said, his expression surprised. I'm kidding. If you don't mind, I'll take the car.
Meet me back here at 5? You're staying at Havenwood, right?
Yes, I think that's best.
Okay. Pick me up at 5 and we'll have dinner together there.
We said our goodbyes, including another quick kiss, before I slipped from his office and drove the short distance to Emily's apartment building. I parked in the garage underneath and took the elevator to her floor. A few minutes after knocking, Emily pulled open the door, looking pale again. Hey, how are you holding up after the latest round? She groaned as she waved me inside. Tired. A little nauseous. Did you take the pill? Yes. That's the only reason I'm not vomiting, I think. Well, that's something. Would you like me to sit with you? Please. Maybe you can take my mind off my discomfort. Although, I'm sorry if I'm pulling you away from something else. Her eyes twinkled at me. You're not, I promised. She arched an eyebrow, and I quickly followed up with an answer to what she wanted to know. We're having dinner together tonight. Yay! She squealed as she pulled her legs under her on the couch and spread a blanket across her legs. Now you can stop worrying about us and concentrate on yourself. I don't want to focus on that. I feel awful that I feel awful. Dr. Wright is working so hard to save me, and I'm just being a pain in his butt at every turn. You're not. If you don't feel good, let him know. Well, I'm holding food down for now. We'll call him if that changes. I nodded. We settled on a movie to pass the time, but by the time we hit the halfway mark, Emily fidgeted. I glanced over, finding her forehead beaded with sweat. You don't look so good. I'm just feeling a little woozy. I think you may be running a temp. Do you have a thermometer? She bobbed her head wearily. Medicine cabinet. It's the old-fashioned kind, not one of those fancy ear ones. I chuckled as I rose to retrieve it, returning to stick it under her tongue. A few minutes later, I removed it, checking the mercury. My stomach clenched. You're at 101. I'm calling Chris. She let her head fall back against the cushion behind her. Try to rest, I told her as I pulled my cell phone from my pocket and dialed his number. It rang a few times before it went to voicemail. My brow furrowed as I waded through his greeting. Was he with Lena? I was surprised he didn't answer the call, given Emily's injection. When the beep sounded, I left a message. Hey, Chris, Emily's running a temp. Call me when you get this. I ended the call, concern building in me. Between Emily's injection and my situation with Victor, I was shocked he didn't answer. I returned to the couch with a cool cloth and placed it on Emily's forehead. 20 minutes passed, and I hadn't heard anything from Chris. I tried his cell again, only to get voicemail. I didn't leave another message, but my worry grew. I dialed him for the 10th time as Emily shivered from her fever. Where are you? I murmured. The shadows outside grew longer with each passing second, casting eerie shapes in the fading light. A foreboding sense settled over me, tightening like a vice around my chest. Panic rose in me. Had something happened to Chris?
Chapter 22. Chris.
For the first time in my life, I didn't mind seeing Sarah walking away from me.
But my stomach still twisted into a knot of worry. I didn't feel like I needed to control her to make sure she came back, but the threat of Victor Cross loomed large on the horizon. She'd assured me that she could protect herself, though she preferred to avoid the dangerous man. It still left me with a flutter in my stomach that probably wouldn't settle until she was sitting across from me at dinner in the safety of Havenwood Manor. Until then, I tried to focus on my work. I'd taken a sample of Emily's blood to test before the second injection. The lab equipment hummed softly as I prepared the sample and spent the next hour viewing it, making my notes and comparing it to her original sample. Normally, my work easily distracted me, but this time I couldn't concentrate. My mind continually returned to the conversations I'd had with Sarah. I started to wonder if I'd imagined it. Had I actually touched those soft feathers, or was that merely a figment of my imagination? Doubt gnawed at me, and I reached for my phone to call her. I needed to check in for both her well-being and mine. Uncertainty reigned in my mind, twisting fact with fiction, and making me feel like most times in the past. Why had I willingly let her walk out that door? She'd never come back to me. I'd made the entire thing up where she said she understood my behavior and recognized the goodness in my heart. My shaky thumb hovered over my virtual keyboard until my door burst open. Lena strolled in with a coffee in each hand.
Okay, I need details, because I do not believe what is happening right now.
I sat my phone down and accepted the coffee she thrust my way before she crossed to the chairs at my desk and collapsed into one. "You're not going to believe it after I tell you either," I said, easing into my desk chair across from her.
Probably not. If I hadn't seen Sarah willingly here, and she hadn't willingly touched me, I'd call you a liar. But somehow you seem to have gotten through to her.
Before I tell you, can I ask you a question?
Shoot.
Lena said, kicking her shoes off and propping her feet on my desk. I sipped my coffee, leaning back in my chair. Did you feel anything unusual when Sarah touched you? She arched an eyebrow at me over the rim of her coffee cup, a hint of amusement in her brown eyes.
You mean like warmth and peace?
I swallowed hard. That was exactly what I meant. Maybe I wasn't special at all. Everyone probably got this from Sarah's touch. Lena cracked up, throwing her head back with a loud laugh.
No, I didn't feel a thing other than a really warm hand. Wow, she was kind of hot, actually. Like, physically hot, not attractive. Is she still running that fever?
I stared at her for a second, trying to assess her answer before diving into my tale. You didn't? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure, Wright. I felt nothing. Do you still think you feel something?
I don't think it, Lena. I do feel it. It's like magic, but there's a reason for that. I just wanted to know if anyone else felt it, so we did a little scientific experiment.
There's a reason for it?
I shifted in my seat, preparing to tell Lena what I'd learned. I could trust her, and I may need someone to run things past if anything ever happened to Sarah.
Chris?
She asked.
What's going on?
I let out a chuckle, still shocked over the course of events. You're never going to believe this, but I swear, what I'm about to tell you is the truth. I raised my hand in the air. I swear.
Well, I can't wait to hear it, because it seems like things have taken a turn for the weird and the dangerous with her ex paying you a visit.
Yeah, he's not her ex.
Sorry, I didn't mean to imply that she was willingly with this guy who apparently did a number on her.
I shook my head. She was going to be completely stunned or try to commit me. Lena, you're not going to believe this, but I can explain everything from her weird thing with touching to the floating and glowing. Everything.
Okay. What was it? Too tired? Eyes playing tricks on you?
I arched an eyebrow, my heart thudding hard against my ribs as I readied myself to form the words. No. Sarah... She twisted her head, her eyes narrowing as I leaned forward. Is an angel. Lena slid her eyes sideways before her brows pinched.
She seems like a very nice girl, yes. I don't see how that explains anything.
No, I said, sweeping a hand in the air. She's an actual angel, like from heaven. Lena hesitated for a second before she narrowed her eyes.
Okay.
Lena, I'm serious. Look, I'm the most scientific person you know, and I'm telling you, I just touched her wings. A surprised expression crossed her face, and she shook her head.
Okay, I don't need to hear personal details about what you did at the cabin, even with the weird euphemisms.
I'm being serious, Lena. When I say wings, I mean big, magnificent, feathery wings. Yes, she can fly. Lena puffed out her cheeks.
Okay, do you mind if I run a blood test on you, because I think you're on something?
I let my head fall between my shoulders. Listen to me. I'm not on anything. She's an angel. She has wings, and I know what you're thinking.
Somehow I doubt that.
She screwed up her face, shaking her head. You're thinking, why can't I see her wings? Well, she hides them.
Oh.
Lena said, her voice sounding sarcastic.
Sure, that makes sense.
I offered her an unimpressed stare, though I understood how this must sound. Lena, I get it. This sounds crazy. She chuckled.
Crazy? It sounds nuts, Chris. I know you like her, but honey, she's feeding you a line. And maybe she doesn't mean to. Maybe this is how she processes things.
Okay, I thought the same thing. Literally thought she was telling me this because that's how she survived whatever she went through. But I'm telling you, I saw her true form. She glows, she has wings, She has a normal body temperature of 105. She has a central heart.
What? Chris, this is...
Lena, I can prove it. I can prove all of this. She leaned closer to the desk.
Do you have pictures?
No, but all I need to do is call her back in here and have her show you her wings. That's what convinced me. She pressed a hand to her forehead with a sigh.
Okay, say I believe this. She's an angel. She has weird baselines for her vitals. She glows, flies. What's with the touching thing?
That's interesting. She has a thing called soul glimpse. When she touches people, she can see their souls. Lena's features scrunched.
What? Seriously?
Yes, that's why she doesn't like to touch people. She doesn't want to see all their personal details.
Okay, no, not buying it. No, she touched you. So she knows firsthand that you're kind of a jerk, and she still wants to hang out with you? No.
She knows I have a good heart, I said with my chin raised. Lena laughed again, slapping her thigh.
Are you sure she can see souls?
That's funny, Lena. Okay, fine. She touched you. She saw your soul. Amusement disappeared from her features.
She didn't tell you anything weird, did she?
Does it matter? If I'm lying to you...
Right, come on, I'm serious. What did she see?
She lifted a shoulder in a half shrug.
Pretend I believe you.
I sucked in a breath, flicking my eyebrows up. Well, she wouldn't violate your privacy, but she did say that you appreciated my proposal, that you actually thought about what it would be like to be married to me, and it wasn't all bad. And you cared deeply about me, but you love your husband.
Okay, so she could have made all of that up. It's like a fortune teller who says vague things because they figure they're true. But why did you tell her you proposed to me?
I didn't. That's the point. I never told her. She knew. She knew after she touched me. And she knew your thoughts on it after she touched you. Lena leaned back in her seat, rubbing her lower lip, her eyebrows pinched.
Okay, so... she can see people's souls. She has wings. She's an angel. Okay, let's say that's true. What's with the weird ex? Is he a dark angel or something?
He's not her ex. He's a vampire. Lena's features melted with disbelief.
Oh, come on. Okay, no. I can't get on board with this. Vampires too? Angels and vampires?
I shrugged. Lena, I thought she was crazy too. She dropped the vampire bombshell on me first, and I had the exact same reaction. But she proved the part about being an angel, so I'm going to assume the rest is true. Lena shook her head again.
Didn't this guy visit you in the daylight?
Yeah, apparently vampires are a bit different from the ones on television. They are way creepier.
And that's why she's so scared?
I nodded at her, my stomach churning again as I wondered if I should check in with her. Yeah, apparently he touched her. She says he could smell her near him. Anyway, he touched her and she saw all the bad things he's done.
So...
She wrapped her finger around her mug as she took another sip.
why is she here? Because of guys like Victor?
No, she was supposed to make sure Emily lives. I don't know. She said it was her mission.
And Victor just messed it up?
Added complication she didn't expect. But it's under control. I'm not going to let anything happen to her.
Oh, okay, Dr. Wright, Vampire Slayer. I think she has far more experience with this.
I smirked at her. So now you believe me, huh?
No, I'll believe you when I touch her feathery wings. For now, I'm just working off of the assumption that you aren't trolling me.
I'm not, and fine. Come over for dinner tonight. She wrinkled her nose.
Can't. I'm on call. And I know I'm gonna get paged the second I leave the hospital.
I'm not that far. Come over. If you get paged, I'll drive you back.
What if you're busy slaying vampires?
I'll take a break. Come on, Lena, you need to see this. What's better, seeing an actual angel with her wings or treating Mrs. Smith's toe fungus? She winced, rubbing her chin.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Okay, you sold me. I'll stop by the moment I can. And I swear, if I sit there making small talk with her and no wings appear...
I will work every ER shift you want me to work, Lena. I promise. You can take an entire week off and I'll cover it all. That's how sure I am. She sucked in a breath as she rose and slid her shoes back on.
All right. Can't wait to take that vacation.
You're not going to. You're going to sit there in stunned silence when she ruffles those amazing wings.
We'll see.
She called over her shoulder as she crossed to the door. You're going to be apologizing to me profusely, I shouted after her. She answered me with a slam of the door. I chuckled before polishing off my coffee. If the roles would have been reversed, I would have had her committed. But she'd see for herself later tonight. A momentary pang of worry shot through me as I wondered if Sarah would refuse to show her, but I felt like she trusted Lena. I reached for my phone, prepared to check in with her when the device jangled. Her name appeared on the screen, and I swiped to take the call. Hey, honey, how's Emily?
She's fine. Nothing to worry about.
That's good. I guess the anti-nausea pill did its job.
Seems like it.
She answered. You on your way back? I'm almost finished here, so we can head home. It felt really good to call Havenwood our home. Ours.
Actually,
She answered.
I think I made some progress on the problem with Victor Cross. Any chance you can meet me at Celine House?
I glanced at my watch. Sure, we'll check it out before we head back for dinner. Hey, I invited Lena. I hope that's okay. I really trust her, and I told her about you. I don't think she believes me yet, so I was hoping you could show her what you showed me. My heart pounded as I waited for her response.
Sure.
Wow, I said, pulling my chin back to my chest. Okay, great. Well, I'll see you as soon as I can grab a cab, okay?
See you soon, Chris.
The call ended. I straightened up my desk before I grabbed my keys and my mug and strode to the on-call room to dump the cup and my lab coat. Lena stood inside, pouring another cup of coffee.
Heading home to see that angel?
Yes, but not home, to Celine House. She crinkled her forehead.
That abandoned mansion on the edge of town?
Yep, something about Victor Cross. I think she's trying to figure out how to get rid of him. So I'm meeting her there. But we'll be around for dinner. Stop by.
Oh, I will. You're not getting out of this with your little Hardy Boys sleuthing mission. I can't wait for you to work those shifts for me.
And I can't wait for you to eat crow. I backed from the room with a grin. I'll make sure Smithers has it piping hot for you.
Mm-hmm.
She said as she sipped her coffee and waved me off. I left the hospital behind, stepping into the cool air and waving to hail one of the cabs that waited nearby. I climbed inside, giving the address and receiving an odd look from the driver. Just go where I tell you, I snapped before tugging my lips into a grimace. Certain Sarah would see that the next time she touched me and be disappointed. The cab took off, making the drive across town to the abandoned mansion. I paid him and climbed from inside, staring up at the darkened mansion. It looked like a good place for a vampire to hang out and do bad things. The cab rolled away as I made my way up to the sidewalk to the front door. With a twist of the knob, the door creaked open, sending a shiver down my spine. Sarah? I called, my voice echoing in the dark space. My footsteps echoed off the black and white checkerboard floor as I took a few steps into the foyer. Sarah? Honey? Where are you? I veered into a spacious sitting room off of the foyer, squinting into the darkness to find her. Sarah? Sorry. A low growl came from behind me as the door I'd just walked through creaked closed. Sarah's not here. I twisted around, my stomach tying into a knot as I spotted Victor Cross. His amused expression sent my heart hammering against my chest. Had he hurt Sarah? And would his be the last face I ever saw?
Chapter 23. Sarah. My fingers drummed against my thigh as I stared at my cell phone. I'd tried Chris's phone a dozen times and received no response. Emily's fever worsened, and she shivered from it, moaning softly as she curled into a tight ball. Worry over Emily's condition fought with worry over Chris's absence. Maybe he'd gotten caught up in his work, though the Chris I'd come to know in the short time since we'd met would have been far more responsive. In fact, I'd been surprised he hadn't checked in with me before this. I'd fully expected him to send a message, nervous that I'd slipped away from him, never to return. I rose from the couch and shoved the phone into my pocket before I crouched in front of Emily. She looked worse. "Hey, you're not looking so good." I'm not feeling so good," she admitted, her teeth chattering. "I think you need some medical attention. I'm calling an ambulance." "No," she moaned. "No, I don't need an ambulance." "You can't walk, Emily." "Did you say you drove? Can you drive me? Please, I don't want all the fuss of paramedics." "Okay. Are you sure you can walk down to my car?" With her blanket wrapped around her tightly, she rose and nodded. "Yeah." She leaned heavily against me as we left her apartment behind, and I made the short trip to the hospital. The nearly unconscious Emily was tugged from my arms as I entered the emergency room. "We'll come get you as soon as we have her in a room." I sank into a chair, my mind worrying over Chris. Surely they would page him. Time seemed to slow, but finally, a nurse appeared to lead me back to Emily's room. She hadn't received any treatment yet, but they'd given her 2 blankets to keep her warm. A heart monitor beeped steadily. I rubbed her head with my gloved hand as I waited for a doctor. She moaned as the fever tore through her body. "I'm going to tell them to page Chris, okay? He'll know what to do." She bobbed her head as she tugged the blanket tighter. I shifted my weight from foot to foot as we waited. Finally, the door slid open, and a doctor stepped inside. "Hi there. Sorry for the wait, Lena froze as she spotted us, her brow furrowing as she stared at me. "Sarah?" "Hi, Lena. Emily's pretty sick. Can you page Chris? I can't get a hold of him at all." Her features went from stunned to confused. "What? But—" My stomach twisted into a knot at her reaction. "Chris was meeting you at Selene House. He said you called him." My heart hammered against my ribs. "No, I never called him." I pressed a hand to my forehead. "I have to go. You said Selene House?" "Sarah, wait!" she called as I pushed past her into the hall. "You need to take care of Emily. She's really sick," I said as I fished Chris's keys from my pocket. Behind me, Lena thrust the folder at someone else. "Give her IV fluids and something for the fever. Monitor her closely." Her footsteps pounded behind me as I strode to the door leading to the lobby. "Sarah, wait!" "I don't have time to wait," I answered. She grabbed my arm, concern flashing in her eyes as she tugged me toward a door marked "Staff Only." "Lena, I don't have time." "Wait." She stared at me, her features pinched. "Chris told me something wild before he left. Is he in danger?" What had he told her? "I don't know what he said." "That you are an angel and Victor is a vampire. Is any of that true, or are we dealing with a mental break here?" I should tell her it wasn't true, but I didn't want her to think poorly of Chris. I swallowed hard as I nodded. "It's true. He told you the truth, and I need to find him before—" I couldn't face the words. Victor could easily kill him. And if he did, I'd never forgive myself. Lena ripped her white coat off. "I'm coming with you." My eyes went wide. No, Lena, this is far too dangerous. I'm not letting you go alone. Chris is my best friend. He was there for me when I had no one else. I'm not going to leave him hanging. I'm coming. You can either work with me, or we can fight about it and waste time. I didn't want to waste any time finding Chris. Minutes could mean his life. I just hoped I could protect them both. With a nod, I slipped my hand around her arm and led her from the room. We raced out of the hospital and into Chris's car, speeding towards Celine House. My hands shook on the steering wheel, adrenaline fueling me. As we snaked through the streets of Crescent Bay, Lena slid her eyes sideways to stare at me. I'm sorry, but this is wild to me. I glanced at her before I returned my eyes to the road. I'd show you my wings, but it's a little cramped in here. I can't believe this. We sat in silence for a few moments before she spoke up again. Chris said you can see souls when you touch people? Yes, I answered, my mind focused on getting to the house. You touched me earlier. You seem like a good person, Lena. I flicked my gaze to her. You're a little afraid of losing, and it makes you do some silly things, like refuse to give in when you should. She swallowed hard, her fingers tightening around her seatbelt. Wow, that's exposing? I'm sorry. That's why I don't like to touch people. Yeah, she said softly as the dark house came into view. I slid the car to a stop outside of it, throwing it into park before I killed the engine. Wait here. No way. I'm coming with you. Before I could stop her, she was out of the car. I stepped into the chilly air and circled toward her. Fine, but stay behind me. Okay, she said as we made our way up the walk to the open front door. Do you have, special powers to fight him? I can shield a little, and I can fly, and I'm stronger than the average human, but beyond that, no. Seriously? Angels can't, shoot lightning bolts or something? No, I answered as I passed through the door, my heart thumping out a frenetic beat. She shot me an incredulous glance. I thought you had swords and stuff. That's a different division of angels well beyond my pay grade, I answered. Oh, well, can we ask one of them for help? I crept a few steps further into the space. A vampire isn't a very large threat. I very highly doubt St. Michael would like to join us to save Chris. He has bigger problems. Right, okay, well, that's okay. Oh, I should have brought a steak. I snapped my gaze to her. Do you have one? I have a few garden steaks at home. I shook my head. No, they can't be killed by a wooden stake. That's a myth. We need a silver stake. Oh, I don't have any of those. Just be quiet and stay behind me. She bobbed her head and closed the gap between us, pressing close to me as we crept into an open room on our right. My heart stopped as we stepped inside. Tied to a high-backed chair sat Chris, his eyes wide and a gag across his mouth. Chris! He shook his head, and I understood a moment too late. The heavy wooden door behind us creaked shut, sealing us inside the ominous darkness of Celine House. Victor, I breathed. I shoved Lena behind me as I faced him, a shiver running down my spine.
Hello, Seraphina. How lovely of you to join us.
Victor stalked across the room, giving me a wide berth. I carefully kept myself between him and Lena.
I was just having a conversation with your...
He hesitated, pressing a finger to his lips.
Well, now this is tricky. What exactly is he? Boyfriend? Lover? Can angels have those?
Let him go, Victor. This fight is between you and me." He grinned, a soft laugh escaping his lips.
But it's so much more fun with him in the mix, isn't it?
I swallowed hard as he gripped Chris's shoulders, his smile broadening.
See? I can threaten him to get to you. That's the problem with you angels. You care way too much about people.
His fingers dug into Chris's neck.
Do I bite him or kill him? There are so many choices here.
"Leave him alone," I growled.
Oh, that's sweet.
He leaned forward, his voice a whisper that made me tremble.
But I can't do that.
"Then I'll make you." I shoved Lena back a few steps, allowing my wings to pop out as I launched myself toward Victor. He barreled back a few steps, caught off guard. At least he was away from Chris. My heart thudded in my chest as I realized I wouldn't have the advantage for long. Ignoring the fear gnawing at my insides, I hurled myself at him, driving him back against the wall. He reached for me, but I beat my wings hard to fly backward, hovering in the air. Below me, Lena scrambled to free Chris, tugging the gag from his mouth first before she worked on the ropes binding his wrists. I flicked my gaze back to Victor, who'd peeled his lips back to reveal his glistening fangs. His focus wasn't on me, though. It was fixed on Chris and Lena. He'd tried to use one or both of them to pressure me. I couldn't let him do that. With my hands curled into fists, I flew toward him, knocking into him and driving him sideways. He twisted to face me.
You can't win, Sarah.
"I won't let you have them,"
Then let me have you.
he answered.
I'll let them go. Trade yourself for him.
My heart thudded hard against my ribs. I knew what would happen if I agreed. Tears glistened in my eyes. I'd seen in my soul glimpse of him what he was capable of. I'd suffer, then die. But I couldn't let that happen to Chris or Lena. Not just for Emily's sake, but for their own. They were pawns in a game that they should never have been involved in.
No! Sarah!
Chris shouted. With one wrist free, he worked to tug the rope from the other, while Lena worked on the ones around his ankles.
Come on, Sarah. Are you willing to suffer for these humans?
I scrambled away from him, wondering if we could all escape. He leapt to his feet, his chest heaving with deep breaths. I lunged at him, and he burst into an array of bats, fluttering toward me. I dropped to a crouch and covered my head. When the flurry of bat wings stopped, I glanced up, my heart stopping. Victor held Lena tight to him, his fangs gleaming in the dim light.
Sarah?
He taunted.
Should I bite her?
"No," I said with a shake of my head. "Let her go."
Give me a reason.
My breathing turned ragged as tears formed in my eyes. Fear choked me, closing my throat, but I managed to squeak out a few words. "Take me instead." The vicious grin that crossed his features twisted my stomach. He would make me suffer, but better me than them. Victor wasted no time in shoving Lena away, the promise of angel blood far too tantalizing for him.
Don't touch her!
Chris warned as he tugged against his final restraint. "Chris, leave as soon as you break free. Get Lena to safety." My voice trembled with urgency. I pulled his keys from my pocket and tossed them toward Lena. She caught them mid-air as Chris freed himself. Victor reached me, his fingertips caressing my cheek. Violent images raced through my mind as I glimpsed his soul. It made my knees wobble. I retracted my wings tight to me.
Leave the wings. I like them.
He whispered in my ear. His hot breath sent goosebumps peppering across my skin.
Get away from her!
Chris screamed,
Sarah, fight back!
but I couldn't. Not until they were safe. He'd use them against me, and he may hurt them. I couldn't risk it. I'd fight when they were safe. Go, Chris! My voice shook more than I hoped, as Victor studied me like a wolf eyeing its next meal.
Or stay and watch.
He purred as he tipped my chin up to him.
I don't mind.
His lips pressed against mine, and bile crept up my throat. When he pulled away, he flashed his fangs again. I trembled as I awaited the pain that would rush through me as he sank them into my skin. My eyes squeezed closed, my mind swimming with darkness. Tonight would be my last night on Earth.
Chapter 24. Chris. My heart hammered against my ribs as I stared into the dark eyes of the vampire. He grinned at me, his smile twisted with evil amusement. My forehead creased as I wondered if he'd let her go.
I can see you're confused. After all, Sarah summoned you here, didn't she?
I refused to answer him, not willing to give up any information.
Except she didn't.
My jaw fell open as Sarah's voice came out of his lips. He grinned again.
I have a lot of tricks. That's just one of them.
What do you want? I demanded, my fingers curling into fists.
I must admit, I can't wait for Sarah to arrive either. But until she does, you and I can have a little chat.
Leave Sarah alone, I answered, trying not to show the fear building inside of me.
I don't think so, he said as he stalked around me in a circle. And to be honest, I don't really care if we talk or not. You're only here to lure Sarah, and I couldn't care less if you were dead or alive when she arrives.
I swallowed hard, wondering if I could escape. I had to warn Sarah of the danger. As I circled closer to the fireplace, I backed my way toward the doors. Before I reached them, he flung a hand out. Behind me, the doors snapped closed.
Sorry, I can't let you leave. And I think I'll keep you alive. It'll be so much more entertaining if she gets to watch you die. Or maybe...
One corner of his lips tucked back as he huffed out a laugh.
Maybe she'll trade herself for you.
Oh. His voice shook with excitement.
Have you ever tasted angel blood? It is so sweet.
I won't let you hurt her. With a flick of his wrist, I slid across the floor, slamming into a chair that appeared. Ropes wrapped around me, and a gag snaked through my teeth. Victor's hot breath blew past my neck as he leaned close.
You won't be able to stop me.
I tugged against the restraints, but I couldn't free myself. Time ticked by as we waited for something to happen. Panic rose in me, and worry for Sarah twisted my stomach into a knot. I didn't know how much time had passed, but finally, voices floated to me. I strained against the ropes again as Sarah entered the room with Lena. I shook my head in a desperate attempt to warn her, but it was too late. Victor closed the doors, revealing himself. After a brief greeting, he prowled across the room, keeping a careful distance as he watched her.
I was just having a conversation with your...
He hesitated, pressing a finger to his lips.
Well, now this is tricky. What exactly is he? Boyfriend? Lover? Can angels have those?
She answered with exactly what I hoped she wouldn't.
Let him go, Victor. This fight is between you and me.
He grinned.
a soft laugh escaping his lips. But it is so much more fun with him in the mix, isn't it? He grabbed my shoulders, his breath hot against my cheek. See? I can threaten him to get to you. That's the problem with you angels. You care way too much about people. His fingers dug into the flesh of my neck. Do I bite him or kill him? There are so many choices here. Keeping Lena behind her, Sarah curled her fingers into fists.
Leave him alone.
Oh, that's sweet. He leaned forward, his voice a whisper that made me tremble. But I can't do that.
Then I'll make you.
My eyes went wide as she shoved Lena away. Her wings appeared, fully spread as she hurled herself toward Victor. His hands left my shoulders as he backed away. Lena scrambled toward me, tugging the gag from my mouth before she started to pry at the ropes holding my wrists.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Help Sarah. Lena eyed the situation across the room, her eyes wide and her breathing ragged.
She's okay right now.
A shadow crossed over me, and I raised my gaze to find Sarah floating above me. Footsteps sounded behind me as Lena freed one wrist. Get my ankles! I'll work on this one! I dug my fingers into the rope binding my other wrist as Sarah dive-bombed toward Victor again. You can't win, Sarah, he growled.
I won't let you have them.
His next words stopped my heart. Then let me have you. I'll let them go. Trade yourself for them. No, Sarah! I shouted, panic driving my fingers to work at the rope. Come on, Sarah. Are you willing to suffer for these humans? She didn't answer him, but a flurry of wings sounded. I twisted to find dozens of bats attacking Sarah. I covered my face with my arm and ducked as they buzzed past me. When I opened my eyes again, Victor stood with Lena clutched in his grasp. His fangs glistened in the pale moonlight, streaming through the tall windows. Sarah, he sang. Should I bite her? I kept working on my rope as I wriggled my legs free of the restraints Lena had loosened.
No, let her go,
Sarah said from behind me. Give me a reason, Victor answered.
Take me instead,
she answered, her voice shaking. The grin that crossed his lips made me sick. He looked delighted as he shoved Lena away from him. Don't touch her, I warned, desperate to pull free of my final restraint. Sarah's trembling voice sounded again.
Chris, leave as soon as you're free. Get Lena to safety.
Lena caught my keys as I finally pulled free of the last bond. I scrambled to my feet, twisting to eye the scene. Victor rubbed her cheek, his eyes fixed on her. Her wings pulled tight against her back. Leave the wings. I like them, he said. Get away from her! I shouted as I searched the room for some weapon. Sarah, fight! Lena wrapped a trembling hand around my arm.
We need to go.
I'm not leaving her.
Go, Chris.
Victor tipped her chin up. Or stay and watch. I don't mind. He kissed her, sending my blood boiling. I raced across the room as he pulled away from her and pummeled into him. We rolled across the floor in a tangle of limbs until we came to a stop. He landed on top of me, hissing. Before I could react, Sarah wrapped an arm around his throat and tugged him back, beating her wings hard to drag him away from me.
Lena, take him and run!
She shouted. I'm not leaving you, Sarah! I said as I scrambled to my feet. Either we all go or no one does! Victor tried to wriggle free.
Go!
She shouted.
I'm right behind you.
I raced toward Lena, yanking the keys from her hands. Come on, Sarah! As she let go of Victor, he grabbed her arm, sinking his teeth into it. She shrieked at a pitch that would shatter glass before she kicked him hard, sending him spiraling across the room and smashing into the wall. Sarah collapsed to the floor with a thud. I raced to her side with Lena and lifted her up. With me supporting her, she stumbled toward the door. We made it before Victor recovered from the hard hit. As we hit the cool night air, his footsteps sounded behind us. We raced to the car. Lena climbed behind the wheel and I tossed her the keys. She fired the engine as I settled in the back seat with Sarah lying in my lap. Tears cascaded down Sarah's cheeks, each panting sob ripping through the silence of the car like a knife. "Sarah, hang on. We'll get you patched up soon, okay?" My voice trembled as the tires squealed against the pavement when Lena slammed a foot on the accelerator. I pressed 2 fingers to her neck. Her pulse raced way too fast. I hoped it was only from the fear. As the buildings of the city closed in around us, Lena glanced over her shoulder.
Is she okay?
"I don't know. We need to get her to Havenwood where I can take a look at this." I wrapped my hand around her gloved one. "You're okay, Sarah." She wriggled in my arms, wincing in pain. Lena weaved through the streets, getting us to Havenwood in record time. I carried Sarah into the house to the dining room. Lena swept her arm across the table to clear it of anything before I laid Sarah on her still visible wings. Her breathing remained shallow and ragged. "It's okay, Sarah. I just need—"
No,
she cried as she reached for me with a shaking hand.
it's too late. Poison.
My heart skipped a beat. What? Her eyes closed and opened slowly, more tears streaming down her cheeks. She tugged off her glove, her features twisting with pain before she reached for me. My lower lip trembled as I wrapped a hand around hers. The warmth I normally felt was there, but weaker than it had been when she touched me before.
Chris,
"Sarah," my voice was a shaky warning.
you have to save Emily.
"I will," I promised. "You'll be right there to see it, okay? Just stay with me. I promise I'll save her if you stay. Lena, get my bag,"
No,
she said with a shake of her head.
Lena, stay with him. He'll need you.
The words made my blood run cold. "Sarah, you can't leave me."
I'm sorry.
"No," I said as tears welled in my own eyes. "No, Sarah, I won't forgive you for this, because I love you, Sarah. I love you. You have to stay because I need you. I'll have nothing if you leave." She pulled her hand from mine, cupping my cheek, her eyes turning hazy. Her wings fluttered a few times before they settled. "Sarah, no, no." I gave a vehement shake of my head in a desperate attempt to stop what was about to happen.
You have such a good heart, Chris. You have such a good heart.
The last words came out as a breathy sigh before her hand fell away from my face. Her head lolled to the side, her eyes staring blankly ahead. "No," I sobbed. "Sarah, no."
Chris.
Lena started as my chest tightened. "No!" I pressed my hands against her chest, pumping her heart with CPR. "Sarah, come back!" Sweat beaded on my brow as I feverishly attempted to restart her heart.
Chris.
She tightened her grip on my shoulder. I shook her off. "No!" I shouted before I continued my work. "Come on, Sarah. Don't leave me. Come on." I rolled her head straighter, pressing my hands against her cheeks before I blew into her mouth, and returned to pumping her heart. "Come on, Sarah. Come on."
Chris.
Lena said as I began to run out of steam. My voice trembled with desperation. "Lena, I can't lose her. Take over compressions. I'll go get some epi and—"
No, Chris, honey. She's gone.
I gave a few more pumps of her chest before my breath caught in my throat. I stared down at her, my lip trembling before I pounded a fist against her chest, letting out a wail. No! Sarah! I smacked her chest again before I collapsed against her limp body and wept. I had no idea how long I clung to her, but eventually I stopped crying. Lena eased me back into the chair, and I took Sarah's listless hand in mine. No warm feelings filled me. I found no peace in her touch. Lena closed her eyes before she wrapped her hands around my shoulders.
Why don't we go?
No, I said, my voice strained and raw. I'm not leaving her.
Chris.
Lena said, her voice soft.
Come on. Let's get you a drink. You need to decompress.
No! I shouted, one hand curling into a fist as the other clung to Sarah's cold hand. No! I don't want to leave her, because if I leave her, I stared at her pale form. I have to admit she's gone. And I can't live if she's gone. Lena pulled a chair next to me, grabbing my fist between her two hands.
Chris, you have to live. You heard her. You have a purpose. Her entire mission will be for naught if you don't pull it together.
I don't care. I don't care what happens to anyone anymore. I shifted my glassy eyes to her. Lena, I loved her. And she loved me. She saw me for who I am, and she wanted me anyway. Lena bobbed her head, a tear falling to her cheek, too.
I know. She believed in you. You have to make her proud. You know that, right? You can't give up. You have to do it for her.
I shifted my gaze back to Sarah's body. Every fiber of my being screamed in agony as I stared at her lifeless form. How could I continue living in a world without her light? My heart shattered into a million irreparable pieces, and the weight of her absence threatened to suffocate me. Days ago, I had been a miserable doctor, angry with the world, but my life had changed when she touched me. I was inexplicably different, but I still wasn't certain I could move forward with anything after losing Sarah.
Chapter 25. Sarah. My chest tightened as the poison from Victor's bite coursed through my veins, making my breaths shallow and labored. I wouldn't survive this. I knew it from the time Victor's teeth sank into my arm. The burn that followed meant he'd used poison vampires could emit from their fangs. Poison deadly to other supernatural creatures like me. The pain that racked my body made it difficult to breathe, and I knew I wouldn't survive for long. I had to make certain Chris saved Emily, though. So, I focused all my energy on giving him that final directive. He promised he would, so I moved on, taking him at his word. He had to know one last time what I saw in him. He was better than he thought, though he'd likely sink into a worse state with my death. But there was nothing I could do about that. So, with my dying breath, I reminded him that he had a good heart. It was my last word, as the final breath I would ever take left my body. I fell through darkness after that, but the pain that had clouded my vision and stolen my peace finally stopped. When the darkness fell away, I fluttered my eyelashes against the bright light that broke through. I was home. A glance at my arm showed no signs of the struggle that had led to my bitter end. I moved toward the light until I found myself in the halls of the Trench Angel Division. I needed to make my final report. I wound around to Jake's office and pushed into the room. He sat clacking on his keyboard. The list of the missions he oversaw updated continuously behind him in a colorful chart that tracked success or lack of it. "Jake," I said, my voice softer than I expected. He snapped his gaze to me, then grinned.
Sarah, you're back!
"Sadly, yes," I answered. He pressed his lips into a thin line as he bobbed his head and motioned toward one of the chairs.
Tough break, kid. I saw that.
I slumped into the chair with a heavy sigh and poked a finger at the mission board behind him. I suppose I'm one of the red lines up there. He glanced over his shoulder before he shook his head.
No! You did it, Sarah. Emily Thompson is going to live. Chris Wright will save her life. Actually, the injections are already working.
I heaved a sigh of relief, though it was tinged with sadness. I hadn't expected to become so attached to Chris. I swallowed hard, biting back the tears that left a lump in my throat.
You did great, Sarah. So great that, well...
I glanced up at him, blinking away the tears that remained. Well, what? He flicked his eyebrows up, offering me a slight shrug.
Well, there's a shiny halo with your name on it.
He opened his desk drawer and tugged a glowing white box from within. My breath caught in my throat. Really? I earned my halo? The gleam when he opened the box blinded me. I grinned as I stared at my shiny new accessory.
Try it on! You earned it.
I pressed my lips together as I eagerly reached into the box and pulled out the yellow disc. With it floating above my head, I flicked my eyes upward. How does it look?
Beautiful, Sarah. Just perfect.
Well, after everything, at least I'd succeeded in my final mission and earned my halo.
That's not all, though.
He rose from his chair and skirted the desk, sinking onto the corner. My heart skipped a beat. What else could there be? Not much. I'd gone and gotten myself killed by a wicked vampire.
I told you this mission was tricky, and that if you pulled it off, you'd likely be looking at a promotion.
He leaned closer, a grin on his features.
What do you say about touring some choirs later this afternoon with me?
Wow, really? I asked. Joining a choir was the ultimate promotion.
Really?
Jake answered with a nod before he circled back to his chair.
You've earned it.
I let my gaze fall to my lap. My days would be relaxed now. No assignments, no hard work, no tricky situations. What would I do with all my time?
Hey, you don't look very happy, kid.
Jake said, his grin slipping. It's just... I hesitated as I flicked my eyebrows up. A surprise.
Well, I told you this one was going to take a lot.
To me, it had seemed rather easy.
Still adjusting?
He asked when I didn't respond. Something like that. My gaze flicked to his screen. He could check the status of cases, research new ones, gather all sorts of information with HeavenNet. He had a higher access than I did, too. I wondered if he could share some information.
This doesn't look like a happy face, Sarah. You're going to make your lip bleed if you keep gnawing on it like that.
I'm sorry, I just feel like my mission was cut short. He leaned his head back as he nodded.
I see. Yes, things are usually a bit more gradual, aren't they?
I hadn't anticipated Victor Cross, I answered. I texted you about him.
I saw it, but I was dealing with an emergency. You remember Ariel, right?
I conjured the image of her blonde hair, her cherub cheeks, and her perfect halo. Yes.
She was working a case in Italy. Her charge took her advice the wrong way. Ariel led her right into a situation where she was in more danger than she was supposed to prevent.
Oh no. Is the charge okay?
Yes. After a lot of fancy footwork on our part.
Poor Ariel. She'd never had trouble on a case before.
No, she hasn't. She took it hard. Still hasn't gone back into the field.
I tugged my lips back into a wince. Oh, wow. Poor Ariel. But sometimes things happen. Jake nodded.
Yes. You know that, don't you, Sarah?
Why did that feel like a commentary on my last case?
But because you know it, you take it in stride. Things aren't always what they seem, and sometimes rules need to be bent.
Jake waved a finger in the air.
Maybe you can talk to her. Tell her that.
I can try, I said with a shrug. She's a good angel. I hope she comes out of it soon. I shifted in my seat, my gaze falling onto the monitor again. Speaking of bending rules, I wonder if you could tell me the outcome for a few people?
Oh?
His eyebrows raised up. I just didn't get a chance to follow up given my untimely death. He grabbed a pen and tablet.
Give me the names. I'll see what I can find. I'll dig around while you visit Ariel.
I passed them along and rose from my seat at the queue. He didn't want me here while he did his digging. Okay, I agreed. At least he was providing me with the information. I wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth.
She's in room 7 at the lodge.
I nodded. I'll do my best.
Thanks, Sarah.
I left the office behind and navigated the halls to the lodge, a quaint log cabin-style retreat where trench angels stayed between assignments. I threaded through the halls to room 7 and knocked. Come in, a weak voice answered. I pushed through the door and found Ariel curled in a ball on the bed, sniffling. Hi. She wiped at her nose and cheeks as she sat up. Sarah. Oh, you got your halo. It looks beautiful. A sob escaped her before the waterworks started. Thanks, I answered as I crossed to her and slid an arm around her shoulders. Hey, I heard your last case was kind of tough. Tough isn't the word. I nearly killed someone. Well, can't win them all, I answered, hoping it helped. I can't do this again. I cannot take another chance with someone's life like that. Oh, Ariel, I answered with a sigh. Things don't always go to plan, especially with humans. The important thing is, you have to pick yourself up and keep going. Plenty of others need your help, and you won't always have bad days. I've never had a bad day in my career until now. I was on track for a promotion until this. Now, I'll never sing in a choir. That's not true, I said with a shake of my head. I'm certain you will. This is just one tiny blip in a flawless track record. She shook her head. No, I'll never make it now. This wasn't a blip. It was a full-blown disaster. She buried her head in her hands as she wept. I stroked her hair, my heart breaking for her. She'd been such a wonderful angel, and now she'd lost all confidence in herself. Poor thing. She needed to be the one who sang hymns instead of working, I thought. After a moment, she lifted her head from my shoulder and wiped at her cheeks. I'm sorry. I don't mean to rain on your parade. I heard you'll be joining a choir. That's an accomplishment. Enjoy it, Sarah. I gave her a half-hearted smile. Thanks. Well, you should go. Tours of the choirs start soon. You don't want to be late. Yeah. Hey, if you need anyone to talk to... No. You earned your R&R. You go enjoy it. She offered me a teary-eyed smile before she shooed me away. Take care, Ariel. Things will get better. I left her room behind and returned to Jake's office. He flicked me a glance as I settled into the chair.
Any luck?
Not really. Her confidence is really knocked. I don't suppose there's any chance she could retire to choir duty, is there? He shook his head as he returned his eyes to the screen.
Nope. No spots open. Otherwise, I would have recommended it based solely on her mental state. I've got a few doozies coming up, and with her wallowing, I'll never get them solved.
I swallowed hard, then shifted in my seat. Well, did you find any information on the people I asked about?
I did!
He answered.
Emily Thompson's fever broke overnight. She's doing better and will continue to improve. Chris Wright, I pulled some footage if you'd like to see it.
The lump in my throat grew, and I wiped my sweaty palms against my pants. Thanks. I inched forward on my seat as he swiveled the monitor around to me. I stared down at my dead body lying on Chris Wright's dining room table. The scene broke my heart as he wept over my body.
Lena is doing an admirable job, but he's pretty broken up. He really loved you, Sarah.
I know. I answered softly. I'm sorry I had to tell him about me. It was the only way to keep him safe.
Well, as I said, sometimes we must bend the rules a bit.
He eyed me, his fingers tented.
That wasn't the only rule you bent, was it, Sarah?
I avoided his gaze. There's no rule against romance,
Ha! Romance!
he said with a loud laugh.
Sarah, you fell in love!
Maybe, I said. It hardly matters now. I'm dead.
Angels don't really die, you know. Not like humans.
I know, but... Yet... Here I am.
Here you are.
He slid the screen back toward him and tapped on his keyboard.
And for the final name, Victor Cross, well, he's a special case. Left unchecked, he'll go on to destroy countless lives and rob many others of their peace.
Left unchecked? I asked. Is he scheduled for intervention?
He was, but I can't find a single angel suitable for this case.
I straightened, my heart pounding a little harder. Well, what about me? He laughed.
Sarah, you're retired.
I lifted a shoulder in the air. I could not retire. He narrowed his eyes at me.
Do you know what you're asking?
Yes, I answered. And it opens a spot for Ariel for choir duty. We could trade. I'll take her work, and she'll take my spot.
Sarah.
Jake said with a shake of his head, his eyes betraying a flicker of worry.
We're talking about a very difficult case. You could return to Crescent Bay. I'll bet Chris Wright would be glad to see you, but this is a big decision. You likely won't get offered choir duty again for...
He puffed out a long breath.
say, 50 years or so?
50 years? Jake, that's a drop in the bucket for angels.
Well, you may never get it. You know, you've earned it now, but who's to say what'll happen if you change your mind? You may be stuck on Earth like a human.
He searched my eyes. I chewed my lower lip as I considered it.
So what's it gonna be, Sarah? Do you want to retire? Or are you going back down to Earth?
Chapter 26. Chris. My eyes stung from the tears I'd cried earlier when I'd wept over Sarah's body. I rubbed them as I shifted in the uncomfortable seat before I focused on the monitors above Emily's bed. She'd not only made it through the night, but she'd improved. Her fever had broken, and her vital signs were all stronger. Thankfully, Sarah had had the good sense to bring her to the emergency room when she did. Otherwise, this may have turned out very differently. I slid my eyes closed, swallowing the lump forming in my throat at her memory. I'd lost her only hours ago, and the agony was still raw enough to twist my insides into knots. My heart ached, each beat like a sledgehammer against my chest as I recalled the way she gently reassured me. All of that lost to me forever. How could I go on without her? The cold, sterile walls of the hospital rooms seemed to close in on me, amplifying the emptiness I felt inside. A warm hand slid onto my shoulder, and I glanced up to find Lena smiling down at me.
She's improved,
she whispered. I bobbed my head. She'll be fine, and with the adjustments I'll make to the serum, she should have better results. Lena nodded toward the door, drawing me out of the chair and into the hall.
Come with me.
I followed her without argument to the on-call room, empty at this time of day. I probably don't want to hear whatever it is you have to say.
I know, but I'm going to say it anyway,
she answered. I crossed my arms, shaking my head.
Chris, you've been up all night. You need some sleep. Go home and—
No, I interrupted immediately. No, I can't. I can't go home. I can't go back to where I lost her. I'd rather burn Havenwood to the ground than step foot inside it right now.
Okay, then lay down here.
Lena, please stop doing this. Stop trying to take care of me. I'm not— Lena set a hand on her hip with a sigh.
What, worth it? An angel thought you were.
I don't want your pity or your concern. You know what I want? Sarah back. That's what I want. I want Sarah to walk through the door right now and be fine. Unless you can make that happen, I don't want to hear it. I glanced to the door just in case someone heard my plea. But it remained closed, like the door to my heart.
If Sarah did walk through that door right now, she'd tell you to go to sleep. Lie down here, get a nap. When my shift is over, you can come back to my place and stay there. Okay? Until you feel a little better.
Oh, yeah, I said, sarcasm dripping from my words. That'll work. I'll bet Aaron will love that.
Aaron will be fine with it. I'll handle Aaron.
No, I answered, my features turning stony again. I don't want to stay at your place and watch you and Aaron as a couple when I've just lost the only woman who mattered to me.
Hey, you proposed to me once. I thought I mattered.
She offered me a coy smile, designed to pick up my spirits. But it didn't work. I couldn't go back to my life before Sarah. We both know that was different.
All right, fine. We'll figure it out, I promise. But for now, lie down here and get some sleep. Please, Chris.
I don't want to.
You can't keep going like you are. You're going to collapse.
Good. If I died, would I get to see Sarah? I wondered.
Not good.
Lena shot back.
Now lie down on that couch, or I'll strap you down to it.
Lena, I appreciate this. I really do, but I can't. I can't close my eyes because I see her, and I can't stand that right now. My voice broke as I spoke. The fresh tears burned my eyes. Lena slid an arm around me and eased me onto the couch.
I know. And I know this is hard, but— Chris, it'll get better. And the sleep will help. Once you fall asleep, you'll have a few hours where you don't feel like this.
only for it to come rushing back the moment I wake up. She offered me a consoling smile.
Probably.
She whispered.
But you need rest.
I puffed out a shaky breath, pressing my hands together in front of me. Fine. If we can stop having this conversation, I'll go to sleep.
Good.
She said as she rose, and I kicked my feet up onto the couch. She laid a blanket over me and flicked off the lights.
I'll check back soon.
The door eased closed, and I lay in the dark room, my mind spinning. The dim glow of the room cast long shadows across the walls, mirroring the darkness that had settled in my soul. My heart ached with an unspeakable pain. But eventually my eyes slid closed and I drifted off to sleep. My dreams started off as nightmares, visions of Sarah's final moments and my desperate attempts to revive her filling them. But then something shifted. My mind found a warm, peaceful memory, and I dreamt of Sarah safe in my arms at the cabin. I could almost feel her touch, the peace and happiness it gave me, and the life-changing effects it had on me. The sense of tranquility allowed me to sleep for longer than I had expected to when I'd succumbed to Lena's pressure. When my puffy eyes fluttered open several hours later, the room was still dark. I assumed Lena held my hand. Her skin seemed hotter than I would have expected, though. I squeezed my stinging eyes closed and groaned as I rubbed my free hand over my face. The fingers tightened around mine, and a warm hand pressed against my cheek. The sense of serenity surrounding me made me open my eyes. Lena?
No, Chris.
She answered.
It's me.
The voice sounded scarily like Sarah's. I scrambled to sit, kicking my feet back until I could climb from the couch and race to turn on the lights. They seared my sore eyes for a second. When I opened them to slits, a redhead stood in front of me. My heart hammered against my ribs as I stared at her. I'd finally lost my mind. The grief had been too much. My mind had snapped and created a vision of Sarah. With my eyes wide, I tilted my head, my chest tight, as I tried to gasp in a few breaths.
Hi.
She said with a slight smile. No, I said with a shake of my head. You can't be here. You died. I watched you die. It ripped my heart out. She stepped closer to me, and I instinctively backed away a step.
It's okay.
She said softly as she reached for me. My lower lip trembled as her hand came closer. The second her fingertips touched my cheek, the love flowed between us, and the unwavering sense of peace washed over me. How? I breathed as I placed my hand over hers to make sure she didn't remove it from my cheek. Was this some trick or a quick visit to say a proper goodbye? Her smile broadened.
I chose to come back.
My eyebrows pinched, my breathing still ragged as I tried to comprehend this.
Come sit down.
She said, her voice soothing.
We need to talk.
Was this the other shoe about to drop? Was she going to tell me that she was leaving? That she'd only stopped by to say a proper goodbye? She took a step toward the couch when I grabbed her hand and tugged her closer to me. I wrapped my arms around her, pressing close as I squeezed her tightly. I didn't want to let go of her for fear she'd disappear like her body had earlier. Lena had convinced me to step out of the dining room after over an hour of sitting next to her lifeless body. When we'd returned, she was gone. I don't want to talk, I whispered, terrified of what she would say. And I'm not letting go of you ever again. Her arms tightened around my shoulders.
I know what happened was frightening, but I'm not leaving you ever again.
I'm going to make sure of that, I answered, my hold on her still firm. She didn't fuss or push away, allowing me to hold on to her for as long as I needed. When my breathing and heart finally settled to normal, I risked pulling back slightly. Are you really here? She nodded and smiled, her voice soft.
Yes, I told you. I came back. I'll explain it, but you should sit down. You look exhausted.
I'm fine, I promised.
You had a few hours of sleep. I tried to keep you calm and comfortable. You were moaning when I came in.
I couldn't stop dreaming about your death. You did die, didn't you?
Yes,
She said.
Victor's bite killed me.
Then
I asked to come back. I wanted to keep helping people. And I wanted to be with you.
my heart skipped a beat at her words. So, are you... I don't... My tired mind struggled to piece together what had happened.
Come sit down. I'll explain everything.
I nodded, keeping hold of her hand as we crossed to the couch and eased onto it. I wrapped my arm around her, needing the close contact. She nestled closer to me.
After I died, I talked to my boss.
Wait, like... God?
No.
She said with a laugh.
He has far more important things to do than talk to a trench angel about her job. His name is Jake. He said I'd finished my last mission successfully, and I could retire. I decided I wasn't ready to retire yet. I gave my spot to another angel who needed retirement far more than I did. And I asked to come back here.
So, you're back for...
Your lifetime.
She answered, twisting her head up to study me.
Don't worry. I picked up a few extra skills to make sure I'm not quite as vulnerable.
She poked me in the chest.
But you still are. So you have to listen to me, okay?
I will do anything to make sure you're here with me.
And that you're here with me. I don't want your life to end prematurely.
I grabbed her hand and pressed my lips against her fingertips. Anything you say. I love you, Sarah. My life was shattered when I thought you were gone.
I saw. I couldn't leave you here alone. I love you too. It broke my heart to see you so upset.
I kissed her forehead before I pressed mine against hers. Do you still have your soul glimpse?
Yes,
She answered.
your heart is even more filled with goodness after what you did for Emily, despite all your grief.
It didn't feel that way. I did it because I promised you. And you were everything good about me.
No,
She said with a shake of her head.
you are good all on your own.
I wrapped a hand around hers, snuggling closer to her. Marry me,
Yes,
she answered. I pulled back, surprised. That was easier than I expected. She chuckled.
Chris, I left heaven for you. What did you think I would say?
I don't know. People usually don't accept my offers.
I'm not people.
She answered before she winced.
But there is one thing we need to discuss first. It may make you change your mind.
Never, I whispered.
I already have my next mission. And it's not going to be easy. I may need your help.
I offered her a reassuring nod. You have it. What do you have to do? Cure another disease? What? She shook her head, her sparkling blue eyes fixed on me.
Stop Victor Cross from causing any more harm.
1 month later. I strode into the on-call room with a cup of coffee in one hand and my phone in the other. I smiled at the text message from Sarah.
Tell Emily I said hello. I hope you don't mind dinner on the run tonight, but I have some leads on Victor we should follow. Well, well, well,
Lena said as I started to type a response.
it looks like marriage agrees with you.
My smile didn't fade as my thumb found the wedding ring around my finger. Infinitely. Sarah and I had married only days after I'd proposed. I couldn't have been happier with my life, even with Victor Cross looming on the horizon.
Sarah already had ideas for dealing with him. Most of them unconventional, but I didn't care. I had her for a lifetime, and we'd tackle all of our problems together.
I've honestly never seen you so happy, Chris. Good for you.
I beamed as Lena's husband, Dr. Aaron Becker, strode into the on-call room, planting a kiss on Lena's cheek. And it no longer bothered me to see their happiness, because I had my own. Aaron arched an eyebrow at me before he crossed to the coffee machine.
No nasty comment?
Nope, I answered as I finished my text to Sarah.
Wow! This woman you married must be a real gem. You've been positively tolerable lately, right?
I chuckled to myself as I sent my text and answered him. Oh yeah, she's a real angel. The end.
This has been Chris Gets the Girl. Heartbeats and Halos, Book 1. Written by Nellie Steele. Narrated by Kaden, Catalina, and Spencer Brus. Copyright 2024 by Melissa Marie Sovak. Production copyright by A Novel Idea Publishing, LLC.